Leave.
Oh no.
Restart.
That
redo.
is-
Get the
That
fuck.
is
No,
that is wiggity whack.
You gotta open up with my fellow necromancers. And that's how you
Hot
open up.
diggity daffodil, guys.
Hot diggity daffodil. All right, Greg, you've been hanging.
You see
out
my
with too
face?
many
I'm
white
wincing.
people.
I'm wincing.
Where are
Binge
you
IRL.
again? Are you in New Hampshire? Where are
Yeah.
you? Oh my god. Here to get you back down here.
Dude, don't dox him.
Yeah, I'm in Vermont.
What
Close enough.
the giant state?
The giant state.
There's
of
like
Vermont.
5
biggest.
Englands. Like, the most state.
All right. For no particular reason, I'm wearing my racing hat. Don't ask why.
Dude.
What's
gotta
your
go
profession?
fast.
What's your profession?
It says pit boss on it. Don't ask. It says my hair's a mess today, so I didn't feel like.
Adam's
commenting.
wearing his racism hat.
Yeah, dude.
Here's my
racist hat.
It is my racist hat. Yeah. If someone plays the flute, they're a flautist. If someone races
Yeah.
cars, they're a
They
racist.
are. Yes.
Got it. All right. For no particular reason, instead of calling me DM today, please say pit boss.
Pit boss.
That's pretty good. It's not bad.
I don't think they call the guy who's in charge of the pit boss. I don't know about
They gave him
that.
a stupid hat for no
I'm
reason.
sorry, Henry. Are you not Henry? Andrew. Shots fired.
Naturally going for Henry
Collateral.
is it's quite telling. What the hell, man?
All right. Let's go to 141. We also have. You can make clips on YouTube. I don't, or you just.
No, you
Yeah.
can. I think.
Okay. Because I read it and I thought that was a Twitch clip, but then it's got the little scissor emoji, which I don't know if you can have in Twitch titles.
Scissoring people.
Brain warped, and then that was where Greg made the funny noise when his brain was getting scrambled like eggs. Let me go down to the dancing goblins, because Dan decided to use them as a border this time.
Yes, I did.
I was trying to do that too, but it wouldn't work.
He just has the one.
I posted 3 messages, I think. No, 2.
And my phone gets a notification for every single one.
Good. And you can see all the times I delete it and replace it because it's formatted wrong.
That means when we go out of the way to do a GIF collage, we got it like Adam gets notification
Every time.
notification.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll do
just
it
say
more.
it has little 4 on the Discord icon, and then it's
I'll
just
try
like...
and proofread it next time. Sorry.
Alright, let's see. 141. Squiddly diddly doo. We're coming to get Scott from a U. There's a... Okay.
That a
Sure.
Scooby Doo thing.
I should have read that in a filter voice, maybe. But anyways.
Diddly diddly doo.
Tasteful Joe Biden bit, followed by dreadful piracy. Loth works overtime to suppress Laszlo's elation to mole-like activities.
Elation.
Your boots, your asbestos, and your fiberglass. Hasta la Crios, baby. Oh. And Kalos versus 1000 Degree Door. You wouldn't believe what happens next. He fucking suffocates. I'm not gonna comment on every single goblin. I'm just gonna go to the next person.
Goblin D's nuts.
Well, they each have names. Dan,
You
what
couldn't
each-
resist. You
what are their
could
names?
not resist.
I'm gonna get you
Zip
guys.
zap,
At,
zoop zap,
I'm gonna get you guys at the early of like campaign 3 or something, and then it's gonna be a goblin NPC, and it's somehow gonna lead into
He's the main boss.
Mind goblin. Yeah.
Mind goblin these bladders.
And then you just blow up.
This one is Alec. 141. The League does not have the balls to go to the Feywild yet. It took 3 hours to get to.
The orbs. It's an orb joke because
What?
we needed the orb. Get it?
Yes. Well. Okay.
Low hanging fruit.
You
if
idiot
you know what I
pit
mean.
boss.
Why didn't they just use the talking pterodactyls to reach the prison continent? This
Very
one,
Lord of the Rings meme, I get it.
Krios and death by 1,000 paper cuts. Oh yeah, you're fucking... it's okay, he doesn't feel pain, guys, surely. Kalos opens a door and sees a lady who's so hot that she takes his breath away. That's a good Gronk joke. I'll write that down for him when he comes back from
He just says
West
it out
Canada.
of context. Like,
Oh yeah, that's right. He's gone.
He's not dead.
gone too soon, drunk.
Dead ties.
He's socially dead.
All we have left is Bob.
Yeah, but we need
Blast
someone to
of
be the
Canadian.
we need someone to be the unabashed like I buy porn games. What of it?
And what have you.
I'm gonna go ahead and elect. Let's see. That can be Dan.
You were gonna say me anyways.
I was looking to see, but then I realized, like, I don't know, because Henry's got kids around, so I don't want to be playing porn games with kids around.
Oh,
Dan,
please,
you don't have any kids around, do you?
Not that you know of.
Okay, well.
I don't know.
Ooh. E is next. That's Henry. Why the fuck do I even have streamer mode on? It's not like I'm sharing my fucking camera or desktop. Kalos proves once again that he is the league's guinea pig forever and ever. He is once again questioned on the morality of his creation, and Zip gets a mini-me without asking for one. Is that permanent, by the way?
Is that identity fraud?
As long
theft,
as he's in a magical infusion, yeah.
Oh, does that take
Holy
your...
shit.
Yeah, it's one of
Okay.
my thingies.
I see. Okay, well, he's got a shelf life then. 141, this is Gregorio.
Wow, way to get him fucking doxed, bro.
Oh yeah, that's on his birth certificate.
Yeah, Gregorio.
Fun fact for everyone out there: there's
Oh.
actually no name on my birth certificate.
Dude,
What?
government agent.
What?
Yeah.
Are you
they
a
fumbled
test
the-
tube alien, baby?
I don't know. They just fumbled the bag. Damn Spanish people.
Wait, can you just pick then, legally speaking?
I am Joe Biden.
No. But that was actually a problem. I brought it, I'm like, huh? I noticed it last year. I'm like, this sucks.
What am
There's
I?
nothing really
Who am
bad.
I?
When
Yeah,
you
exactly.
introduce
Who am
yourself,
I?
you just say, "Hello, my name is."
And then
Adam
just
Well, no.
forward pause. Oh,
What that
fuck.
means is you could just write anything in there, so you get a free restart if you didn't like your name.
Max power.
That's a good one. Thunder.
Humongous.
Chad Thundercock.
Oh my god, that one. Greg, go with that one.
I am Commander Shepard, legally speaking.
First name.
First name
Mind.
Commander. Last name Shepard.
The cook formerly known as Greg.
Yeah, you can do that.
Prince is
Huh.
dead. Where's he gonna assume?
He's dead. His ghost will get you.
His zombie prince.
All right, I always go on this tirade when everyone brings that up, and I feel really bad for Prince. You know why he did this? You know why he did that?
Yes, I watched that episode
Wait, what episode?
of when you defended Prince in I think episode 88 or 89.
Oh, I
I
didn't
love
even
that
remember.
Greg is going back
Greg's
to our
deep in the
old-
lore.
Jeez.
Yeah,
That's
Good.
that will be relevant later on.
Look, without context, fuck music labels.
Yeah. I think it was our sponsor for a music label.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Oh,
Sponsored
okay.
by,
Well, oh man, they won't steal our identity.
Well, Adam isn't gonna get sponsored by a music label. I
Yeah,
guess.
and Dan's beatboxing career will never get
Damn
off
it!
the ground.
Never thought it at the gates. Damn it.
I like to think that if Dan was a beatboxer, every song would begin with the sound of Big Ben bonging.
Yeah, you know the rules. Boom.
Part of the
Stab-
contract.
like really quick stabbing sounds, and then someone sizzling like
Do I have a stab sound effect? Hold on.
ah, my
guys
face,
screaming.
and then it would be like boom, BBC News, and then beatboxing. Like,
No, she just had two guys in the background. You hear them fighting with swords. I
what's
got
all
you,
this said?
scallywag.
Bah, bah, bah. Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
that is-
Avasti scurvy dog
Yeah.
in it.
I
And I'll
have a
get
rhyme.
Henry to say cup of tea, and then it'll be fucking
You
chart
just scold them in the face. You just throw
Yeah.
it right in their face.
Oh, I
It's
don't want
just
to drink this
acid
tea. Have it in your face, and then they die.
This tea's not for me. It's for you.
Somebody.
What is
Is that the
that?
fucking-
We make these jokes, but he's actually part of the Kingsmen. and
Hey, Rich.
He's waiting to find us all
Oh, damn.
together.
Can't complain.
How are we doing with money?
So far,
Andrew.
Oh, that.
Andrew,
Okay.
Alexa.
Hey, Andrew, tell him that you're robbing the place. Oh my god, I hope he doesn't have
This
a speaker.
is a
Where's
robbery.
my money?
That would be his.
You hear?
fault.
Got flower gun.
Yeah, I remember
Bang!
his lesson. Sometimes he does this while he's working, and I'll be like, can I get some liver? Just stupid shit. And trying to get him to laugh, he never laughs. He's like, yeah, I muted you guys. I'm like, you bastard.
Oh, Andrew.
No,
No,
no.
Iram.
All
Alright, let's...
Oh, is that Iram in the
He's
background?
like actual Squidward, but
It's like that. Like,
kinda.
hell yeah.
Disconnected from your
Oh,
channel.
there he goes.
Dude, he's died. They killed him and took his
Alright, well.
speak.
They heard what Henry said, and they shot him immediately.
Okay, you said real shit.
They
Mac
killed him
dumped him.
like the rest.
So, since he's not going to be here, we're just going to acknowledge or not acknowledge Princess Hualong's presence.
We'll just shove her in a broom closet.
She can stay in the
With
hot
the
room.
asbestos, yeah.
Yeah, eat this.
Asbestos.
We're gonna do
You'll
asbestos
survive.
first. Let me see.
Here,
This,
have asbestos.
this was Greg's, by the way. Zip waiting for senior league members to choose what to do with the ship, and it's Squidward on spoons. Okay.
He's rattling them.
Zip getting the bad news. Listening to wife's message. Is that a fucking monkey on the phone?
Put the audio on.
Yeah.
Put the audio on.
Henry knows exactly.
Quavo. What's that? Egg?
My
An egg?
Quavo means cocksucker.
Quavos, rancheros.
He means bad things.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my
He's
god.
just like, oh, take me away, please.
Laszlo
felt
and
so
Zip
bad for a
bonding
monkey in my
over being
life.
full casters.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye.
Yeah! Oh my god, I love 4.
I should watch that show.
It's good. You'll like it.
I like drugs, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
you're a
about
drug
housing
doer.
cows.
And Zip healing Kalos. Was there supposed to be a fourth video for that one? Or you just...
Nah, it's just
Is it just the
the
goblin?
goblin.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. That's what you see before you... Actually, as soon as you wake up, that's what you see.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're much better off having a goblin in our group for that reason alone.
Next
Funny old
campaign,
dads.
all goblins.
Well,
Could be. What if I just give goblins like a huge buff? You
they
guys
have
see me?
plus 50 AC. You
Goblin
can't hurt 'em.
itself. Hey, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. This goblin, immortal goblin. They're the ones that are long-lived.
Alright, so, that's the player recap, DM, or in this case today, Pit Boss recap, is gonna be... I don't know, man, I kinda like it. Same number of
It's kinda cool.
syllables.
It's kind of cool.
I'm not into racing, though, so it's kinda counterintuitive.
You're into the pit, though.
Or go fast. So you guys were on the journey to discover what to do about the nav orb. Thankfully, you have a large repertoire of very ancient eldritch beings who know the lay of the land like the back of their ethereal spider digits. Specifically, Jormungandr's crash site. For those of you who are unfamiliar or familiar, you would know that it is apparently where Jormungandr, the creation of Loki, and Thor, god of thunder and man, people don't know that second part, duked it out, leaving both of them heavily injured. In the case of the fact that Jormungandr is not actually a giant snake, but it's actually just a very tube-shaped ship created by Loki, alongside some of his other creations, of which you have not met yet, which is probably for the best, considering what Fenrir is, and Hel. In either case, the crash site was somewhere in Valkyria's Ascent. Technically speaking, if you're on top of the Odin Temple, you can see it from the tip-top. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, because you guys are underground. Using mole powers, or rather the Buleosaurus that we are adding into Greg's repertoire in real life.
He's doing it right now.
Adding
Zips-
Buleosaurus.
Zip's repertoire of dinosaurs, or beasts, or whatever you want to call them, sauronoids.
Sauranoid?
Yeah, sauranoids.
Yeah.
Gotta have a funny name for it, you can't just call them dinosaurs. But his repertoire of sauronoids now includes Buleosaurus, Dactyl, and other sauronoids that you might have been familiar with on your home continent. Either way, we get down to the crash site, dig approximately 40 to 50 feet, not straight down, but in a spiral so that your allies can follow behind in the wake of the tunnel that you make, which is very convenient for underground travel. Unfortunately, while you can't go through solid rock, your friends can, by turning it into slushy mud. And then eventually you get to a weakness in the hull, where you can pry it open like a garbage can. Inside, there were many things. One, a dead body of what is presumably one of these long-dead masters, or Yan Min, as we know them colloquially. A control room, which housed a bunch of buttons, some of which you guys pressed, and then the Feywild Nav Globe. Now, while it is important that you guys get that, there is still more rooms in the further chambers going eastwards. If you're facing the west, that's where the head would be. Heading east is where the hot door is. And now that you've opened the hot door, the fire elemental Greater, housed in a large magical glass cylinder. Presumably, maybe the fuel source of Jormungandr, and whatever is making this room really fucking hot. You presume that this thing is a prisoner, and is being held in here for God knows how long, because you don't quite have a time date to put Thor's fight versus Jormungandr on, so this dude's probably bored as shit.
It's a trap. It's a dude.
We have a map for
You
this.
said it was a hot woman.
Yeah,
but
you
the
said
thing
it was a
is-
hot lady.
I don't know if you guys know about this, but it's gender fluid.
Dude, he's
look
done
at
it.
that.
Adam's gone
Adam's
work.
gone
Adam's gone work.
Boss
Pit boss has gone work.
But realistically speaking, it is a greater fire elemental. Specifically, none of you guys have the tongue of primordial, which is the words spoken by elementals.
Excuse me, they speak a language?
Yeah.
Oh, garble.
No, it's like Ignis or something.
You're
Uh,
Ignis.
Well, now that Zen is here, he has a new power awakened.
Oh my god.
Oh, here we
Dan,
go.
you don't even, he put you out of a job.
The poking stick finally woke
Old
him
men
up.
work together, okay? There's
But in
a
either
job
case,
well done.
The primal language is one of those ones where it is strictly spoken. There are no written variants of it. So just keep that in mind going forward. If you want to write in primal, you can just like smack two rocks together and that kind of gets the gist.
Wow.
But reasonably speaking, yeah, it's not something that can be spoken, because how is a fire elemental in the fire elemental plane going to write things down on fire?
Burnt.
On fire.
You like draw little like flames with they like in the
Isn't it
cartoons.
just all fire? Like
Yes.
probably, yeah.
There are certain locations where it's not literally just all fire, but that being said, the fire elemental plane has no breathable oxygen because it's all burned. There are certain locations that have actual constructed buildings and whatnot, where you can find the Afridi, the fire genies, who are very into slavery. I'm not sure. I'm giving a thumbs up on screen for some reason. But those certain locations have floating citadels on top of like molten solidified. Well, that's not molten anymore. It's solidified magma. But those are the few places where you can actually find
Okay.
places to walk on. Otherwise, 99% of the rest of the place, if you teleport in there without knowing where you're going, you will just be engulfed in flames and die, presumably. No matter of fire retardation is going to prevent that.
Yeah, well, me and you will. If you speak to the princess, she's fire retardant, so she can go in there.
No, I said no amount of retardation.
No.
I'm
you,
too retarded
You're
to
wrong.
understand what you're saying.
You're wrong. She's right.
In either case, since we're not going there, do you guys want to fire elemental plane, nav globe? I dare you. I double dog dare you. In either case, you have the nav globe for the Feywild. There are a couple of things that we noticed that are not the same as the material plane. For example, the Eye of Zosha is turned 90 degrees. Rutash and Melitash are still one continent. Dominus is flipped upside down. And Gromnil is shaped different.
Wasn't like Sanctus just little beads, crystal beads?
Crystal beads in the sand. The Volatalia Isles is actually just a perfect circle instead of an archipelago. Which is kind of counterintuitive to chaos of Feywild. You'd imagine an archipelago would be more chaos, and a perfect circle is...
They're so wacky, Adam. Let them have it.
It's too wacky.
Yeah.
In either case, now that you have that, you can use the Space Jammer's teleportation to accurately port you to some place. That being said, the skiff that you guys have named the...
You're halfway there.
You're halfway there.
Wow, it's only 2 words?
Mhm.
The something.
Guess.
Wow. I'm gonna say it's the necromancer.
That would be pretty funny, though.
Alright. Was that on the board? Or no?
No, it wasn't on the board.
It was pre word change. It was the other word. No.
Wow. Ooh, sweating here.
No.
Alright, I'm gonna guess it's, even though pit boss is now 2 words, I'm gonna say your ship is the pit boss. Well, whatever the fuck you naming it, which I'm not gonna keep pressing because we're gonna be here for another 3 hours. What?
Hold on, I'm sending it.
To me?
Not you, wait. Not you, wait.
Not you.
Why am I
pit
waiting
boss.
then?
Adam, wait up. Wait a second.
No, we need a genuine reaction when we.
Yeah.
I'll practice my soy jack face. Alright, I'm not sure. I'm not waiting. Okay, so you guys got the nav globe.
Adam, wait a second.
You're ready to go as soon as you explore the rest of this chamber, because there's a fire elemental who's taking the form of a humanoid female, and there's a door chamber on the other side, and then you could just leave, but you can explore if you want. That being said, there's not
cool.
much left. And then Summerwatch has teleported the skiff outside so that it is not inside of a pocket dimension, and he has moved it somewhere to the north by northeast of the city of Solholm, and is using a major image to disguise it so that you don't just see a parked space jammer on the side of the road. But reasonably speaking, once you have those 2 things, Master Summerwatch has a Feywild and a material plane attuned fork that he can use to teleport. You also have the bean, as you called it, to help with...
No, so it's not?
It's not a bean?
It is the bean.
You have the bean, as you
The
called...
bean. Yeah.
That's what we call it. I don't remember if we even got a real name for it.
I don't think it matters anymore. At this point,
It's
the
called
bean
the
has
bean.
replaced it.
Hey, dice roller, I need you.
We don't need
He's
the dice
calling.
roll yet.
I'm not sure what he's calling the dice roller for. That's a child, by the way.
Yeah.
A child paid in Happy Meals, Adam.
They didn't even do that, apparently. So, a starving child.
Can I get a Happy Meal but no toy? Ooh,
What the hell?
evil.
You have to eat the toy and play with the food. That's what you get for rolling poorly.
But it's not edible.
Well, then you shouldn't have gotten that
Yeah.
nat 1.
Good to try harder next time, okay?
Yeah.
Fate's cruel.
So we have
True well.
Bean to let you guys be essentially attuned to material plane time, because astral plane time basically doesn't travel, period. Well, it's apparently just so incredibly slow that you'll never notice it. Next is the nav globes, 2 of them, material plane and Feywild.
the balls.
2
of the
tuning
ship.
forks. You got Kalos on the guns. You got navigational GPS guy is
Lasman.
Laszlo. And you got Summerwatch on environmental and piloting. So all you need to do is get back, shove it on the pedestal, and then we can do a magic school bus montage thing.
Ooh, fun.
Okay. Well, Zen, you probably be with us if you want to speak to this little lad or lass.
Was he speaking at all?
No, we have
Just
the
tapping
door
on
opens.
just tapping on the glass.
I will say in common to them, "Hello," and see if they respond in
I
common.
thought you were
and then-
still a little spider.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
Oh
can't
shit!
speak.
I'll message. I'll be like, "Someone speak to the thing. See what the situation is." And then
I am casting a spell, by the way.
What spell?
Come here. Tell them the number. Get over here. Tell them the number.
Whoa! He did the scorpion thing with the McDonald's toy.
72.
Thank you.
Alright, I'm casting Cure Wounds on myself, by the way.
Do the kids
Henry
know?
sounds a little funny.
Do the kids know that they don't have to be like eating the mic?
No.
Okay.
I keep telling her this, but she's like, no.
Well,
The closer, the better.
You don't
My
feed me
dad
chicken
closes
nuggets,
their
I'm gonna
mouth
eat your
pretty
microphone.
constantly.
exactly. They're so hungry. She just shattered dice. Like maybe she could eat the dice.
They look like candy.
Dice. I ate 15 D4s.
Alright,
Oh.
kid, you have a choice between this shiny looking dice or this Tide Pod.
What would you rather
Henry's
have?
not like the guy from Saw. Like he's not Jigsaw.
Okay. Well, now you have to
Actually,
do math.
Jigsaw wouldn't go after kids.
He's not a sicko.
And Henry, go watch those movies. Time told me a lot.
So Henry's cured himself of wounds.
There's some of them.
Some of them.
Okay,
I'm at
nice.
I'm at 70 because of my boy.
70.
My
Did you take that
trusted-
much fire
My
damage?
trusted
I
assistant.
forgot this one.
So this is 11 plus 8. What is it?
Head blow up.
She's extremely bad at math. So.
19.
Good job, Mama.
How old are they? Like,
Oh, she's 8.
well, I don't blame them. That's fair enough. That's good. That's
8
quick.
plus
Faster
5,
than me.
19 plus 5 is 24. 94.
I know 5-year-olds who
Nice.
can backflip.
It's not maths, Adam. It's
You can
acrobatic
backflip? I don't
genius.
know.
Look at me, I'm
Yeah.
Adam.
I'm the pit boss. Ooh.
It's sticking, guys. Hey guys, it's your boy Pit Boss.
I converse to Zen, speak to this madam, and find out what's going on, how long they've been.
So yeah,
and
the
all that.
creature is currently just in the glass cylinder. The room itself has an ambient temperature of hot.
Okay, first,
I have a question, Pit
How
Boss.
hot? Oh yeah, go ahead.
When did we see them tap on the glass, or did we hear tapping on the glass?
Did you run back down after the explosion? We all headed back in, didn't we?
But we
We
came
had
back.
to,
We had to
yeah.
come back in.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Yeah. So we're all in
There
front
was
of it.
Yeah, so
It was all
whoever
too
came down
quiet.
after the explosion.
After and then Henry had blackface. Yeah.
I thought his character was black.
No, I'm
But even-
Hispanic. Technically Greek.
He's a mechanic.
Then what's the picture?
What? Oh, it's I listen, Chat GPT.
I drew
was
it.
like
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I was like Hispanic with dreadlocks and gave
Yeah, it was
me a
like black guy.
Yeah, so
Well, you can still be a black Hispanic person.
Afro
Well.
Hispanic.
Yeah.
Afro
well,
Latino.
Greg, he's Hispanic with dreadlocks.
He's
Just imagine my skin tone
I'm
with
just saying,
dreadlocks.
Dominus. You can kind of change it to be Dominican.
no,
Communist
no,
Republic.
No. He's a. Then what would it be? Because I know you said Quetzal is a bird that is in your campaign. Where's that from again? The Isles.
The Quetzal is technically the celestial bird, snake-winged bird, feathered motherfucker. So, probably somewhere high in a mountain. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Whoa.
Some Indian mountains.
Sugma Mountains. But yeah,
The Republic of
if we're all
Sugma.
outside, it's pretty hot, and
I'm wiping down my blackface.
yeah, he's de-Arabian nighting,
Thanks, Trudeau.
and yeah, we need to speak to this thing, I guess. So I will say
Hey
it
Zen,
by
you
default, like,
speak.
Zen, you speak that lingo. What are you
I
saying?
understand. Go speak to this hot lady.
no one knows I have a power yet.
No,
I
I'm
don't
just
even
saying.
know
I
have
just
this
I said
power.
someone
He's literally
speak to
never
it.
used
Like,
it.
speak
I know.
to the creature.
I
You
don't
just had
know.
a good feeling
Can
about
fire
him.
talk? I guess. Hello.
Fire bad.
Making it hot in here.
Hey, Shawty.
So, to the rest of you who are hearing this, if you've ever heard just like the crackle of a campfire every once in a while, and just the sound of a campfire, that's all it sounds like. To Zen, it comes off as discernible tongue. So, no, it's not Joe Biden.
It's not true.
Damn it!
He is
Can't
not.
always be.
Damn it! She doesn't sound like Joe.
I don't want to. If
I
she
don't
doesn't sound like
want
Biden.
This is the monk feature that gives you this ability, right? The one
Yes.
that's so we can understand you. We just can't understand their half of the conversation.
Crackling fire in front of us. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Because technically, we're talking.
I could always. We are fellas. Yeah.
Set me free.
You can understand me.
There's an affirmative nod Thankfully, those cultural boundaries are still there.
Guys, he says he wants to be let out.
Wait, you can understand them? You can speak them?
I don't know. I
don't
talked
know.
to him like he said, and I have this voice in my head now that's saying "set me free." He's the only trapped one, isn't he?
They can't understand what we're saying, though, right?
Did any of you else try speaking to him?
I tried.
Hi.
Is it hello? I can't
Oh,
say
you're-
hello.
You
Fuck.
can't say hello.
Fuck. Little spider.
We
Hands in the
just see
corner.
there's a little spider in the corner, like waving its little legs.
All his little
up in the
legs.
air.
Oh, you guys
I'll
ever see
just-
that fucking like the jumping spider like little dance
Yeah.
where he's wiggling his
Yeah.
arms back and forth?
Leslie's doing that. I'm wooing
Times
them.
250.
Yeah, I'm wooing the masses. Can I marionette Callus's mouth with my spider body to make him speak?
This sounds fucking
Okay,
awful.
for first,
Hello.
I'll ask him. It's like, why are you in there?
I was taken against my will, and the gargling of your friends is becoming.
I'll tell guys, shut up. He doesn't like your sounds.
Okay,
I tell.
that's
Wow,
Uh,
that's reassuring for someone who's
kind
asking
of
us.
mean.
I guess someone's staying in there then.
Yeah, I might roast their chicharrones anyway, so.
I'll ask him. Who took you?
Creatures long in the face, full of skin.
Long
Our
in
friends.
the face, full of skin.
Loki's ship, isn't it?
I'm like, can I do like a tentacle thing with my beard? It's like, did they have like this stuff? Ooh.
Indeed, a horrifying marionette.
See, I'll turn around. It's like, guys, according to the fire, he was kidnapped by squids and imprisoned.
I asked Zen in my head, does the fire have a name?
Wait, but you keep calling him, but she's
Is it a madam?
She's a sexy lady.
Is it?
Are you coping right now?
I turn around.
She's really sexy, I
lady.
swear.
The creature
thank you.
is embodying a
It's a trap. Don't
humanoid
listen to
female
Oh,
alongside, you
I
know,
think we should trust it.
long hair made of fire, a bosom of fire.
Callus,
Is
look
it
away.
heaving?
What is it
I
heaving?
cover Callus's
I'll-
eyes.
I'll-
He-
God, the spider's in my face.
You can't see it. Don't look, Callus.
so should we just let it go? It was captured by the squids, and we don't like them either.
Well, we know that they use the fire elemental fire plane.
Elemental plane of fire.
to produce
Fire.
power for their ships.
28, by the way.
That's slavery. That's bad.
Why don't you ask them if we set them free, they won't kill us?
Like,
Can we
Make sure to
plane
be
shift
very
them?
insightful about how they react to that.
Oh yeah, I get advantage on those as well. Let's see what.
But we can't speak. We
can
don't
we-
understand what
yeah,
they're
yeah,
saying.
Oh,
though.
shit.
Can we even
Does that
scrutinize-
fire look sus? In the words of Varys. Like,
Can we even scrutinize something if we don't understand
could
the
I?
words?
Could
They have
I?
no face.
I have no face.
Dude,
They took my face, Justin.
it's just fire. As I've got little baby Loth, I'm going to just go around and just cast tongues on the group so that they can also understand what's
Oh.
being said and also speak, so we can just have a regular conversation. So little
Callus,
Loth,
no way.
and I'll leave Callus. No, I'll do Callus first, and then I'll just go around so everyone has everyone can understand. Essentially, I
We're
can't
just gonna
speak
go
still.
behind Varys and push him to like the
Yeah.
after Kalos.
Yeah,
Maybe him.
after little Loth just like walks across his like eyebrow and cast it, and
What
then
are you casting on me?
tongues, so you can just
Oh.
speak.
my
You
God.
grant,
That's
you
a
can
lot
just
of spell
understand.
slots. Jesus,
Yeah.
man.
Well, you know, we want to make sure we don't release something, and everyone can weigh up their opinions. So, and I can't speak because I'm a little spider, so I thought I would let everyone else be able to speak.
Oh, you're
that
so
would be-
nice.
Be my, and I'll just I'll marionette your mouth still. Is there anywhere like on your armor? Can I go on your shoulder?
You can go. I mean, yeah, you can go.
Okay,
ahead.
I'll
Go
just let
on
you-
one of the many jagged gashes on Krios and just hide in there.
Listen, he
okay.
was fully repaired. You guys got to stop with
I'll
this. All right.
I'll comfort Krios. I'll be like, it's okay. buddy."
Krios is perfectly fine, right?
And I'll make
buddy?
little funny
He gives you a
mustaches,
thumbs
and
up.
I put like angry spider
Brows.
marionette on him. Like, dude, he's not very happy. With
Like
you.
two of the
Yeah.
spiders are just like on angles above his eyes, so they look like angry eyebrows.
Yeah, I'm good.
Ah,
We need-
yes, the
we do need to
American
get him
box
clothes,
copy of a
though.
Kirby game.
Yes.
Because he's practically naked right now. We do need to get him cool clothes, better clothes.
Did you model a dong?
I
No.
could.
Oh, okay.
He's like a Ken doll.
Uh-huh.
God, robbing him of that joy as well.
Do you want to?
Yeah, wasn't he a living creature? What?
Yeah.
All right,
Can't jack off.
lady.
Doesn't feel pain. Like-
If we free you, are you gonna instantly try to incinerate us?
Why would they do that? That's mean.
My presence is already harmful to you creatures. It is recommended that you vacate as soon as possible after freeing me.
But ask them. I say over the network. Ask them where they need to go. Do they want to be returned to their home plane?
I also shoot back, but we don't have a for the.
We have tuning forks.
But do we have one for the?
We don't.
you get back to
it
your
doesn't say you
homeland?
need it. It doesn't say you can banish a creature with plane shift if you have the. It says where you want it to be. What plane?
Can you get to your home safely or to your plane of existence without us assisting you?
It will be a difficult journey. The nearest volcano is some miles away. But I can make it.
If you want some assistance, and I point to the swarm of spiders in my armor, or Ad Creos making angry faces.
I mean, Zip has one as well.
Oh, this guy, this
Yeah,
little
but
guy
how-
can take
we
you.
open that thing. How
Can send
fast
you.
will we roast? I don't know.
Oh.
I am but a small goblin.
I look at the group, and then I do the.
You
I
guys
I
ever
can
see one
see-
of those hot knife videos?
I turn to the elemental.
Cuts right through Zip.
I know you were a prisoner here, but do you have any familiarity with the mechanisms around you where we should start as far as releasing you, or?
Oh! Varys, ask them if in a time of need, would you be able to help whoop some Yanmin ass? Because we hate Yanmin, your
You want
captors.
to get revenge?
Yeah. How long have they been here? Yeah, maybe their name that might
They've
be good.
probably been here for centuries now.
Ask the madam what their name is. It's cordial. Do that.
Madam, can we have your name, if you please, if you will? Oh my god.
Run, everyone, run!
Dude, Adam just fucking sucked on the mic. What was that?
That makes sense. You wouldn't understand the name in.
Okay. Well, Zip, if we get her out, I'm able to cast something on you so you're not instantly incinerated for, a minute. You just
Okay.
gotta trust me.
Trust in the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, DM, is there a console in front of the thing?
Sorry, did you say DM?
Oh,
Who's
Pit
that?
Lord.
Yeah. No. Pit boss. It's Pit boss.
It's a
Pit
combination
Lord now.
of Pitmaster and Overlord. You know, Pit Lord.
That's
I
a
think Pit actually
Pit
had
Fiend.
enemies, right?
that's Pit Fiend.
I
Yeah.
think
Okay,
Pitma.
Pitmaster. Is there a
Pit Lord's
console in
World
front of
of
it?
Warcraft.
I don't like Pitmaster either because of the people who like do those armpit fetish things online.
All right, DM. Is there a fucking console in front of it?
Whoa!
There are two consoles, but none of them are immediately adjacent to the actual cylinder. They are on the opposite sides of the room.
Can I go up to them and understand what they do?
Which one? There's two of them. There's one at
I'll
the
go-
north and one at the south.
I'll go to the north one.
There are a series of biomechanical gizmos. It does not have what you would presume to be like a computer terminal screen, nor does it have a QWERTY keyboard.
How close can we get to the tube before we say, this is probably too close for my own health to.
Reasonably speaking, anywhere in the room.
Alright,
Just
can we
taking constant fire damage.
I would say that if you guys have ever stuck your hand into an oven
Yes.
Dude, Greg's
And
never
Greg
done-
does it all
done
the
that. He
time.
doesn't
And
cook food.
touched
He's never
something.
cooked food ever. Like a
I
Like
would-
an
I would-
oven?
I would say it is in the room ambient. It is always at least. Hold on. What is the? Hold on. I gotta check the safe cooking temperature. Greg, do you know safe cooking
Can you
temperature?
give it in
off the top of your
English?
head?
What do you mean safe cooking temperature?
What is the minimum safe cooking temperature that you need to get a steak?
Oh, you need
67, right?
No, 167. What the hell?
So-
Oh wait, no, he's using the other measurement.
I'm using real numbers, buddy.
Nah, we got the freedom ones. Man, that could be 135. You want to get it over?
Right. So this would be good to get a steak cooked.
What if you have a resistance to fire? Does that make it a little bit more tolerable?
Marginally.
Okay.
Cool as a cucumber right now.
If the cucumber
Probably
was in a sous vide.
Melting slightly, like pain.
I'm Pickle Rick, guys. Just leave me alone.
I'm sizzled. Dude, you're the glizzy bit me guy.
So what you see is not a keyboard or a screen or a monitor or anything. It is a large slab of biomechanical bullshit. There are a series of knobs that look to be about the size of like the palm of your hand that look like they rotate in place. Remember the old school ball inside of the mouse thing?
Oh
They look-
yeah.
They look like an
Yeah,
they look like
Adam.
they look like a big one of those. There's two of them on your left and right, and then in between them there is a series of little switches that looks like a DJ's turntable.
Okay. What
Before
about the
we
south
go-
one?
Oh yeah, is there another thing?
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's a north and a south, right, DM? Did I
Correct.
get those wrong?
The other console has a series of knobs that look very similar. They are about half the size, the little mouse balls that is. They're about half the size, and there's a total of 9 of them arranged into a 3x3 grid.
And they're not labeled at all, right?
Ask the
Nope.
elemental what their captors used to do with these. Maybe that might help. I say to Callus over the network.
Hey, did you notice when they put you in there what they were messing with? Which one
They
of these
turn the
two?
dials, they push the buttons, they drain energy from me. I don't know the specifics.
Okay, but do you know if they were messing with that one or this one?
Both interchangeably.
Oh Jesus! All right, well, I'm gonna have to
Use
finagle
your
some stuff.
intelligence.
I'm gonna have to finagle some stuff. I'm so sorry if I cause you some sort of discomfort.
I'm
Uh,
gonna
Real
sort of like
long
jitter to
string.
Callus, like before we let them go. So they're gonna go to the nearest volcano? Is that a given?
Or Zip can
Well, that may
banish.
Well, it says here on plane shift that you can use the spell to banish an unwilling creature to another
Actually-
plane.
Actually,
Maybe
I just have banish ready to go. So if like if we assume that their cell is a object that is, displeasing to them, and they are willing to not resist, I can just send them home.
Do you have
Yeah,
to concentrate on it for a minute and it stays?
Yeah, I just have to concentrate for a minute,
Okay,
and if
yeah,
she's,
yeah,
if she's willing
yeah,
to
do
let
that.
us, I
Yeah,
can just
Yeah, do that.
Okay. So
I
who-
communicate that to. Yeah, well, we already established we have ways to send them back, but like,
Okay. All right. So who's staying in this room once I open this? Once I open.
I'm
Varys.
leaving because that shit's hot.
I'm going on Zen's beard. And I go on Zen's beard.
Yeah, the bees aren't gonna like that.
I
This
go
is
on-
our turf.
Just Chris-
I go in there anyways.
they don't have a very good relationship with spiders.
We're gonna
don't
have
you
to learn
recall?
to get on, okay?
Oh no, it wasn't spiders. It was actually it was spiders.
It was
wasn't
spiders. Then give them a. I'm coming in. Let
Yep.
them.
You
Let
talking
them
about
calm down.
those huge Japanese hornets that get they murder bees
Yeah.
because they want to.
I want to be
Dude,
friends
those are
with these
savages,
bees.
by the way.
Yeah.
I like doing bad things
Hey-
because it's
Hey
fun.
guys, it's me, Laszlo, but a spider. And
Like, don't worry, guys. He's cool. You know
Well,
that.
he's
I
one
go
of
up
the
to
good ones.
Varys, and Varys, I'm gonna have to put something on you so you don't instantly just.
Actually,
evaporate.
let me read the spell because if depending on what this if we actually no, we don't know. Actually, this might be a magic's proof like glass.
Well, we got to get him out. I'll get him out first. I
Well,
say
I'm-
over the network, but
I want to see what the requirements though of the spell because like let me read
Okay.
this. read the specifics because I want to see if we even need to.
It requires 1 pigeon.
Yeah.
Consumed on use.
Oh, no. Let me see. Banishment. Components.
Rock dove, please.
You attempt
That's
to
my
send one
Andrew
creature that
first.
you can see within range to another plane of existence.
If the
Elemental plane of
target,
water.
if the target is native to another plane, to a different plane
It
of
sends them back to
existence,
their
you
native
are-
plane, and if
Go
they
back to
don't
your
come,
country.
Go back to the plane of water and
so I guess the
cool
only
off.
question becomes: I can obviously I can see the creature.
Just dies.
Obviously, I can see the creature. The question becomes: does the glass?
Can I make a visual arcana check? It's alien tech. I probably wouldn't be able to. Is there any check that anyone in the group could make to possibly discern this glass type? And if
I mean,
so,
I have 2 level 4 spell slots. If we want to try
you
it
lick your
once.
finger and touch it.
You want to try it before
No, I'm
I
kidding.
start poking around?
Just melt.
First, just try it. See if it works.
Yeah, I have 2. I have 2 slots, so I'm only
Later,
going to be able.
bitch.
If it doesn't work, I
gotcha.
can only do this.
Actually, yeah, do it.
I can only do it one more time, so we have to be sure the second time.
Do it.
All right. I approach this. I approach. Actually, I can be within 60 feet. So, but
Ask him.
I
I'm gonna
tell
banish you.
the elemental. All right, I'm going to try to send you back to your home plane. I don't know if this glass will prevent it, but as long as you don't resist, you'll be sent back. If not, we'll resume trying to undo the glass.
Oh, also, by the way, we're gonna probably take if you want to ever take revenge upon them, just contact us. We're probably gonna be fighting them in a couple of months. If you want to
Give
take
them
some
business
revenge,
card.
here's our business card. We're the League of the
It just
Material
melts
Plane.
in their hand.
Oh, we finally have a name of the material plane. Does that mean there are leagues in other planes?
There's plenty of leagues in this plane.
Yeah, we need to clear the timeline. We need to get rid of the other leagues. Only one.
All right. Well, yeah, we're the League of the Material Plane. If you want to take revenge upon them, we're probably gonna be doing it in a couple of months.
All right.
Give them a thumbs up.
I approach.
Dude, you're flipping them off. This was
I approach pit boss. I approach and I attempt to cast banishment.
Adam, you have to let it work now. He called you pit boss.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, as much as I like the new nickname, as you do so, a series of runes beneath and above the creature begin to glow, almost as if they're reacting directly to your magic, and the creature is still in place.
Yeah.
Gotta get him out.
Figured as much.
All right.
Alright.
Well,
So it's not on the glass, it's just in the tube.
I'm just DM. I'm just gonna look at both consoles and be like, maybe if I do this switch in this rotation.
Do you want to do the
Be
DJ
smart.
turntable or the old school telephone dialer?
The DJ turntable.
Alright, so you got the 2 knobs on your left and right, and then the switches in the middle.
Turn the left one and knob. I don't know.
Counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise. I assume,
if
yeah.
is it? What is it? I mean,
I
what
mean,
does
it's
it look
alien
like,
tech,
Callus?
so I just gotta.
You got any deep speech on there, or is it what you got?
No, there isn't any.
Nope.
Okay.
Is your car wheel besides the logo on your... Is it labeled?
Adam, I don't drive video game cars. I don't know.
My stick shift is unlabeled.
I'm a spider, dude. It's like,
Does it look like there's even like any physical mechanisms that allow the tube to be
eat the wires.
released?
Most of the housing is pretty well covered by some layer of metal, so you don't want the wires exposed too much.
But does it look like there's like a... Does it look like it's designed to open in any way, or is it like, oh, we built this to stuff the thing in and never let it out, so there's no...
Yeah, there's
button?
there's no latches or handles or doors or anything. So, if anything, it would be, it's fucking maybe the floor drops out, or the ceiling opens up, and it fills with Nickelodeon goo, or gack, whatever the fuck they call it.
Something like that, yeah.
You mean get?
Whatever. All right. Well, so
Not to
what are you doing, Kalos? You're twisting the knob and then flicking a couple of switches.
Yeah, I'm over here just, I don't know what any of these things do. There's no labels.
That causes the bass to drop.
Ponder
I ponder, I look, and I do my thing. I beep boops, and I twist, and I turn.
You see a series of random movements from your boy Kalos. He kind of looks like he's like folding bread dough with
Damn, he's
the
good.
knobs,
This
and then
guy's
he
good.
goes over to the little knobs in the center and starts moving up and down, and then back again, and sometimes like interchangeably as one goes up, the other goes down. You can see what's happening in the tube for all of you who are onlooking, because currently Kalos has his back to the tube, so if he needs to like turn around every once in a while, is it working? Is it working? You can see like the tube begins to become like more opaque and then becomes translucent again, and it just keeps doing that every time he moves one switch up and down, so like it becomes solid, not solid, 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 not solid. The lighting changes and the begins to like fill with like smoke.
Huh. Guys, did it work? Oh God, is it open?
I think you're trying to smother it.
Oh God, I do my movement backwards.
What's it saying?
You can see as soon as Carlos turns one of the dials back up and the smoke eventually clears, you just see the elemental like arms crossed leaning up against the side of the tube. It's just like, yeah.
Not that one.
Yeah.
Not that one.
Not that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no, yeah.
All right. Well, I try the other one, and yeah.
What, the 3x3?
Yeah. Wait. So hold on. I'm sorry. The North console has a
It's
DJ,
the DJ turntable.
Just one of the DJ turntables, though. Like, right? Like, because DJ turntables have two of those things.
Well, that's what the knobs are on the left and right, and then the switch is in the middle.
Gotcha. Okay, so I do the other side.
So the one on the south side is the 9x9 buttons, like an old-timey phone.
Fuck.
000.
Well, maybe if we go down deeper, guys, maybe there's a manual.
You said there's another door, right?
Yeah, there's
So it
another
leads out of here,
door.
right, TM?
I don't want to just constantly just keep beep boop beep. And what happens if I kill her? Or it, them?
Whoa.
Yeah.
There is
Given
a
it's
door on the
environmental,
other
you just
side.
met courtesy, but not done.
There is another door on the opposite side. Crossing it probably is. It's probably very hot to the touch. Because it's been in this room for God knows for how long. And it could lead to, who knows? Could be unknown treasures. Could be room closet.
I heard unknown treasures. That's all I heard.
Got him.
Read them like a book.
Unknown broom closet.
Well, you could get ass blasted again, so just be careful.
Did you say dustpan?
Asbestos room 2.
The electric boogaloo.
Ooh, fiberglass, you love that. It's your favorite. Eat up.
I put that shit on everything. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like beans on toast.
Gronk appears.
Don't let Gronk in here.
Yeah, what the fuck out of here?
Gronk
the
sense disturbance in the force.
The beans are uneven.
So, what do you want to do? Now, it doesn't have to be just Kalos, but if anyone else who doesn't have fire retardation...
I'm outside of the room, so.
I've got fire retardation.
I don't want to get crispy.
There.
All right, I'm gonna open this door up.
I'm attached
Varys, get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Before you send Kalos on any more like suicide missions, not Kalos,
Krios?
Krios, can I get into the swaddle?
Into the what?
He's got his
Like,
little kit.
baby knapsack.
I haven't made it yet.
Oh,
He can carry you. He's pretty strong. He can carry you if you want.
All right, I want him to wife carry me so I can
Alright.
rest a bit.
Sure.
I'll wait on the other side of this door before Callis opens it, and then when he gives me the go-ahead, I'll catch up with him.
All right, I'm opening this door up. Person, lady in the tube. Hopefully, we'll find you an exit plan. Give us a sec. And I check for traps first.
You lick the doorknob.
So, come here.
You must like the doorknob.
Hurry up. They're waiting.
Pit boss is angry.
No, actually roll it. Don't just pick a number.
20!
This
Hold
kid's
on,
rolling
guys.
hot. It's funny every single time.
Well, it
I
has
kinda-
to be up here. It fell.
I kind of
That
enjoy the
doesn't
number
count.
1 a lot now. It's not.
Don't
It's
throw
very
it too
simple.
Kid, how old are you? 8? Ooh.
No!
17. 17 plus 15, 32.
While it's not trapped, you do suspect the large amount of intense heat for over such a long period of time might have melted some of the mechanisms that either hold the door closed or prevent it from opening. Who knows? If you melt the locks, does it just make it worse, or does it make it easier to open?
I don't know, but we're about to find out.
Hey guys,
Zip,
here's the lockpicking lawyer here with us.
make sure
Dude.
you got something to heal me. And I try to see if I can budge it open.
Alright, I need a strength check.
Thanks, Roller. Hey. Come
You're
here.
not done! Get back in the mines!
You're never done. We've got 8 hours.
Yeah.
You want to get a nugget? You want to eat food?
You get 1 for every nat 20 you get.
You want to see Monday? You gotta roll these dice.
Monday's school fun.
Just a regular strength check.
Mm-hmm.
16 total.
Sorry, you noodly armed. Sorry, it's not opening.
Guys, it's not budging.
Can't you fix up the console with your fancy tools?
Well, the thing is, right, is if I just keep poking it, I might kill them. I don't want to.
Why would that be a function?
It might drain all of her
Caution.
energy. Yeah.
If this is if she powers the ship, then they wouldn't want. They'd
Could
have
it go
fail safes in place to keep.
supernova? Like
Stop saying
self-destruct?
words.
You don't know that.
Don't say these crazy words.
Did you say solar flare?
Blow up.
Hated started Helldivers. How long will he wait?
Sunday at 11:20. People are in
could be
church.
decent.
Come on.
Everyone is in.
Why would you be in the
church.
church when you could defend democracy?
True. It's what God
Uh,
intended.
What's God ever done for people?
You know what? I know the DC is gonna be higher, but can can Krios give me advantage?
He can roll it himself, and you can clap.
Can Zip
Yes.
clap while he's being held?
I'd be insulted if you didn't.
I think Krios does have. Nope, he has the exact same number as me.
The way to disintegrate the door.
Oh,
Or
the princess and her 10-foot pole.
Ah, see, I know you're caught up in the lore.
No, he brings it up all the time.
it's active lore. It's still lore though.
I don't think the 10-foot pole is actually as many traps or like cleared it away as much as he's convinced it has. That's
It'll come in
One
handy.
time that it works immediately, is 10 times.
Worth. I agree.
Do you remember what happened in campaign 1 with the paper and the hole in the ceiling?
no, he's been living the high off of that story for
And
like the last
let him live
5
the
years.
high. Let him live the fucking high, because that was cool as shit. And I hope he fucking does it again. When we went to the bank for like an hour in the game.
I can keep poking the consoles. I could also cast a spell that will give me something that is stronger than me and Krios.
I messaged you. It's up to you. Seeing as like a spell got absorbed when it was on this thing, I would try disintegrate the mirror, the glass housing, but I don't know if it'll work.
Well, I don't have that. Do you?
I got
Seeing how
that.
it can
That's what I'm
keep
saying.
that thing inside, I don't know
Yeah.
if it will work.
We need to figure out the doohickey on the left and right. If you think there's something on the other side that could lean credence to that, then
All
I
right.
will.
Time to bust out the paper. Let's take a look.
I'm just
Okay.
looking for some
What
sort
paper?
of user
There's-
manual for the
There's
ship.
2 panels, one in the north, one in the south, right?
Yeah, one has got
One looks like a DJ
turntables. Yeah,
Turntables. Is it just the 2 discs, or is there like switches?
there's one disc and 2 things on the sides of them. Adam said, right?
No, it's opposite. There's knobs in the center, and then,
2 turntables.
2
Okay.
orbs on the left and right.
So let's start with the left orb, right, and then just turn that
Alright,
down and see
so-
what that does.
The lorb.
And then on the south side, there's a 3x3.
Yeah, like a
Is
1
it buttons,
to 9.
or Adam described it as something else? He described them as what?
Buttons. Like on an
Could I-
old phone.
Oh, they're just literal
Could-
buttons.
yeah, 1 through 9.
Could I
Yeah, but they're not
could
numbered.
Could I investigate those buttons like they do in the movies when they see how like frequently certain ones are pressed? Maybe.
Well, what does that mean to you? Because
To see if there's a code associated with it, maybe.
oh yeah, just get the black light and then spray it with
Yeah,
the solvent.
Someone nutted here.
Well, do you have a black light?
No.
Okay, so how are you gonna do it? There's just not. There's not.
It's not actually. What the heck's Froome's Phil?
Yeah, the creatures that
I
produce asexual.
Guys, do you think we should just go through and like do one thing at a time, see what it does? Like, oh, this knob goes up, instead of just doing all of them, like just to isolate it.
You know what we haven't done? We haven't looked around in this room to see if there's a user manual.
Why would they just have that? Like, I don't know.
So the fire elemental can see how they get out, but they can't get out. So
it's a book.
Effect.
It's right there. You know. Like...
I don't know if a book.
I mean, these were psychic beings of.
It's probably like on a flesh.
By their own claims of higher intelligence, would they really not remember how to work their own?
So we probably want to make this thing as translucent as it can be, not smoke.
Yep.
So so the right thing was the right turntable was the smoke. The left turntable was the opacity.
We don't know. Well, let's figure that out.
No, because we saw Kalos hit each of the buttons on the first one. So.
But Adam just described it as doing them all at the same time. So we should. There's like various things were happening, but Henry didn't go. I'm pressing this one specifically. So we should probably figure that out. Do the like one
the scientific method.
Yeah, let's do the left side south turntable, or the left turntable first, and see what that does. I think that might be our best bet, and then work through, and then see like, are you in pain? And then if you're screaming, probably yes, and then.
Or you should probably do that.
Ah, it's working. So let's do that. I mean, that probably works the best. And I'm a little spider, and I probably can't articulate these things, so someone that can...
It would take at least 50 spiders.
Heave! Oh! So try that out, and then see what it does. That'll probably be best. And if it all comes... I can't... disintegrate is 60 feet, so I can't turn into a big me and then do it, so that's out of the cards. I just realised.
I mean,
left turntable it is.
Left turntable, left thing. Yeah. What does that do if we lower it? See what that does, Carlos.
I do it.
What direction do you move the lorb, the left orb?
Clockwise.
Clockwise, so that's this way. Hold on, is my camera mirrored anymore? Oh, no, I'm good. So, you begin to turn it clockwise. Doing so makes it rotate to the right, and doing so begins to change the glass to be spectrum. It's turning indigo.
Are you in pain? I turn to the thing.
The creature is still leaning up against the side of the glass, arms folded.
If you give us answers, then we'll be able to get you out. If you cross your arms,
I think that's a no if they're not reacting.
Oh, okay.
Now I turn it to the left. To the left. To the left. Everything you own.
You turn it all the way until the left spectrum it hits red.
Colors.
Yes.
Is she still cross-armed?
Yeah, but now it's really hard to see because it's a flaming creature inside of a red tube. So.
Okay. Ask them what color was this when they were using you as a battery and taking your power.
Yes, I asked that question.
The walls were blackened.
Oh, you couldn't see. You couldn't see out. Okay. You can see through now, so that's probably good. That means you're not in.
I wonder if we hit it hard enough, if it'll break.
Yeah, we got more knobs to turn before we unga bunga. Okay, we got this.
Channeling my Turok, my inner Turok.
Yeah, well, who's that? He would break it now. Did you have another orb to turn?
What happens if I do it at the same time, Dan? What happens if I turn the left one left and then the right one right?
Well, the left one is the only one we've been using. That's what does the color.
So we don't know what the right orb does yet.
Yeah, but what happens if I do it in combination with the left one?
But you don't know what the right one does yet.
Well, that's why. You turn the
We'll
right.
do one at a time.
Do one at a time and then do it afterwards.
I put back the left one where it was, center, and I clockwise the right one.
Clockwise.
The shit out of me.
Double drifting.
You begin turning that one, and turning it to the right makes it incredibly... you know that one commercial with the Windex and the crows keep running into the wall because they can't see through it?
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really see-through to the point where it almost looks like you freed them. Wow, the glass is gone. But it's just really, really see-through.
Really? Okay. This might be good.
Okay. And you said that there was like a little knob in the middle, right? Between the two DJ sets?
Several knobs. This
Did I
one can-
poke one of these knobs?
One of the knobs larger than the other, like an open button.
They're uniform.
Fuck.
I pressed one of the knobs.
I have a series of knobs, and I must dictate which one you are moving, because I actually do have a picture. I'm not going to show you, though, I'm just saying.
Oh, Adam, just show us, bro.
There's
Is there any-
4.
Well, if you can see it in game, you should probably show it, right?
Yep, they're labeled on my whiteboard.
The one to open the thing.
Open the
There's a
here.
series of, from left to right, there's 4 knobs, all unlabeled.
Left to right.
You fuck it.
Okay, so I'll press number 1.
Number 1, fills the tube with smoke.
That's wrong.
Wrong.
Move.
No, wait,
I let
she's
go.
crossing her arms even harder.
Number 2.
Number 2 sucks the smoke out.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. Number 3 is
What?
Threeist.
Tres.
Oh, tres.
Prius?
Threest.
Uno, dos, tres,
Forced.
You can see the runes on the heading and the floor begin to emanate. They look whitish, like my keyboard.
Is that a good thing?
She crossing her arms.
Is that the same color they were when they lit up when I tried to cast the spell?
Yes.
Okay. See what 4 does.
4.
The rune's dull.
Okay.
Okay, so let's try red. Let's try right 3. Did I try right 3 and turn the other one?
Well, 3's like activated,
3 seemed to activate the rune.
so probably 4 and then
4
the right
seemed
one.
to turn it off.
But the 4 we haven't done right orb counterclockwise yet.
Okay, so
But
red
yeah,
orb,
we've got
counterclock.
that. That would just mean it all goes not see through. So we want it to be see through probably.
What
We
happens
should
if
probably
I
figure.
turn
We should
the
probably figure it out like what it does if it goes.
Alright.
right orb counterclockwise? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It turns into a dark cobalt black with a texture of
Ooh,
Kevlar.
that's no bueno. That's no bueno.
Okay, so that's so you
So
can't see
the
out.
logic that you're seeing seems to be like at least the starting point is right orb clockwise and the left knob to dull.
Yeah. The left 4th knob, to dull the magic and make sure it's extremely see through.
So right 4. Now, do we turn left the left knob to see if anything, if a combination of
Well,
these?
we take it one step at a time, see what each step does, and then we
Yeah, no, we've got to see
scientific
what's on
method,
the.
Mister.
Okay.
We've got to
Mr.
see,
Artisan.
Mr. Scientist.
So right knob is clockwise. Press 4 and then turn knob counterclockwise. The left one.
Well, let's see what the first 2 does, and then we'll mess with the left orb.
Turning the right knob all the way counterclockwise causes the glass to become incredibly see-through, almost invisible. The runes are now dull, but you can still kind of see where they're etched in to the floor and the ceiling, but they're just not turned on. They're embossed into the floor. And now you're going to play with the color palette. You're going to turn it all the way. Now take in mind, this thing has every spectrum of color on the rainbow. Far to the left-hand side is red, and then Roy G. Biv violet is on the far right.
Are the
Sorry, I didn't say
On
indigo
the-
before, it's supposed to be violet.
on the other side? Do any of those
Exactly.
buttons have any colors on them?
Hold on, I'm just writing violet.
I'll
Okay.
skedaddle over there as a spider just to give, while Callus is doing that, to give him information before he heads over, I suppose.
As you push the buttons, as you get to the buttons, you haven't pushed anything yet.
No, I haven't touched
It's a
nothing.
total of 9 buttons in a row of 3 by 3.
Okay.
Currently, you have... Hold on. Did you move the left knob yet, or no?
They told me not to.
Well, we
Okay.
moved it a couple times before, but not since someone moved
Not
over.
yeah, not in combination with right and 4.
Okay, so right now it's centered. Correct?
The left one, yes.
Yeah. Alright, so you have a series of buttons on the right-hand side
Mm-hmm.
of the right column.
Yep.
You have 3 of them are lit up on the right column. And on the middle column, the middle button of the column is, so the centermost one.
So there's 4 lit in total, and it's
All of
3
the
on the
things
right,
on the right-hand side,
and then 1 in the middle.
and
Gotcha.
then 1
okay.
in the middle in column 2. Everything on the left-hand column is currently dull. There are no lights. I mean, the lights don't have a symbol or anything. They're just like a blank LED. We use gamer RGBs in here.
Sure.
Should have drawn this a little bit.
I relay that. I'm drawing it out now. So you said on the left and right orb, there's a centered, a left, and a right position.
Yes,
that
it
what
goes
you're-
it
yeah.
goes through the rainbow
Okay.
color spectrum, but centering it is neutral.
Okay. So left is currently in neutral.
And if you're curious as to where the central is, you know how on a ship's wheel it has that little metal bit that tells you when you're centered? If any of you have played
Yeah.
any sailing
Yeah.
games or sailed in real life, I don't know.
Okay. I relay that information to Callus and goes, if you try turning one of the orbs differently, we've got to see if it makes any change.
Sorry,
So
my dice roller pulled me aside to
Sorry.
spell.
So we've got
Jeez, where are they?
on the right hand side. I've relayed to you that we've got in a 3x3 grid. We've got 3 lit on the right column and then 1 in the middle of the 9 slot lights. So I was going to say if you move one of the orbs a different direction and see if it changes. So currently we have the left hand side orb neutral
centered.
in the neutral, yeah, and we have the right orb to the right. So it's gone, clockwise, so it's really see-through. So if you want to maybe change one of the other ones to a different position and see what we get.
I'll change it. I'll change position.
Change one thing, and then I'll draw it down, and we can.
The right DJ goes back to the middle.
So that's going to be so we have both of them in neutral. Let's
Yeah.
see what that does. Right.
Bofa. Centering the rightmost orb dulls all of the lights completely in the right-hand column.
Okay, so it's just in the center now.
Mm-hmm. So the only light that's currently on is the dead center.
Okay.
And that's because you currently have the runes set to dull also.
Okay. What happens if we move the color one without moving the opacity?
So that's
one?
the left orb. Yeah, let's move the left orb to the left.
The left
So,
orb going to the
counterclockwise.
left, so eventually it's towards the color spectrum of red.
What does that do to the 3x3?
On the left-hand column, so that's the left hand up and down, as you move it towards the left, the top, then middle, then bottom left, in sequence. If you were turning if you were turning it slowly, it would turn on one at a time.
So top left, middle, and then bottom left. There's only 3 total, so it goes like diagonal right, diagonal left. Okay. On the glass enclosure, does it look like there's any like, oh, here's a door that could eventually be opened, or is it just a solid
tube?
Okay.
Tube, if you will.
If I go up to
Tubular?
it, DM, and I just knock on it, how hard is it?
Glassy and hard. It does not make
my
a
hand.
noise.
Alright, I think we should just turn the right knob to the right.
Okay.
And then press buttons on the other column.
So you've got this one currently is in the left. Yeah, put the right one to the right and see what that does.
You turn it all the way to the glassy setting, filling up all of the right-hand column with lights.
and then someone
All apart. Okay.
and someone
So
go
if
press
that,
those buttons.
so if the logic stays, 7 of the 9 are lit up.
So we want me to press the lit buttons?
Yeah.
Can a spider even do that? Are they, do I have? If all the spiders go on one at one time, does it press them down?
If they jump,
I mean, I was articulate buttons.
I mean, there's 4 other people in the room if you would need someone to press
No,
the button.
no,
Oh,
no.
I thought you. I thought you all left. Sorry, because it was.
He's
gonna
an
be hot.
independent.
If you were in the
spider,
room as well, like
man.
press
Varys, wanna-
these. Varys, press them.
Which one?
The ones that are lit.
You currently have all of left column, all of right column, and centermost only lit. So that means that top, middle, and top, middle, and bottom middle are dull.
What happens if you just press the middle one?
Yeah, let's press one button at a time, see what it does.
Okay.
So it makes the letter H.
Yeah.
For help.
Homo.
What
oh.
the fuck, Dan?
How are we feeling about the middle button? We want to try that?
I'd go for that one.
Hobo.
Have it.
On the 3x3?
3x3, yeah, middle button. That's what we voted, right?
Number 5, if it was on.
Yeah, it would be number
numpad,
5.
Yeah, we've all got keyboards, so we'll use that as a reference.
I don't have. I have a 3/4 keyboard, so.
Well,
Boo.
you know the answer, so it's fine.
Here's a beep, 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 beep. Oh, it's getting
It just-
faster.
Zip's gonna run.
Where to?
Up the hole.
Sure. So you see.
Krios and Zip just dip out.
So you
Just-
see Zip scrambling underneath the dome, and then he gets to the 45-degree jump, and he's just like just crawling like a rat, or could do something else.
Does it keep beeping?
It beeps until it gets faster, and then you can hear the creature inside of the tube. What's my best thing for screaming? Hold on.
Oh God.
Hold on. Do I have a soundboard
If
for?
we kill it, there's not a problem anymore, I guess.
Yeah,
but,
I guess so.
But it might be a problem for us because it's screaming. Not okay.
If I press it again, I'm guessing that doesn't help.
Give me more. No, it's on hurt mode. Maybe the H is.
Hmm. Nope. That's.
You just say it
uh,
screams.
that's-
Just admit it screams.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, yeah. You guys can keep going. I'm gonna look for a sound, but
Okay.
pushing the button again.
Gotta look for the screaming.
All right, so the
Yeah.
middle button lit up because we hit the right knob, right? And that was the one that dulled the runes. If we reset the runes, does that like deactivate the screaming thing?
Oh, sorry. What? The runes?
Because like that because we hit that knob, that's what was lit up. Am I misremembering how?
So you set it to no runes, and that caused the middle column center button to light up.
All right, so if we want to reset that,
Did you hit the center button? Is that what caused
Well,
it?
that's-
We have to
yeah.
press 3 again on the left panel
so yeah, hit the third button.
Yeah.
Maybe.
to activate the runes.
The middle light dulls as the runes turn on. So now you have nothing.
She's still screaming.
Well, you have nothing in the center column filled, and the screaming stops. I couldn't find a scream that wasn't in the
Okay.
anime folder. I don't want to
Just do
click
Patrick.
that one.
Well,
Well, I need to make my own personal soundboard.
do we want to have? Do we want to have try all these lights off?
Maybe. If
So if we go
all on caused the beeping, right?
Yeah. If we go neutral on the orbs, which that will only leave the middle one, and then we just turn
Alright.
the runes on, and then it will be nothing.
Well, the runes turned on. I'm trying to like trace.
Well, you press 3 again, and it turned the middle one off. So that's if we have everything off. That's what we'll achieve.
All right, then let's reset everything. Then
Yeah.
let's
So
reset.
neutral, and then press 3, and then everything is off. There'll be no lights on the.
Okay, it's completely blank. Thankfully,
What?
I
Zip
just-
comes back in completely You
You are a pussy. Down with the ship, or not at all?
The ships are in down.
More down. What?
Literally underground.
Ask her, is she able to do anything now? All the lights are off here. We're trying to figure out for you what that does. I relay that to them. It is alien tech for us.
It's alien technology for me too.
Sure. So thank you for understanding. Are you able to do anything now? I think it's in a powered down state.
She knocks on the glass again, and it's
Still
nothing.
glass.
It's still glass.
Still glass.
Okay.
Who's the strongest person here?
Well, we haven't explored. Going back to the
Nautilus?
physically, yes. Going back to the what's it called? The DJ, the two turntables.
Sure.
What happens if you turn them say we turned the right thing to the clockwise, and that made it transparent, and it lit up the. What happens if we turn it the opposite way to make it opaque? What does it do to the lights there?
Turning it all the way to the left or counterclockwise would turn the lights on the 9-button grid. Rather than turning up in intensity, they are now devoid of intensity in a negative fashion. So if like a button wasn't lit up, that's neutral. If it has like a white LED, then it's in one phase. And the second one turns it basically like pitch black. Like it's actually actively eating light.
Is that all of them, or just the first column?
Right-hand column, numbers, top, middle, and bottom. That's not a number. Buttons.
3,
position.
6, and 9.
Yes. We could number them, I guess, yeah.
Well, these jet black, no?
Yeah, they're jet black. Like they're actively eating light.
That's probably is the elemental being eaten.
You can't see. You've turned it all the way to the left, so
Okay,
it's turned the thing
reset
completely.
Reset the right turntable.
It's in neutral. Yeah.
Now it's regular opaque.
Okay.
Or like
turn the left panel to ultraviolet. Because the right, turning it to infrared.
So that counterclockwise?
No, this would be. Well, I actually don't remember. Is it whichever? Because we turned it to the red. Red lit it up.
Clockwise goes indigo. So that'll So clockwise. Sorry.
Yeah.
The button turns void black, and now it's really purple in the tube. Looks like a Mass Effect nightclub.
Oh no, we all start awkwardly dancing.
So 3, 6, 9 are jet black. Right?
So, well, right now 3, 6, 9, you've turned it back to neutral, so they're unlit. But now 1, 4, and 7 are jet black.
So we need to figure out the jet black in the middle now.
So of the knobs,
3 on. Well, pressing 3 made one of them. What does that do?
Return the rune. Wait, actually. So what are we doing?
Let's press the 3 rune to see if that turns it jet black or a different color. Do we have like clear, white, jet black? That's
So
what we have.
if you hit 3, that turns the runes on.
Okay, so
which technically is actually their neutral state.
Okay. So when they're off, if you press 3 again, what does that do to
If you hit 4 on the panel, it turns the runes off, but turns the button on.
Okay. So button knob 1 puts smoke in, but knob 2
and knob 2 sucks the smoke out. Yeah, and then 3 and 4 turn it on and off runes.
Okay. And I say this through the mental link. I don't say this out loud. God is one of them. Do you think if we just rescue him and come back here, he'll be able to be like, "Oh, this is how you do it, guys"?
Who?
Because at this point, we're just bashing our heads against the wall and trying to figure this
We're
out.
so close, maybe.
Are we?
I don't know. I don't think
we don't know.
We don't know what state Scott will be in.
Yeah.
It's a long time to leave someone here that we said would help.
especially when we don't know how long we're gonna be gone.
Exactly.
Is that a really bad idea?
Okay, hitting it with rocks.
Okay.
We have technology.
Ask them, is the smoke bad? Is it hurting them? Or is the sucking bad? Out of context.
Sucking usually isn't that bad, Dan.
Well, that might be bad for them. I don't know. Please relay that, someone. I'm a little spider.
I relay that.
I don't know if I want to say, is this...
If we press 1, is this painful?
The smoke is an annoyance more than anything else.
Okay. What about when it's removing sucking, if you will?
That is the default state.
Okay. Before we do that, let's see what happens. So let's turn ultraviolet opaque. What is it? Does that just black out the 2 columns on the side of the numbers?
If you turn it ultraviolet, it turns the left-hand column pitch black. If you make it completely opaque on the right column, where it's a solid tube, now it's like a jet black tube with a purplish hue to it.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And the middle column for the 3x3 is still neutral, right? It's not.
You haven't touched anything. The runes are currently on, so no buttons are lit.
No buttons are lit.
With the runes on. So now you can't even see the creature inside in your current state.
Okay. So reset. Reset both.
Okay, everything is unlit.
And it's specifically when we turn the runes off that the middle button lights up?
The middle button, the centermost one, which would be
Yeah, that's
5.
what that 5 is the only one
Yeah.
that's got. What color is that one?
white.
White.
And that's with the runes off. With runes on, there's no lights at all.
What happens if you turn the smoke on? Do any of these light up?
Position 2 and position 8 line up white.
Position
Or
2.
glow up. What? Turn on. Whatever.
Okay.
Okay. We want a chance turning infrared transparent?
Are you trying to get 4 and 6 on?
Well, basically, look, Adam said if the smoke is on and the, what's it
Yeah.
called? The runes are off, the middle column lights up. So what happens if do we want a chance seeing what happens if they're all lit up? We want to turn because infrared lights it up and transparent lights it up. So if we just turn those all the way, what does that do?
Okay.
Do we want to chance it?
Sure.
Okay, so all the way to red on the left-hand side. Nice and crystal clear in terms of opacity on the right-hand side. Runes off and smoke on. So that means you guys are just looking at, like, because the glass is so transparent now, it just looks like a solid tube of red smoke. Kind of looks pretty cool, like a beam me up, Scotty kind of thing. And all of the lights are now currently bright LED white.
Ask him, how about now?
I cannot see. Everything is very red.
Give the glass a punch, I guess?
I
Or
think
whatever.
she's mad.
You can hear a tap on the glass, and you can hear, like, a little tink. It doesn't sound fleshy because they don't have a flesh
Okay.
fist.
All right, when I tapped the button, it hurt them. What were the rest of the buttons doing when I? Well, Were they all lit up when I tapped the button the first time and it hurt, or?
When it hurt, it was in the H
It
position.
was shaped like an H,
Yeah.
where 2 and 8 were grayed out.
The rest of the room doesn't light up. Like the rest of the room doesn't like feel like the shape of it. It's circular, right? It doesn't correspond with the 3x3 grid.
So the room shape is kind of ovular because it's still part of the ship, which is just one long tube, but it's having the sides of it pushed out a little bit to accommodate a little bit more room. So it would kind of look like if it was a big snake, it would look like the bulge of something that it swallowed in its throat. That's what this room would kind of look like, looking outside. As also, who's not in the room?
No, I think I was waiting outside. Who else is outside?
Zip.
Zip, right?
Zip, yeah, he ran out.
Yeah, Zip and Krios too.
Bravely.
So,
Valiantly.
Zip and Laszlo, what are your passive perceptions?
14. I remember that because I don't like it.
My passive perception is 15.
And Zen, you're also outside.
Yes, my passive. What was passive? It's wisdom plus 10.
And if you have proficiency in
Perception, no.
Yeah.
So mine is 14.
Krios is also outside, and he has a stupid high perception.
What was the number? 20 something, right?
20 total.
Yeah.
the panic button is currently lit.
The panic button?
But it has a button that says panic.
Last time you guys were here inside the hallway, there was a series of things that said like breakaway, weapons, and there was a glass dome which housed a panic button.
Oh, okay. But I relay that to Varus,
Is it
or
time to panic?
whoever. Or actually, if the cat's seeing it, then that's relayed to Kalos, and then Kalos can tell Varus.
He'll point
I
it
love
out to
playing
you.
telephone.
Yeah, and then we relay that information to Varus as he's done that. So
The neighbor was chewing on what now?
My instinct is to say not to press the panic button because
Sure.
that feels like that's a
Good,
fail-safe in case the elemental is about to escape.
So whatever setting you have, probably change it from that, and then we'll let you know if maybe any other things light up.
Okay. They're all lit up.
It doesn't look like there's like a keyhole or something. Like we're missing an object, or is it just
Buttons, switches, and lights.
Okay.
No keyholes here. Technology. Oh yeah, you missed the button says open hatch.
open near me?
That's me.
So middle. With 3 is just one in the middle. Okay. Could we do like detect magic maybe and see if there's any magical auras on the glass? Or it'll probably be on the runes, and then we can determine what magic may be going on. Do you think that'd be a good idea? Then we could maybe
Worth a
cast a
shot.
spell magic,
Worth a
and then,
shot.
and then we could just beat the glass up.
Hey, dice roller. I need you.
What?
Because you can't cast it, so I'm going to have to cast
No,
it.
that's what I said in the network. It's like a little
Do you
idea.
have magical brick?
Ooh, okay. What number is that?
60,
Tell them, not me.
We heard that.
69.
69. Okay.
69.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, I'll cast Detect Magic.
Did you say? Hold on.
Partially
Necromancy? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Not as much as funny, haha, it would be. It's not necromancy.
Is it abjuration?
It's yo mama is so.
Your mother?
Your mama ration?
It's abjuration.
Abjuration. Okay.
I know this is gonna be so dumb, but to
Hmm?
ask because you're gonna be like, you can't tell by that by doing that. But is there any way that I can do some sort of Arcana check to see how powerful those runes are?
The silence is telling.
Right? I just know
No,
he's
no,
gonna be like,
the pit
nah, bro.
master's thinking. He's thinking.
It's
Yeah,
like,
pit
nah, bro,
boss.
that'll make no sense. You want me to just tell you what the answer is for this puzzle too?
You want a Binky and Baba? Let me just see what Arcana checks can specifically suss out.
You're kind
Your
of
intelligence check measures your ability to recall lore about spells, magic items, eldritch symbols, magical traditions, the planes of existence, and the inhabitants of those planes. That's what it says for Arcana.
You could tell that it was made by an eldritch being. Yeah, I don't think Arcana would tell you, hey, this is a level 8.
You may be able to discern if it's like, is it a glyph of warding? Is it maybe one of those spells or something?
Would identify tell us what that does?
It'll take me 10 minutes though. 11 minutes.
No, it's not like we're making too much headway. So what's 10 minutes?
If it's magic item or other magically imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement. So yeah, that should be able to, you know, if any spells are affecting the item and what they are.
All right.
So yeah, that seems like a
ritually cast identify.
If you can't touch the creature. Okay.
What's the range on that?
100. Oh, touch.
Nope. Never mind.
I could do it. Oh no, it's going to be 11 minutes. The spider will just blow up.
Well, I can have mini zip do it, but how is he going to get inside of the tube?
If you knew
Must
that
be-
answer, we wouldn't be here in the
Yeah.
first place.
Oh,
From
so
the
the glyphs are inside the tube. They're not.
Yeah.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
If I just eat the tube, then the glyphs will be inside me.
Honestly, I am so stumped.
Do you want me to if I can go big, but it may like the structural integrity of this place may go, but I could probably skedaddle, go big, and then disintegrate the door and see what's on the other side, because it may have something if we're stumped. And if not, then we could just...
I mean, I could try it one more time before you do that.
Are you going to summon something, right, to pop
No.
the door open?
Well, yes, but I could just try it myself one more time. I wasn't really inspired to do it last time
Don't we have
around.
like
You know
a
what I'm saying?
crowbar, maybe?
You have a crowbar. I'll give you a crowbar. Give him a crowbar. Big, I go outside, big, and then crowbar's outside, get a crowbar.
I'll just go in my bag of holding and take out my crowbar.
You got your own crowbar?
I got
Nice.
my own crowbar. Yeah, I'm just gonna...
I go get my crowbar and come back. You get advantage.
I'll get advantage. I'll give
Right,
myself.
I'm ready.
+5.
I'm ready.
I'll give myself a +5.
Got D6 as well.
I'll give myself a D6 as well. Hey, dice roller. Come here.
Leave me alone.
Please,
Please
I'm just
play
trying to play
Fortnite.
games.
It's okay.
I love Fortnite.
You already died.
What?
Oh, ooh.
Ooh, you dead yet?
Roasted.
That was only temporary. He came back.
Henry, you need to scream the word at them if you...
And he's like, how do I reach these kids?
Ooh, okay, that 17 is pretty good. What's that? 23, 28 total.
I've increased the DC because you're trying again, so no, that
Yeah.
fails.
28 fails? Oh,
Mhm.
God. Well, if it's a melted door, I guess.
Alright,
Alright.
yeah, disintegrate this bitch.
Okay, I'll do that.
The large lad is going to come forth.
Yeah, and I'll have to disintegrate the door to make a hole through
Your
it.
head immediately hits the ceiling.
Ow!
Bong.
Worth it though. And then I cast disintegrate on the door.
The door dodges.
The door opens its mouth and eats the spell.
Go
Yeah,
ahead
Adam.
and I need to know how much damage it is, because in theory you could roll so incredibly low that I laugh at you in real life.
Okay,
What do you get? You
Just
got
in
a
theory,
dice
though.
plus 40, right?
71 damage.
Oh, damn.
It's still good. Don't worry.
Hold
Can't
on,
go through. Haha,
I
fuck
just
you.
gotta check door health. Give me a sec. Because it can be quite the
This
sturdy
spell
door.
automatically disintegrates a large or smaller non-magical object or creation of magical force. So is this non-magical?
Oh yeah, it's not. It's just a door.
Get that door going. But yeah, 71.
Alrighty, so, please
Asbestos.
describe the shape of your disintegrate. Is it like a little heart?
Big heart.
Also, because it's a bead, how
Yeah.
big is the bead? Like anal bead? That's not very
It's
big.
the object, so it destroys the door.
Alright, well, this thing is melted together, so... the
Oh
structural
shit.
the whole structural integrity of this thing's already kind of sus. So, you know that sequence at every Metroid
I'm
game?
large. Hold the door
Where
open.
everything starts collapsing?
Yeah.
Kalos, quick, look for a manual.
Is it just another hallway?
It's a hallway that leads into another room, and it's beginning to fall apart. The roof is caving in on you guys.
Yeah, Zip's just gonna cheese it.
I'll follow Zip. We're both fast.
Oh, that's.
I assume he's fast because he's a goblin.
That's
Goblins have a...
Hey,
Reverse racism.
as this thing goes down, Creo's carrying Zip runs out. You can teleport us out, right? Big Lass?
No,
No? Oh shit.
I do
Read
have
us
the
right?
spell slot, yeah, but what's down the corridor?
Another room.
It's a corridor and then another door. It kind of looks like the room that you guys walked in through here. So there's little chamber, tube, kind of that kind of thing. Like a little, link.
And it's
connecting
only
big snake.
collapsing from that end?
The immediate door frame around where you disintegrated, but it's also causing a chain reaction effect, where you
Okay.
can see panels beginning to fall from the ceiling, the crushing weight of the earth of over 50 feet worth of dirt straight up is collapsing in on itself, yeah.
If I shoot an arrow at the glass tube,
Sure.
does it just bounce off?
I'm gonna continue going through. Kalos, run with me, or
Run.
I'll go small, and then I can teleport us up if we.
Okay,
get
good.
to
Ferris, get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Look, we're gonna look for. Our passive investigation. Mine is pet 19. What is yours?
God, I'm expertise now.
Okay, what do we get? What is the minus for us running down this corridor as it's starting to collapse? But are we able to?
Investigation versus perception. This would be
25, I
perception,
guess.
not investigation.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm good at those now. 15 for me.
Okay. So there's a corridor and a door at the end.
Yeah, you'd be running through the corridor. The
Okay,
ceiling
we'll
would
beam it.
immediately
We'll
collapse behind you.
Sure. Okay. Then we will open the door.
And now you're in a
yeah.
dark tunnel together.
Okay.
And there's the
Shut
door.
up!
Yeah.
Don't make it
Kiss
gay.
him. Kiss him.
This is the time.
I grab his tiny little ass.
Ugh,
the fuck.
multiple.
Okay. Well, yeah.
poop
There's a
from there.
door.
Near the door. I shove open the door.
It's strength check, please.
God fucking damn it! Give myself my last inspiration. 18. 20. What's that? 24.
Yep. Well, this one's not melted, so it opens much easier.
Okay.
Fantastic. I have
Oh.
no more.
I relayed
flesh
to the
in me.
group. You've got it through to the door, but the way is collapsed. Right.
You make
What-
it
what-
to the other
what-
side.
What do we
Rest of
see,
you?
DM?
Ah, I'm glad you asked, tiny gaggle of spiders, crawling inside of Kalos's ears, specifically.
Why must you give me these body horrors?
I just
because-
go in his eyes. No.
You guys ever see that thing where it's like someone's like cleaning someone's ears and like a little spider crawls out?
Oh,
and then
yes,
crawls
I-
back
yeah.
in.
Oh God, wow.
I want to be sat on a little throne, but there's
In
just
his
one.
brain?
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Sorry.
Like Plankton or controlling.
Oh yeah, the little two levers. That,
Yeah.
Okay. Like maximum overdrive. Wait, different contraption. Anyways, so you two, everyone else fled the room. Now, technically speaking, just cutting back to the elemental room right there, it is, while the door that was melted is collapsed inwards, it hasn't miraculously freed the elemental. I'm just pointing it out there. So they're
I'm
still in
free.
there.
Fuck.
And so this is Kalos and Laszlo on the other side of the rubble. After the smoke clears and you guys get through the other door, you enter a new chamber, also ovular and slightly bowed out on the sides to make room for extra furniture and what have you. There are a series of humanoid figures on the walls. They're like action figures, like just plastered up against the wall and like not T-posing, like A posing.
Okay.
They are looking like carbon copies of each other. All of them are exactly the same. They have incredibly blank expressions on their face. No hair, no clothes, but they don't have a schlong or a vagine, so there's nothing there. It's like a bunch of gray-skinned mannequins A-framing against the wall. Looking straight forward, but looking at nothing in particular.
Are they wearing anything?
They're naked.
Naked. Okay.
No. Sorry. Well, PG-13.
Okay. Does it look like it's a living creature?
It looks like if Krios was stripped of most of his clothes and unique features.
Sure.
It's for all intents and purposes, it's a mannequin. A posing, and there's a total of 6 of them, 3 on each side of the wall. They are fastened with little plastic cuffs around their ankles and wrists so they don't fall forward, and then also one around the neck. All of them are like fastened to the wall.
Do they have anything on them?
They're naked.
What else is in the room?
Just these guys. Things.
Is there another door?
Yes.
Could we investigate this room for any scripture? Anything on the walls? Anything written?
Yes, it says the combination lock for the... No. If you want to investigate, you may do so. But
Okay.
you
I'll
might
inform-
find
Oh, certainly.
cosmic horrors.
Not those.
Oh no.
That's a lot.
I can't even comprehend it.
I'll give you advantage to that.
Oh, you'll give me advantage?
So you get to roll again.
Okay, well, the first number was very good.
Just in case.
Who's Justin?
33.
Each of these creatures plastered to the walls, while they are more or less carbon copies of each other, there is a horrifying change that is rippling through them, incredibly subtle. But as you stay in this room, some of them are starting to take your face. Specifically because the other one's a spider, so I can't take
Nice
spider
try.
face. It is they're changing slowly to look like your face, Kalos.
That guy's starting to look like me.
All 6 of them.
Those guys are starting to look like me.
There's another door. Right.
There's another door.
Mm-hmm.
Bust open that door.
Another strength check.
My dice roller is busy, so she can't do it.
That's okay. She needs a break.
Slave
Slave driver over here.
15.
We got no union.
You creak the door open, and it feels a little bit heavier than the rest of them. And then suddenly it feels like something catches on the other side, like there's like an object just only allowing you to open it just maybe...
Enough for spiders, I
Ooh,
guess.
yeah, or maybe several spiders. But yeah, there seems like there's something blocking the other side. like a solid bit of furniture or just like a blockade or something.
Okay,
You can only get it opened about, how big is that? Maybe like 7 inches?
Lads, get in there. Go, go,
I'm
go,
going
go,
in.
go.
Actually, I'll send little love first just to see what they see. What do they see?
Ah, can you make a perception check with the little girl?
I'll do it.
Little
18. 18.
A series of objects are fastened to the wall, inside of cases, kind of like you would have in a museum display case.
Okay.
Let me see how to describe them. They resemble that of crossbows without the cross part.
Does it
like a
look
musket.
bows?
I'm not saying that. It's like a crossbow without the bendy part.
Okay.
So it still has a string.
No string. It just looks like the stock of.
Or like that Chewbacca weapon that looks silly.
Well, that's got the without the
yeah,
cross.
without the cross.
The laser
Okay.
crossbow.
Yeah, it looks like a crossbow without the bendy part. So like the stock that you put up against your shoulder, the housing that would hold the rest of
Okay.
it. And instead of a chamber, the little half slot that you rest the bolt in, instead they are singular tubes. I'm not saying the word. I won't. You won't make
I
me.
don't know what this is.
Some kind of Suicide Squad?
Okay.
Does she see what's blocking the way?
Yes, it is a large bit of what appears to be the hull interior, like something fell from the roof and is now blocking it. It's a
Okay.
large slab of metal that approximates probably like heavy.
Sure. I'm gonna. What else is in the room? Is it just these musket things?
Nah, what are we talking about?
Ooh, just these devices or whatever these
Long
little doodads are.
tubular things.
There is
Tubular things,
also
yeah.
what appears to be another A-framing mannequin. However, it is dressed in such a way that it kind of looks like, now those of you who are in Tailspire or watching on stream, it kind of looks like this stand-in mannequin that I use for Krios.
Astronaut.
They kind of look like
Spudsman.
traversers of the astral plane. That's what I'll say instead of astronaut.
Well, astronaut.
Scuba man.
Yeah. Astronaut's good.
Scubernoids.
Okay. I like them both.
Binobinoids.
Bing bang, bing bang bang.
Oh damn, that's what we should have called them.
Scrimpy Bimpy Rider.
Squingling fing dingle.
That's them.
Alright.
Okay, so they've got some kit on, have they?
It looks like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna break the veil, guys. It's got an astronaut suit and some guns.
Okay.
Hey!
I let Alice know that, knowing he
Dancing
can't get through.
Dancing around that shit.
Woo! No, I go, there's a big bit of metal through here, but is there any documentation, any things in here?
No.
Just that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, just that.
I know. I'm just
Guns.
just the fucking awesome, cool guns and cool outfit. Would a spider wear these? Maybe. I don't know. I think
Spider gun.
Laszlo with spider guns could be cool.
Has
brace
Spider-Man
of-
never killed someone? Yeah, probably.
Well, I've
Yeah.
killed someone on my first day.
Bro, he hits people with freaking like manhole covers. They're dead.
Yeah, they're fucking so dead. Like,
Nah, he's just taking a
it's just a
nap.
joke, dude.
They're sleeping forever.
They're
Yeah.
just taking a nap.
They're
The,
with
big,
the
the
law
permanent
now.
kip.
It's like when Batman just like absolutely destroys someone ribcage. He's perfectly fine.
He's
He
He
fine.
just snapped his
those,
neck.
those
He
ribs
will walk that
definitely
one off.
didn't approach
Yeah,
the
yeah, I-
bones.
Don't worry, everyone has a lot of money, right?
Ribs grow back, right?
No, they don't.
I will just inform everyone on the network. Put Kalos first.
Wow.
Just because he's like, we're in the shit right now.
Damn,
a
you don't
long
even
time.
tell Loaf.
Well, Loaf hears
Yeah,
all.
she hears all of it. It's you send it
Yeah,
to
but,
her and then
that's
she
rude,
sends it
though.
to.
I know how it works. I'm just saying it's rude.
DM, would you
Please let me in. Let me in.
Would a small creature fit in there? that
7-inch
inches.
creature.
Oh,
Technically,
never mind.
the swarm of spiders would be like minuscule. So there's medium,
The conga
small,
line.
tiny, then minuscule. So each individual spider makes technically a tiny swarm, but each one, if you daisy chain them and they do like the fucking conga line in there, would be minuscule.
How, is the room big? Am I able to stand up as a big les or not?
No. This is everything around here is inaccessible to large lads.
Is there anything that I can grab that's small enough, like anything like a loose piece of stone or piece of anything, just for as a reference piece if I want to teleport here in the future?
Not really. Everything's pretty solid in construction.
Any
Besides
asbestos?
besides the ceiling tile that fell out, and I don't think you can take that. It's
Yeah,
probably
but
like
that-
at least 750 pounds.
If it's fallen from above, is there any exposed dirt?
There is another layer of asbestos.
I'll
Sorry,
vial
it's
the
it's the
asbestos.
insulating layer.
Can I vial some asbestos?
All right, cancer check. How do you remove the asbestos? Do you do
I won't.
scrape the popcorn ceiling kind of thing with your mouth wide open?
I eat it all. No. I mean, what?
Eat the bleach.
I won't do it then. That's fine. I emerge out from the room. I go, there's no menu in there. There's no like guide, but there is these weird things and a suit of some kind.
Oh, it looks like Faith doesn't want us to have whatever is in there. We might as well just get out.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Now what? Is it completely sealed? The back the other way.
There is approximately 5,000 pounds worth of metal.
All right, I'm gonna
Twisted.
eat Kalos. We gotta live
You give
somehow. Sorry, you're no, I'll
Day one, I've eaten calories.
yeah,
I've run
had
out
to-
of food.
Oh shit! I didn't ration him at all. I'll cast teleport, and I will bring Kalos and myself back to the entrance outside on the surface.
I'll be right back.
To look for the rest of the group because I
Alright.
got some dirt from there. So
And the rest of you who are still in the tube, are you going to stick around? The elemental's still there, by the way. All the lights are on the 9 grid, and the panic button is lit up. You
So
can
what do we
leave,
hit?
Or
Wait, so like when the damage settled, what is like still accessible? Is our way back into that room gone, or
I
is
think
it
it's just the end of the
or is it
room.
just the end that like
just
our
the
trepid
one-
explorers?
Yes, just that side. You
Okay,
can, still,
so-
you can still exit the way you came in from.
And we still, if we really wanted to, we could sit down and still try to suss out this puzzle if we wanted.
You can, and you just been informed by Laszlo that they teleported outside.
Oh yeah, head back in. Yeah.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, but I'll be right back if you guys want to brainstorm for 2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah.
I pee on the elemental.
They didn't
So-
anticipate the P wizards.
Ugh.
I
You
skedaddle
get
back
2
down.
rocks
With
and
yeah. Hello, I'm back. Hi, there's a little spider. I'm
Zip
here.
is just mourning for a hot second.
I like just go up his leg and I like appear on him. Hello, I'm here. As you can probably feel.
I can almost hear him.
Does
Hello.
anyone know how to play the bagpipes?
Ooh, I'm a ghost spider.
So, what do you friends want to do?
I don't know, friend.
I didn't think you would catch that.
Oh, pit boy. Okay, so middle, with 3 was 1 dot in the middle. The dot was on, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, all 9 are on right now.
All 9 are on, and there's
All
a panic
9
button.
and the panic button.
Let's reset this sucker. So neutral on the left orbs, and then 3, or 4, so that the doohickeys off.
Well, the runes off turns the middle light on.
Okay, so
Runes on dulls it.
Dulls
So-
it. So rune's on.
So rune
Dull.
is on, the glass is centered, the color palette is centered. That would wipe the board.
Okay. So that's 4 is on.
Hmm?
So 4 has been turned on. Central.
I'm back.
Everything is dull. Nothing. Or neutral, sorry.
Well, you set them all to no light whatsoever.
No light whatsoever. Okay.
And the panic button dulls as well.
Okay.
So the place isn't collapsing.
No, it was highly localized to that tube.
Oh. Okay.
In this area.
So I'll guess since nothing exploded, I'll
Skinner.
slowly walk back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just see the opposite end is completely collapsed inwards. Wrought metal is everywhere, like some dirt and stones are falling through. The elemental is still in the chamber. At this point, they've changed into their standard form of what just looks like fire.
Don't trying to ruse us anymore. Alright, I've put everything back to neutral, so everything is neutral. So we are center 4 switch on the left.
Okay.
Do we have any bombs we can just put on the glass and skedaddle out and see what happens?
Oids
I mean,
the
because
thing.
if we break everything around, it'll break the glass, and no,
We could kill the elemental in the process.
It seems like their problem.
So why, at that point, though, the logic could be we might as well just walk away, though. So why are we killing the thing?
For XP.
Right, level up's tied to this. Cowley size let up.
What did you say?
Good lord, it's foggy outside.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm sorry.
Dead ass. There is
Isn't
like
that just your that's your default?
no. Well, I love
the
for
mist
me.
rolling
Yeah.
in, yeah.
I'll show you. Hold on.
Oh, Dan's gonna dox himself.
Look how foggy that is.
That's just the movie The Mist.
Yeah.
Now I
You
can
thought I was-
now can triangulate your position from that.
Well, then Gronk said his address, and then Bob found it.
No, you remember how like the capture the flag thing with Shia LaBeouf, and they triangulated it from the fucking plane trails and the
idiot.
constellation.
He severely doubted what people would do with no time on their hands at all.
And it worked multiple times. So,
The chemtrails.
well, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to leave the elemental alone? You want to try more buttons?
We'll
I'm
be
trying to
back
think.
once we regain more cognitive faculties, because we are just not being able to do this right now.
I'm with Zip on this.
Yeah. That'd be the best.
Listen, it's not like we're not gonna come back. We'll come back, and how long has they been in here anyway?
Yeah, what's like another millennia? You know what I mean?
I just realized something.
Yeah?
Hasn't Summerwatch been studying these ships for a while?
And he's in the network.
Yeah, he's been studying our ship. Maybe he knows what some of these.
Let's
controls do.
ask him. Good thinking. Good thinking. Yeah. Let's relay all the information we have about what this console and the things are and the situation we're in to Summerwatch and ask you, do you have any thoughts on maybe some certain combinations we could try to see?
What does the panic button do typically in these ships?
Yeah. What the fuck up, maybe?
Summerwatch, who is currently attending your guys' skiff, he's kind of just idling
Dusting
around.
it.
Yeah, just shooting off a couple of cannons into the fucking mountainside, yeah.
Kills a satyr for fun.
Well,
There's like 1 billion of them.
Yeah, it was one less, am I right?
well, the console is a little bit different on our skiff. For one thing, the buttons are labeled. So whomever made this one, in this case Loki, was not intending for people to just easily access it. Now, we have something kind of like a panic button, however, it jettisons out the cockpit.
Oh.
And there's also another panic button next to the battery that forcibly jettisons out the diamond quartz. Don't push that, by the way.
If this is the ship's battery, right? The
Yeah.
elemental. Maybe
Yeah, we
it
got
ejects
a
elemental?
greater fire animal in a glass abjuration.
That seems
Thing.
typical for the Onmin.
Yeah, do you think we should panic button this thing to get this thing jettisoned out?
Well, what's the worst that could happen if you do?
Ship
A greater
explodes.
fire
We
metal.
could roast the chicharrones.
That whatever that is. What's that?
He means,
Chicho-
he means pork rinds.
Oh, sorry, I don't. Laszlo
Essentially.
doesn't speak Spanish.
And
It's
neither does
goblin,
Dan.
actually.
See,
He actually speaks Goblin. That's his Goblin.
Senor Zip.
So, depending on where the panic button is, it's either going to jettison the cockpit or the fuel source.
It's going to jettison asbestos everywhere.
It would turn the whole continent into...
Fiberglass, tosh.
So we're in the back of the ship, so unless Loki has a real wacky sense of humor.
It jettisons it into the other parts of the
Well,
ship.
here's the thing. but here's the thing. The cockpit is the front of the ship, I'm assuming, where we got the globe. So we're on the opposite side of the ship. So
Yeah.
assuming
It's
this
just
was built...
dirt, so yeah.
That being said, Alec hasn't played Diablo 4 with you and me, so...
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
he hasn't.
Okay.
Stupid-ass fucking winch.
Do we want to ask the elemental's opinion? Or
Sure,
preference?
go for it. Yeah, what do you,
Or
do you
we
want to
just
stay
hit
in
the
here forever,
button,
or do
see
you
what
want us to try
happens.
something? Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying like we have an option. We kind of are indirectly
We're
familiar
hedging our
with
bets
the,
on this thing.
with the person who designed the ship, so there is a chance that their
Could-
sense of humor could have could mean different, but we have it is a possibility that like whacking this button
would be fun.
might set you free.
If it results in something that is more entertaining than being in here for several more centuries, then by all means.
Hit the button.
Okay, so-
Make it so it's had the panic
Smoke,
enabled.
infrared, transparent, or was it opaque?
I think it was
the-
opaque. We'll see.
Opaque. Opaque lit up the button, or
Opaque turns it black.
The other way. Translucent.
Translucent, extreme red, smoke on, runes off. All 9 buttons are available in terms of hue. They are white, if white is a hue. And
Panic time.
and the panic button is lit. There is a glass dome that you must lift up, and then you're gonna hit it like the fucking nuclear launch codes. Who's gonna push the button?
I think Varus should. He came up with it.
I think Zip should hit it, but okay.
okay.
Yeah, I was.
He needs to
quiet.
jump
Come
to hit
on.
it, by the way.
I think that's kind of cool.
I'm like sweating.
Mr. President, the launch codes.
Mr. Zip isn't. Go do it.
I'm gonna slap it.
Alright,
Just
there's a very satisfying thunk as it, like, the spring mechanism on the inside compresses and then uncompresses as you hit it. You can see the interior chamber of this, not just the glass dome, but the entirety of this room turns bright red, inducing red-induced panic. Like communism, the red panic.
Spiders, like SpongeBob when he's trying to find the information in the brain, just like
What was
spider.
his name?
Yeah,
What was his name?
yeah.
Um,
And I'm gonna run away as a spider.
I have a siren, but I'm not gonna play it.
Wee woo, wee woo. Good.
But the chamber begins to glow red, and the alarm begins to blare. You can then see a series of smoke trails emanating from little cracks around the tube, almost as if if it was airtight before. Now it's leaking gas.
Well, someone
Assume
tell her
it's getting very
we'll
hot.
meet you up. We'll meet you on the surface. Yeah,
Run away.
The creature
Well-
inside shrugs.
please do. And I'm running now.
All right.
Please,
In the name of Goblin Jesus, we have to get out of here.
Goblin Senor.
Goblin Jesus.
The
Fug.
chamber begins to fill
Yeah.
with smoke, and the heat intensity rises to the point of
It's warm.
hotter than
Hotter than it
mistake.
was.
Hotter than Laszlo? No, not possible. Sorry.
Enough that you can see the consoles that you're previously working with begin to melt.
That's good. Yes.
And then all of you are
Krakatoa!
profusely sweating as you run away, because even running away from this, the heat is intense. The
Boy,
backs-
it's warm.
You're getting the worst swamp ass of your life, but it's
Spider swamp ass.
But it's immediately evaporating in the heat, so it smells like burnt ass in here. Sorry, I just have to add that in there.
Ass.
Burnt.
Immediate ass sweat. That
This pit boss is doing a bad job. He's burning it all.
You begin to run towards the exit point that you made with the Bleiosaurus. Underneath the dome, up the little hill, and then scrambling out through the sheer metal that could open a fucking can. Scrambling out into the dirt, you can still feel the heat. Even the soil around here is becoming incredibly warm. Not quite hot, because the insulation of dirt doesn't have a very good conduction. It's dirt. But in either way, you can feel it almost going like the previous word used was supernova. As you scramble out onto the surface, you can feel, you can see like a bulge in the earth as the soil begins to rise and expand.
Don't get near that bit. Get away from that bit. if anyone's near that. Bad.
The floor cracks in several places, causing what was probably previously rock to become molten. Wait, what's it called? It's lava on the surface.
Magma.
Yeah. No, wait. Was it? Wait, which is?
No, magma's underground.
Magma underground, but when it's on the surface, it's lava. So it's molten hot. Oh, damn! I couldn't do the Dr. Evil magma. It's lava. It's pouring out from cracks in the earth. So if you wanted that spacesuit or the guns, they're probably melted by now.
Shh! Don't tell him.
Don't tell him.
Laszlo didn't need them anyway, but there was like a 7-inch door hole. I couldn't do it. Barris, get ready with that thing.
Did anyone grab a piece of the ship on the way out?
No.
We have the orb. That's.
I got the dirt here, but there's probably going to be no dirt.
We have the orb. I think that'll cover us.
Yeah.
One of the cracks of liquid hot lava. That's not satisfying.
It could be Big Laszlo now. I'm Big Laszlo. I'm Big Laszlo.
A large crack forms, large enough for a creature to slip through, almost emerging like the reverse of the Terminator falling into the molten metal.
Thumbs down.
The creature emerges in its fiery form. Kind of looks like just a plume of fire, but then it begins to undulate and move. It remains solid. And it strides forward. Everywhere around it, the ground becomes crispy. Any vegetation is fucked, and...
Yeah, imagine that it works
This is like the perfect counter to the Feywild, by the way. This will immolate all of the spores.
Yeah, but
just
they
walk
be very
this
hot.
direction.
I don't know. Weren't there like tree ants that were immune to fire? I feel like Adam might be a sadistic bastard. I mean,
yeah.
The Provos?
So
the ants were immune to fire because of that.
Bit mouse. We've got tongues selective, I assume. So I'm going to say, hello, all right, you're free. Do you want to go back now?
The creature looks up towards the sky, almost as if it's the first time it's been seeing the sun.
This is the world.
Touch grass, but it burns.
Ow. Yeah, burn grass.
It begins to levitate upwards a couple of feet, maybe like 5 or 7 inches. Not very much. I said feet, then changed back to inches.
Ooh, got you.
Either way, I'm still using American
feet as opposed to British feet.
Yeah.
I was about to just
Don't you guys use inches and miles and...
They do, but they're different.
What?
Fancy.
All right,
Pick some of the measurements. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. I just translate to what you guys use most of the time anyway. So.
Freedom units?
Yeah.
While the creature does not beckon forth a handshake or anything, knowing the full context of how that would work.
Fuck!
I will find my own way back home. If you choose to seek me out, I will prepare a fitting reward for my freedom.
Okay. Where?
I imagine home, Laz.
I reside on the elemental plane of fire.
Okay, well there's a volcano on the Writhe, which is about halfway between Rutosh and Middletosh on this plane, and that's such a close border to your plane. If you could maybe meet us there sometime.
We also have contact other planes, so if that becomes a...
I could also contact you as well if needs be. But yeah, do you have? Obviously, there's no air there. How
you
would
will
that?
need to prepare on your own,
Okay.
lest you be
If we would,
engulfed by the flames.
what would we need to look for when we're in there?
But we'll contact. We'll
If
if and when the need arrives.
And they
we'll,
Superman fly away.
Bye. Well, that's good. You saved a spell slot.
Yep.
And we
That's a
did
good
die.
deed. Now we can go do some terrible stuff.
Yeah.
Know how that works, right?
We're gonna go do the genocide. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Hell
do the
yeah, let's go
genocide.
murder people.
Okay.
Are we meeting Summer
We
Watch
gotta go
back
to
in
we gotta go to
Solholm?
Sonaris. Let's check our group chat. Have it written down. Immediate. There's been tongues. Grab a piece of the ship. Well, we didn't do that because there's no ship left. Return to Summerwatch just outside of Sonaris with the new nav orb for the Feywild. So let's do that.
We want to meet
I
him
mean,
in
if the ship
Solholm, and then he can
explodes, there
take
should
us.
be bits everywhere. I'm just saying.
Should we at least try to hide that hole that we made?
Okay, well, do you want to camp here
It's
tonight?
currently
Do you want me
filling
to?
with liquid hot lava.
No, okay.
Do you want me to just dirt magic for a while? We want to rest here.
I mean,
and then...
I think it's gonna, when this cools and solidifies, that'll be the closing of our tunnel. So.
But it'll just be magma on the top.
Exactly. It'll be sealed up. That's what we want to do, right?
But then it'll just be magma.
But it'll eventually cool because we're in Rutash.
Yeah, then
the elemental
magma's
is
not
gone.
natural. Like...
Neither is big metal ship, but like.
You know how many
Lost
worms
sure.
died?
Yeah. All right. Some worm genocide. Moles, maybe.
Worms.
Not
There were
moles.
I mean,
Probably
if
some
you're
moles in there.
really that worried,
Oh!
if you're really that worried, we can wait the night. We gotta wait the 24 hours anyway. But like,
We need to get to Sonaris. So.
well, that's why I said we just
Do-
messaged Summerwatch if he wants us to meet him back at the university, and then we can teleport to the ship from there. Or
Sure. You got the scry ball, right?
Or we could just ask Summerwatch because we went to the trouble.
Yeah.
Of,
Somewhat. We have got the orb and we've freed the elemental, and we were going to get a reward sometime. But in the elemental plane of fire. What do you want to come to us now, or do we want to travel to you at the uni, or what?
I prefer not to take this closer towards the city. I've already taken it out for reasons that should be plainly obvious.
Okay.
Could fly the ship over to pick you up if you are not close to the city.
No, we're not.
no, we showed you the map where we found the plates, right? We're about.
Yeah, we'll meet you at the camp.
We're
at the Snake Court camp. Yeah.
Roger.
All right, we'll head there and then we'll. Yeah.
All right, so that one, if I remember correctly, took like 3 hours, I think. So you're gonna skedaddle backwards. If you look behind you every once in a while, you'll just see like a tree on fire, and the lava beginning to seep upwards wherever it touches, dies.
User joined your channel.
And for the most part, you can kind of just leave Smokey to the Bear for that.
Well, does it look like it's settling? Because at that point, my vision was.
All of a sudden, trees are getting hurt now. It's
As a druid, I'm
typical.
Say we weren't here.
I like that. Yeah.
Oh, bye, Andrew.
But maybe it's the clowns that got on instead. All right, yeah, let's go back there and we'll wait, and then we'll hop on the ship.
Very good. So, it takes you guys there 3 hours ish. Let me just check the calendar. It's the last day of Augusto. So we're gonna go ahead and have you guys travel that way back. The path is clear, so let's not worry too much about travel expenses or possible encounters. When you get back there, it's the Snake Orc camp, as per usual. Some dead bodies that weren't cleaned up, being eaten by carrion birds, and other things.
It's been like a month. I'm sure it's.
And Zip.
That the pigs are still there.
Well, the pigs probably would have eaten some of them, but most of the animals have fled the scene. They have not taken it over, unfortunately. As funny as that would be.
Just the whatever throne or seat the snake lady
the
used
big
to occupy.
pig.
There's just a pig.
with a fucking scepter.
Well, there's like the mangled remains of that snake lady that got fucking bodied by like 14 orcs in like one round. Like, how many attacks was it? It was something like fucking 30 attacks or something because they can do 2 attacks. And there was 12 of them.
We sicked the mercenaries on the boss.
And then that sorcerer was just flying around, fucking beaming shit. Like, it was great.
I mean, if you were a sorcerer with fly access to fireball, would you not just be a fucking artillery machine? Also, it was each orc had a minimum of 3 attacks.
And there was like
12
of them, right?
I think it was around like
a stack of 7 or 8 maybe.
That's 7 or 8, yeah.
That's fucking crazy. You're like, in there! Okay.
You just hear the sound of a blender. Just...
Right,
Right.
So the first thing you see is Master Summerwatch. He's like pacing through. He's gotten here before you because obviously he has the fucking ship.
Sure.
He gets here before you. He's kind of like just pacing around. Like you see him just kicking over some rubble and checking.
Kicking an orc.
So checking out, looking for any leftover items that maybe would be interesting. You see him like on the altar, like any hidden compartments over here. There's a ceremonial knife, but like just puts it down. Just a regular mundane knife.
Hello.
You're looking a little worse for wear, gentlemen.
Oh, it's all worth it though. We're good.
Great. So then you've attained a Feywild Navorb.
Yeah, we
Great.
have.
So
thanks to Krios here, and I look to the cat.
Tell you what, can you just hold on to it for now? The pedestal can only hold 1 Navorb at a time, and we'll switch it out when we get to the Feywild. Currently, it's obviously on the material plane, so we'll just leave that in there until we need it. So we do have some time. The reset for the warp drive is going to be at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's approximately 5 o'clock p.m. right now.
Okay.
So if you folks want to wait here, and then we'll take it over to Dominus.
Do you want me to message Scott to find where he is in the Summer Court before we determine where we go in Dominus? If it's even in Dominus?
The ship is... Well, you got here pretty quick. How long did it take you to get from Cineris to us here? We took us...
With the ship on regular speed, I didn't try to force it to go any faster. Took me about 45 minutes.
Pretty good. So, just for context, what I asked Scott from the Feywild was, are you free to talk? And he says mostly, or he's compromised, he's fine. Are you in the Winter Court?
He said he was in the Summer Court.
Yeah, but the Summer Court's huge. It's half of the plane.
So I'm trying to think. He said mostly free to speak, so that says he's got his... If I'm...
But
looking at that optimistically, he's still got his faculties about him, but he may not be able to have full conversations.
Sure, and Diviculus is close by, so saving would be appreciated. So, if you think it's fine to just go over to Dominus and then switch over,
I'm not saying not against your idea. I'm saying, do we wait till we get to the Feywild and then we have a direction?
Sure, okay, yeah, let's do that.
Then we'll have our map installed and we'll know.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Me and Zip have tuning forks for plane shift, Summer Watch. I was thinking, do you have one for material plane already? If not,
yes, I've had one. I keep it as a necklace around my, just in case something funny happens.
Awesome.
So we've got fail safes in case we need to something happens to the ship. Then we need
How long does it take to attune? Yeah, I guess.
All I heard of Greg was haha.
Yeah, I was just laughing at someone.
I was like, so funny, haha, or...
Oh.
Just asking.
There's no laughing matter, Zip.
What the fuck, dude?
We're serious around here.
I have to be serious now. Can't not be. So, do you want me to attune my one to it as well, so we have a failsafe? Is that going to take me a while, or...?
It is not a simple cut and dry process of simply enchanting the item to be attuned to that location.
Mm-hmm.
Simply put, you must first be in that respective plane in the first place.
Sure. I'm here. The material plane. Now what?
Second, you must find a location of what we would refer to as an arcane anchor point.
Well, where are they?
Various around the world, they are essentially... If a portal, like to the Feywild, is the opposite of an anchor point, it's a weakness. You're looking for something that is more solid, in order to attune to the frequency.
Ah, okay.
So
well,
things
that sounds like a long
are-
process, right? So
It can take some time depending on how strong the anchor point is.
okay.
But don't worry, I have one of each. And if we need to, we can always... Maybe there's a kind merchant somewhere in the Feywild, who knows?
Okay.
Best case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a few hours, specifically from now until 3 o'clock in the morning. So if
Okay.
you want to rest around here, it's full of dead bodies, but if you want to be on the ship,
Yeah,
I'll be there.
It's okay. We made these dead bodies.
I see. Well, I'll be on the ship. I would recommend that the people who are going to be attending a station or a terminal get familiar with the buttons and knobs.
Yeah, let's bore a hole through that building with the gun.
I'm gonna go enchant stuff.
Okay.
Have we picked a particular spot in the Piratola Forest that we want to head to, or
Well, I should probably ask you, shouldn't I?
that?
We don't want to go over your old group, right? Or you maybe.
Well, my old group doesn't, but yeah.
Yeah, but like a new
I
group
know,
there
I know
like,
what you're
that
saying.
you don't have. Like, yeah. Hey, you don't want to rock up. Maybe somewhere where you know there won't be people.
Yeah, I'll rack my brain on.
What are there any landmarks in there? It's all trees, right?
Big trees, I'd imagine. Like one big tree. Would that be used as a point of location for your group, though?
I don't know. I've never been there, so
Bean?
you've been alone a few days, haven't you? So much. It's fine. Yeah.
Ruin.
I would have laughed if I could.
I don't have a physical map on me because it's been a few
You got a
years
big
since
brain, though, right? You know.
I
you
mean,
like
I
trees,
remember. I remember the spots, the places. It's just a matter of like giving you a reference point to like this. would be
Sure.
good.
Well, I think we should go to some place that is relatively remote, is probably
Yeah.
what I'd be expecting of you.
A really big tree probably might not be a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't know why though, but you know, tree. If there's a big tree here, there might be a big tree there, and then that. If I was a squirrel, I would live there. The squirrels there, right? Is that a thing over there?
There may be fey-touched animals. They could
Okay.
resemble squirrels. But in either case, I guess we should just relax for a bit. We have a few hours, specifically
Sure.
11 hours.
How's the scroll coming along?
Which one?
The hold monster one.
I finished that yesterday.
Oh, yoink!
He doesn't even have it in his hand. He's like, he has it.
Oh,
Not in his
would
person.
I?
He's like, you pat him down like the fucking TSA.
Where is
like,
it? Where is it? Pick him up. Like, no.
It's on the ship.
Okay, that'll be me. I'll be learning that and getting that in the book. Thank you so much.
All right, gentlemen. Well, find a place to relax, be it here on the ship or in camp with these dead bodies. But I'll be at the helm, just getting myself more familiarized, even more so than usual. When you get a chance, Varys, just let me know a general location, not in person. You can just send it through the network. Just give me what the area kind of looks like, and we'll try to hone in on what that feels like. Thankfully, now that we can kind of tap into each other's memories, I can almost read it like a book.
That's cool.
If you so allow me.
Well, few hours. I'll sit on it, and I think I've got a couple of places in mind. I'm just trying to. It's got to make the weight of which is the safest for our purposes.
Sure, something relatively remote. Ideally not on top of any encampments or beasts, if you can recall that, if there were any beasts in the area several decades ago. He turns around and you can see him he looks like he's walking up a solid pile of rubble, but it's actually just the ship disguised as a mountain ridge with some foliage on it, and he disappears into a pile of rubble, but he's actually just opening a door. I can undo this if you'd like to go on the ship. Otherwise, you'll be guessing as to where your footfalls are.
I'll just follow you for
Yes,
a second. I turn into a small group of spiders and I'll just attach to your coat. If
Horrifying.
you're wearing a coat. Don't worry, it's fine, dude.
That's something I want to have someone say. It's fine, dude, and you're crawling with spiders. Summerwatch is actually a huge arachnophobe.
Is he? I didn't know that,
no,
sorry.
He's not. He's no phobes in here. Just...
Homophobe.
So, you guys have some hours to kill.
It'll take me 10 hours to... It's a 5th level spell, hold person. So, hold monster, sorry. So that will be me. I don't have to do the full time, but I can commit most of the time. It depends when we want to leave.
We're going to be looking at changing the calendar to September 1st. And when you happen to get there, that's when the recharge state for the warp drive is at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Bing bong? Bing bong!
No, it just has a couple of panels that glow and say they're operational.
It's fucking ready, mate.
That'll be on Summerwatch to do. Reasonably speaking, the navigation on the material plane, you have all the necessary components, have access to some references from Varys, and you have Laszlo on the GPS.
It's just fairly easy to operate.
Turn left. Yeah. So, as I said, that's a horribly oversimplified version of what it is, essentially. So, when you use this thing's warp drive, it's not exactly just like go from point A to B instantaneously. You are essentially opening up a super highway that goes from point A to B. And
like a really advanced gate spell, essentially.
Yeah, so in order to actually properly navigate this thing and not get lost, it does require someone to be on navs. Now, it could be all on Summerwatch, but there is a large mental tax.
I will just be mainly me, just that way.
So,
that way.
In med bay.
It essentially tells you where there are effectively dead zones, where if you go here, you will be essentially not dead, but just like you'll have wasted your time. And essentially these... imagine every time someone made a bag of holding, it made a new bubble. And eventually... There's
just loads of bubbles and stuff.
Eventually they decay to the point where maybe someone destroyed the bag, but technically destroying a bag of holding doesn't destroy the bubble. It just removes any access to said specific bubble. So it's kind of like just bloatware.
So there's just loads of it's kind of like an asteroid field, but it's bubbles.
There's bubbles of pocket dimensions, and they're not all bags of holding, so no, you can't just be like, DM, can we just do a little drive-by and just yank everything in there?
So much loot.
Unfortunately,
Oh, wow.
no, it doesn't work like that, because you need to, a bag of holding, you need to know what's being accessed to even pull it out in the first place. So maybe you just start guessing, DM, is there a magical sword in here? Magical sword, magical sword.
Well, it could just be a bag of devouring as well.
It could be that too, in which case you lose your fucking arm.
Yeah.
But you are essentially navigating on what are dead zones, or of not quite redundant, but just like inaccessible, bloated, interdimensional pockets, is what the GPS guy is doing.
Okay, I'm navigating that. Yeah.
And since you guys are on the network, you don't actually have to shout or relay any information to him. You can just be like, not that one. Turn around here. Don't touch that.
Yeah.
But in either case, that's what the nav system is like. Reasonably speaking, you don't actually have to do any active checks for it. It's based off of your intelligence score. So thankfully you have all the int guys on this int ship.
Zen could be my backup if I need.
But environmentals and actual piloting are on Summerwatch, so you guys don't have to worry about that. Obviously we have the powder monkey.
Eager to shoot anything, I'm sure.
You might not
He's just
necessarily
like
even see anything.
he's just like huddled in a corner,
He's
like
holding
shaking
it.
with giddy anticipation, like
Yeah, practicing shooting.
So
finger guns.
anytime that you guys are traveling from one point to another, it is not just a simple like a teleport spell. There is going to be a little bit of risk traveling with this. There could be, space pirates. That's just the
Space Loxodon.
the space hippos. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
No,
could
were the pirates the moment we left Manipolis.
Oh, right, those
Yeah,
ones.
got a major encounter. Like,
major encounter roll.
give me your loot, and be giving you a box of loot as well.
And the thing, those space hippos don't fuck around either. So.
Well,
It's like
might be-
gorilla hippos.
yeah.
Ooh.
Very territorial
And then,
and scary as fuck.
And that's when Cal's like, no, I'm 164th.
You don't kind of look like me.
But
I'm
yeah,
actually white.
we're gonna not be able to do that for a few hours until about 3 in the morning. At which point you guys are gonna have, if you have any passive things you want to take care of. Dauntless isn't here, but I guess Varys can have some free time to.
Oh my god! For the first time ever,
to not.
So
have
he
to
doesn't get any
scream-
rest.
not
So
have
I
to
kind of want to learn
scream.
this language.
Yeah.
Could Zip start
I just
learning?
make up random syllables and shoot
Ooh.
them at Laz.
I wanna ask Zip something. What's that thing around your neck that you got from the pterodactyl? What is it? If I may ask. If not, I won't pry. I'm curious.
It's a necklace we get when we're candidates of become an archdruid and or the archdruid. It's what the leadership wear.
Oh, like a badge.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
That's
Right to be
Officer
worried
Zip to
about it.
you.
Yeah, he fucking like slaps Leslie.
Sergeant Zip.
Yeah. Is it magical or is it just a pride piece?
A little bit of both.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it. I won't ask any further. All right. Well, I'm gonna be learning this thing, and then you learning something.
I'm going to be in my doctor's quarters. It's just a broom closet he found. He's like, and just gonna see
Doctor's
who
quarters.
needs to be fixed.
Okay. I don't think I could be fixed, so I'll go over here.
Zip, as you go to your doctor's quarters, as you so eloquently put it, you open it and it's not completely empty. There's something in there. You almost get spooked because it almost looks like there's someone in there. But it's actually just... you see this little astronaut we have?
Astronaut.
Astronaut, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like a humanoid-shaped suit, complete with a domed helmet, and almost looks like it's completely airtight.
Dude.
We're not gonna need that. Just like kind of pull out, chuck it out in the hallway.
Yeah. Well, this is just in the way.
Like after I just had like a little scout girl.
I just see the helmet rolling down the corridor. Like, what the hell is that? pick it up and like.
You see Zip over there just like make himself comfy like a fucking bird's nest or something.
I put the little helmet on and like look around. Oh, this
I
is kind
take
of
out
cool.
a clipboard. So where do you get that?
I take the helmet and I grab the suit and I like just put it in front of Callus. Like, there you go. That was what was roughly on the other side, but it seems like someone doesn't need this and you just throw it on the floor. So I pass that to Callus and go, this is probably what they would wear. Maybe investigate it. Is it like elongated slightly? To account for their fat heads?
Relatively speaking, yeah, it is pretty
Okay.
alien
Right.
in shape.
Deduce this when you have time, I guess. But this is what was in the other room. But I didn't. Was there nothing else in there? Zip's like kicking back, like.
It was mostly just that. It was just like a singular closet space.
Okay.
Pair of boots to go along with it, I guess. But like, they're
very
built into the
cool.
suit though. So.
Yeah. Oh, like a big like sort of one.
Yeah, the only
zip-up thing,
the only
yeah.
detachable part is the helmet.
Okay.
Getting into the suit is a matter of, suit me up, suit me up, suit me up.
I can have there's not a spider version in there. But
No.
no.
It's,
I think it would probably be best if you would look at this at some point, Kalos. I mean, maybe some of what Jordy has, but suits and astral stuff. Probably what this is used for.
All right, so let's go ahead and just do a little skippy skip time-wise.
Yeah,
till
how
about-
many hours would I have got? We'd have to do a full 8, right? So,
Well, if we take the time to account for the fact that you got here at about 5 o'clock, 5 to midnight, that's 7 hours, and another 3 hours on top of that to get to 3 o'clock in the morning. If you add those together, you get... Someone say the number.
Hours.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay, you did it.
There's time for some of us.
Well, you still
to do
haven't
a
heard the
long
name
rest
of
if we wanna...
the thing, have you?
The what now?
What we're on, what we're stood on.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you guys keep
The
calling
ship.
it-
It's the ship, Adam.
Are you fucking serious?
Yep.
The ship.
Dot.
We were gonna call it the League, so then you could be like the League are on the League, but no, we're gonna
The
call
League
it the
are
ship.
on the ship.
The
We're
League.
also going to call it the Monus, but then you shut
we
down our
we
dreams
we
about
had a
that.
few, yeah.
I think we wrestled some ideas of like a serious name. It's like it's got, I guess, thematically and something serious. It'd have to be something free will.
But yeah, like we
related.
can just refer to it as the ship, and we'll know what it is. So yeah,
like we could give
The
it a
Sky
more
Canoe.
poignant name.
yeah,
but like
yeah. The wooden boat.
someone put forward the ship ... and it was like everyone was
Pretty
like,
good.
"What?"
And you all clapped.
We were like, "That's it. It's the one."
All right.
So there you go.
Do
Well,
we now regular ships? They paint on the names, right? Do we paint on the name as well?
Well, it's incredibly hard to do because if you're trying to etch it onto...
Being boring. Let us.
It's
paint the
magical
name.
ore that you're using for your helm. You, need to-
You kind of don't want people to see this anyway, so like.
you can have
Yeah.
it on the wooden parts of it, but etching it onto the magic ore
Everywhere on
plates-
the wooden parts, the ship.
We should have just called it your mother, so when people saw it, they'd be like, "Yeah, I saw it. It said your mother's." Like they would.
"Oh, your mother."
It was huge.
And then
Everyone get inside your mother.
dude, there were like 5 guys inside your
mother's
mother.
big
Like what the
purple and huge.
hell?
Zip's just gonna go to sleep back in his office closet and shut up for the rest of.
All right. So, did anyone else have anything they know they want to do for the? How many hours was it?
Well,
Hours.
What? You're all
no,
sick.
10
Jesus
hours.
Christ.
The
10 hours.
hours.
The 10 hours until 3 o'clock in the morning, at which point I will erase my calendar.
I stare at my sword when I
And
wake
it
up.
stares back.
Blink, blink. Hello, I'm a sword. Ooh.
Like at some point, this.
Oh God, he got the ocean madness in space.
I have any HP.
Ocean
can't.
Man.
No.
Ween.
Everyone good?
Yep.
Alright, so
Okay.
3 o'clock rolls around, 3 o'clock in the morning. There's no intercom system here, but you're all linked in the brain, so Summerwatch can just be like, alright, we're all ready to leave. It's 3 o'clock, and he would have discussed it with Varys as to a good location that is relatively out of the way. You're not going to hopefully, because you've been away for quite some time, so...
based on memory.
Yeah, there's a good
I
chance
turned-
you just
I
park
turned
on
to-
top. Yeah, there's a good
I
chance you just
turned-
park on someone's house.
I turned to Summerwatch and Laz, the actual full elves, and like, it's only been 10 years. I'm sure nothing changes that much. It hasn't been that long.
Someone hasn't watched the first episode of Frieren.
I have watched every episode of
Oh,
Freedom.
have you? Okay.
Yeah, I am caught up.
That an elf show?
That
It's an
is
elf
like
show.
that
Yeah,
is
it is an
elf.
elf show.
That is elves
That is elf
taken to the extremes. Like
Ooh.
Adam thinks that 700 years is too long a lifespan for elves in this campaign. Well,
This is like 7,000, 7 million.
this is like 100,000. 100,000 year lifespan for elves in that show is, I think, the conservative.
Oh, they all
estimate.
just hoity-toity and like, I'm no things.
Well, it's a funny bit of lore because like they're so long lived, but they're like innately an asexual like species. So like they're actually
They
going
lay eggs.
extinct because they just can't be bothered to reproduce. So
Dude, same.
Yeah.
That's what people will be doing.
Okay.
We just choose to. At 3 a.m., the ship is ready to jump to Dominus.
So this is a warning to you guys. Now you can come back, obviously, but like this is a major story jump because first time going to Dominus. They don't have a welcome package. They just have a civil war. Is there anything you want to do before you leave the continent? say goodbye to Hi Mitch or something. I don't know.
What, is he gonna die?
I don't know. You could.
Adam,
What?
Hi, but you're coming with us. Get on the.
I need everyone on this fucking arc.
We're
I mean,
hiring
ship.
you. We're hiring you out indefinitely. You're gonna work with us now. We could, but we haven't discussed that with anyone, so we should probably not make a rash decision such as that. As badass as he would be.
We'll be back in time for my thing, right?
Yeah, that's the 15th, right?
Yeah, we got.
And it's the 1st. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 1st of August. It's getting close to someone's
September.
day.
September.
Of September.
What,
You
9/11?
guys...
Ocean Madness.
No.
Oh. No.
I thought it was generally August, but yeah, for September.
No,
1st of
we just
September.
finished with August, actually. So it's 1st of
all
September.
all of the coolest people's birthdays had passed. No,
And now it's 9/11.
which is not cool.
Yeah, never forget.
Not badass.
Never forgetty.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so if that is everyone okay, I'm sure Andrew probably would have had something to say, but
Please, I need to do something. Well, yeah. If it's something minor, I'm sure you could. If it's let him do that.
yeah, if it doesn't involve like traversing across the whole continent.
I want to go see my dad and say I stole his mirror and then teleport away.
I mean, nothing that wouldn't put us hours.
Could I scry on like
Dauntless is dead.
something? No, something. Time machine. I asked the group, like, do you want me to just check to see what's going on Annipolis? Because it's been a few days.
Actually, slight retroactive.
Oh.
I'm actually also not just a half elf. That's wood elf.
I'm
also...
half of.
I would have had nothing like heavy or serious.
Uh-oh.
I would have
What
just
is
had.
it?
I would have had Laz. I
Oh.
don't have the capacity to do it. I'll send a quick message to the DSA. Hey, heading home for a little bit. You want me to grab you anything?
Heading home.
You can specify.
You have a whole minute. Ask stuff. So put more things in, please, sir.
We have roaming charges.
Yeah. Eslo.
Oh, we changed it, so it's
it's a minute.
We changed it. It's a
put in
time
what you want to
instead of-
put in, and then they can respond within that time. So ask away, say things. I can even put in the smooch sounds if you want.
I have those.
I'm joking.
I'd rather you not say that.
Oh, kisses.
I'd rather you not. I'd rather you not. I'd rather not that. That
Okay,
not
well,
come
you know,
in Laz's
keep it.
voice.
Well, it will do. So take that in mind when you say what you say.
Okay, I would ask.
It's a good voice, though.
Please stop. No.
I'm stopping.
No, it's okay. So we're running.
Damn it. Noisy kiss sound. There you go.
We have a lead. Our ever-ending. We're following a lead to one of our kind of wayward missions. Going to be heading to the Piritola Forest for about a day. Hopefully, and honestly, same thing. Kind of. I think things should be fine, but want me to grab you anything on the way? Like I said, we'll be there a day.
Why the fuck could you even grab a pebble? Give me a twig.
I'm just gonna test one of these voices to see how good it sounds in terms of making me not sound like a man. No, it's a.
Oh, you did this before. It freaked me out.
Yeah, I just want to check.
Get ready, guys. It's kind of freaky. Yeah.
Right. Give me a short sentence to say.
Hi, I am a woman.
All right.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I am a woman. Testing.
It sounds like the text is like
It says,
women's
Adam,
voice.
I got one. Say it's. Mum said it's my turn on the Xbox.
Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox.
Yeah.
Mom said shave your toe on the Xbox. What the fuck?
How about this one? It's supposed to be yellow sounding, apparently. Is it intelligible? And it sounds like I'm not just a man with a voice.
Calypso Paradise
You sound like an
Punch.
old lady. This sounds like this is your old lady
Calypso
voice.
Paradise Punch. It's fucking Megan.
It's fucking me. Daddy.
All right. Well, I'll just.
Just be you, I think.
All right, yeah, I'll just do that. Well,
you ever need
play
that
with, play with it.
like,
First one, like I said,
like...
play one. The first one wasn't bad. It was just like, again, it sounded like a text to speech.
Better than angry. No, I don't know. I don't know if that child was angry or not, but
he was angry. Yeah.
Probably spent $1.50 on that. So Thea would tell you, don't do anything crazy while you're there. If you could pick me up some of the local delicacies, that would be nice. Referring to some food or local grown mushrooms from around there. Don't worry, they're safe to eat. Even if they are Fey touched.
I would assume I would know that.
Yes. If anything, the Fey part gives a little spice. It numbs the tongue. And I don't think I left anything worth noting. I'm good for material possessions. But come back to me safe. When all of this is over, it's very stressful wondering where you are.
I can't reply unless I...
You need to recast, yeah. Thankfully, it's a bit more flexible on the word count. You can have your ums and likes and the if you want, without it eating up your word count. But yeah, it's time constraint.
There you go. Okay. Got another slot if you want. Or are you good?
Send nudes.
I'm not sending that.
You have the slots.
Send Laszlo. Yeah, I got the slots. Yeah. Send Laszlo.
Simple
instead.
message. Just tell her I'm having Kalos work on a set of sending stones, and the next time we hopefully by the time we get back, we'll
ask
stop
them where
by.
they're at. Where they at? As well, so you can give them the stones.
No, where they are. Aren't they still staying at the?
I don't know.
Still staying
got
at
a
the
minute.
cave.
Hate Laszlo and Varys squabbling over this message being sent.
Ask her if she's thinking about me. Do it.
She think about Laszlo out of
Tell her, tell her I'll have.
Not Laszlo.
Kalos has promised me a set of sending stones, so
yeah, that we'll be able to. You can chat without me being involved.
We'll hopefully I'll drop one of them off by the cave next time we get a chance to come over.
Alright, sounds good. I am perfectly fine with once every once in a while, or I can be annoying and call you every day.
Saves me spell slot.
But everyone here at the cave is fine. And it would take me a bit more to fill you in on the painting situation. And then it suddenly abruptly cuts off because of duration.
I'm sure there's nothing wrong with that, Ferris, so we don't need to worry about that.
All right. I might, depending on when we get back, what the time frame on Zip's thing, either right before or right after Zip's thing, I might insist on if we're able-bodied, I might insist on stopping by and checking on that.
Oh, we're all able-bodied, no cripples here.
You got more limbs than most.
That I'll say out loud to the group and just say, hey, this is on our to-do list, I think.
Painting lore update is needed from the cave. The werewolf cave.
The cave peoples.
The cave dwellers. No, that's not very... I don't know. I don't want to call them that.
The werewolves.
The smelly, gross... Well, Bosik's dead, so I know they're nice people.
Did I tell you guys? I told you guys that, right?
You told me that you fucking kicked the bucket, yeah.
Well, you cried on him inside of a creature's stomach, so...
Yeah, we don't know what the
creature was. He's talking bones.
I found that out. I forgot if I, heard it, though.
You told us that, and you said, Bosik's dead, and then you also told us...
Right, because I think he came up, and we wanted to...
Yeah, because he was travelling up, so he got caught along the way.
He was going to throw himself into the Feywild, and...
I'll be honest, I think maybe your wife ate him.
Well, she's not a werewolf anymore, as...
I can still eat people, I'm not a werewolf.
You're a giant spider.
See? Zen could eat someone. You already eat.
Now you're a giant spider.
Yeah, but I could have eaten someone before if I wanted to.
I think we all have the capacity to do that.
Have you heard of a cannibal
if it comes up, I will ask her if she ate.
Did you eat Lebosik out of pride? I don't know what else would have eaten them, dude.
But you know what? Don't worry, lass. I will ask her though when the time is right. When I think the time is right, and I think she's let her guard down. You should just not mention this ever again. Don't worry.
Mention what?
Her eating Lebosic. I will handle it. I will handle this conversation because I think it's a tough one, and I think it's my responsibility.
Sure, yeah. I respect that.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Alright.
Oh, great. We're about to hit the break too.
But you're not here. We found an astronaut suit in the ship, and I gave that to you because Zip threw it out, and he is now he's commandeered a closet to be a doctor's office now. But now you have a astronaut suit, which is like a one-piece suit with a helmet. And I said this will be good for you to maybe see how it works, and if you want to make more of them. But then it's like an item for you to look at.
We also added going back to the caves with the werewolf cave on the to-do list, either right before or right after Zip's thing, depending on timeline of.
Because there's been an update with the painting, but we don't know what. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And we're about to TP to Dominus for the first time in this campaign. About to hit 3-hour mark. Time is 1:20. 45?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. See you, gentle folk, in a few minutes.
Okay.
45?
the Trader Joe community.
You want to the Old West? Do we have an Old West equivalent? Like I know, like Sanctus is the desert, but that's all like.
The equivalent would be in Dominus, the location around the Dragon's Spine Ridge, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes,
Been
I
there, been
remember
there.
that.
That's
I've been there
that's
once.
mesas and canyons and whatnot.
North of it is, yeah, and then like south.
Adam
is...
never sent me the picture of the map. He just like showed it to me on the
Oh.
screen, so I fucking
Oh.
forgot. So I'm like,
I have
yeah,
it
we're,
saved,
like,
but I
that kind
saved
of works
it.
for your character, though, right?
I saved it when
yeah,
we
it does,
first started.
Actually, it's very fitting.
I've got it.
Gosh.
I've got it.
Actually, no, I don't have. I don't think.
You made the map.
Actually, no, I don't have the whole
It's
map.
funny too,
I just
'cause
have.
Zip's pretty smart, but like he doesn't
I-
know the world's not flat.
It's a
I
giant
just-
dinosaur, right?
Actually, no, I just have the maps
I
of
thought-
Ritosh and Dominus.
It's a triangle.
I have Ritosh.
I've got
Probably,
it all.
I don't know.
Well, the Dominus one should be part of the
Dominus
whole
one
thing.
is fucking so in depth.
Varys, I'm a doctor, not a geologist or whatever.
A map maker.
Cartographer.
Not a
would
cartographer.
say-
Cartographer, that's what Zip said.
I'm back.
I think around the Red Zashu Canyon would be where the cowboys are, and if you go south enough, that's where the Injuns are, I guess. The fucking
The
Zasu,
Idjits.
Zasu
yeah.
tribe central.
Are they are they orcs? Just to make it extra racist.
No, I would make them something else.
Yeah. What else?
What elf Indian?
That's what Varys is.
They make them
Loves-
savage stuff.
We found that. We totally didn't
Yeah,
just
it's-
find that out in the last dozen sessions or so.
It wasn't their last session.
He just grew to
Not
like
yet,
trees
though.
a little bit more.
Oh man,
Dude,
my skin's turning brownish.
In the sun.
I have a word unlocked now.
Necromancer.
Tree lover.
Alright, I'm gonna close this. And we're not...
Pit boss, pit boss, pit boss.
I'm still up the hat, yeah.
Yeah. Checking.
I'll get a different hat for next time. I have one that just has the entirety of the country of the Philippines right on the front.
Oh, okay. So like just a
And
thin sort of...
It just says Philippines.
just in case you didn't know. Right?
Eventually,
I
you should
mean,
just keep
honestly, if
putting
I just
on more
showed you a
hats.
random topographical of a bunch of islands, you could either mistake, because you could mistake it for Japan.
Dude, glorious Nippon.
Glorious
well,
Nippon, and then it's
well,
got the fucking color palette of the
you know,
Filipino
like,
flag.
You and
Jap-
Dan should have a hat off.
Put my hat off.
No, like just keep wearing different hats. Maybe
Okay.
a stack of hats.
I'll run out of hats eventually, and then I'll just have to start wearing them backwards.
What's the no? Because I'll be worried. I'm like, is he serious? I can't tell. Is it over for us? The
What?
meteor. That's when the meteor comes down. Could push the hat back. Oh no.
Alright, let me see. Before we jump back in, I gotta check how...
The acoustics.
kind of, if you don't think about it. Okay. Is everyone ready to jump ship? Or jump with the ship, rather?
Jump at the same
Jump.
time and then you die, like, because you're not.
If we're on the deck and we hop up, if we just
Does
make
it
a little,
just tear a hole in us? Like
There's just a bunch of papers on Zip's desk as he looks out the porthole
his
window.
desk.
where is he getting a desk? How the hell is he getting a
It's
desk?
tiny compartment.
It's
And
like a
so
milk crate. Don't
tiny.
worry about it.
Tiny desk. I'm here for it. He's been busy over the night. He's
The
pulled
window
in.
that he has in there somehow is also at like eye level to him.
It's just a whole carved desk, and it's just like us looking in. Like he needs
Ow!
Krios to carry him around. How did he get a
Ow.
desk in here?
He's did it. He's working with the cat.
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
Life has many doors, Varys boy.
Every now and again.
Some pockets
when
are bigger
Varys
than
looks
others,
at-
boy.
Yeah.
When Varys looks at Zip every now and again, his eyes will red.
But only Varys sees it.
Yeah,
like-
only Varys sees
He's
it.
got a real high perception. You can.
He's like,
and
also
insight.
T-post. Just for that split second. It's like,
Oh my god. I'm scared. I'm not scared of him. We're full casters. It's fine.
Yeah.
The two full casters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's double check this one.
Yeah. Yes, bitch.
we're the
Science,
two
bitch.
casters of the Leaguey Weegies.
The Leaguey Weegies.
Those are what the members are called. That's what
Yeah,
Zip
I'm a
has
Weegie.
deduced.
We had 4 for 2 whole sessions. Actually, no, we only had 3. Because Zip doesn't count.
Zip
Back
counts.
then.
Zip doesn't
Our-
count for back
our-
then, but
Our
I
max.
don't- wait, warlocks are considered.
Are they considered half or full? Because they
No,
have their
they're-
weird ass spell slots.
Because they can have access to level above 5, so I would consider them full.
Warlocks have to make out with demons to get their power, so I don't care. They don't count.
I could just get
That's
a
Zip's,
different
that's
patron.
Zip's stance on Warlocks.
Yeah, but what if you're into
Fuck
that?
What do? Kiss a tree, Dovey? You nerd? That was...
Yeah, I don't even do that, and I'm a druid, you fucking sick bastard.
Yeah.
I don't even know who this guy is. I don't want to kick his ass.
Okie
Kind of looks like a tree.
Are you folks ready to
I'm
hear
ready.
the good news? Because suddenly Laszlo's sword turns into a mole.
No!
It hops off the ship and burrows away.
Yeah.
There's like,
As we're
bloody
jumping.
hell.
As the clock strikes midnight and the bell tolls
The
in,
bing bong bongs.
Yeah, as Big Ben cleans his...
Disconnected from your channel.
Oh, God. Who was that?
Ben and Henry.
Henry? Oh,
He
God.
was too scared about the Big Ben.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hear Big
He's
Ben.
quite, that's why he always says cup of tea. He's scared of Big Ben.
Was that like
Yeah.
the doctor, like the fucking apple a day keeps the Big Ben away?
Yeah,
But
a cup of tea a day keeps Big Ben away. Yeah.
that would be a pretty good cursed monster, I'm just saying.
Well, I just had a cup of tea, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's like a monster that lives in the clock tower, and you need to drink tea every day to sate it, or else
He'll
it
know
comes
if
down
you
and
haven't.
it beats the shit out of you.
Yeah.
It doesn't even kill you, it just beats the shit out of you.
It takes off one of the hands of the Big Ben and impales you.
No, it just like cuts you on your ass just a little bit, so every time you sit down,
Oh.
you think of him.
He grabs your hand and just like slits the webbing between your
The,
fingers.
the most awkward spot, yeah.
Just remember it.
And it's like foggy as well, so you won't see him approach.
And then one time
You're
he just
just-
comes out and kisses you, and then you're like, what's that even mean?
Does he like me now? What is going on? Like,
Oh, he has.
Why am I
he has mouth
confused?
herpes. That's why.
yeah, he's giving you super AIDS and asbestos when he kisses you.
All right.
That's what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't put any of those onto the sword yet, but
Asbestos
I got
blade.
some ideas.
Okay, so I'll write down Morphic Blade
All right. So some of these
Upgrade.
are a bit spicy. Okay.
Okay, well,
So
yeah, no, we anticipated some
They're not
spice here.
all net gains. There are gonna be now some give and takes.
Sure,
Pause
okay.
dig
Let's see.
every day.
So
Bomb with a wick.
is everyone ready? And by that I mean mostly just the guy owning the sword.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm ready.
Stage
Zip's
2.
ready as well. Okay.
Stage 2 of 3, which means there's another
Oh.
transformation. First, I also have to put the date that you got it because it actually matters a big deal.
1st September.
9/1 because I'm not doing the day first because I'm American.
7/3.
9/1 7/39.
7/39.
And then Dan's gonna be like, wow, it's the 9th of January. Alright, besides cultural differences of one being clearly...
Okay,
Honestly, one makes a lot more sense. I'm not sure why we do the middle
What, day-
length
a
one
month?
and then the day and
yeah.
then the thing. But, you know,
Yeah, you give
We're
them
American.
User joined
Yeah.
your channel.
speaking of Americans,
No, just mix it all up. Just fuck it. Just screw it. We just
year
gotta- we just
first,
gotta do.
I think
then-
China do it differently.
Come on. They do
China-
everything differently.
Look at them.
Alright,
Doing alright.
the first tag, suffering.
From success. It's in
Prolonged
fine print.
periods of suffering can either lead to a hardened heart or a crushing soul. Gain a +2 Constitution saving throw. Sorry, gain +2 to all Constitution saving throws, but you take a -2 to Charisma saving throws. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so +2 con, -2 saves.
Saves, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, how much charisma do you need? You're a giant spider.
We have a charisma monkey who does not use it.
The next one. Mole-like.
Yeah!
You got it. You did it.
A creature,
Campaign over.
a creature whose wants and needs are simple. You burrow in the ground and eat worms. Gain a 10-foot radius of blind sense. And a 10-foot burrow speed.
Yeah!
What are you swearing for? Calm down,
I thought I only had that.
Next. Lolth and Underdark have been merged into just Lolth. She is a overarching theme that encompasses both Underdark and herself. Friend to the Underdark and most of its residents. You find comfort in the darkness. Creatures native to the Underdark with an intelligence score of 7 or less perceive you as friendly until otherwise you deal it harm. You also gain the ability to see through magical darkness. You are,
That is very
however,
useful.
more sensitive to sunlight.
Uh-oh.
While in direct sunlight or in areas of intense bright light, you have a disadvantage on perception checks that use vision, and attack rolls are made at disadvantage.
Okay.
Neutrality. The final tag. Sorry. I had a pie. You gain an aura of neutrality. Potentially hostile creatures within 10 feet of you must make a Ka saving throw, DC equal to 8 plus Ka plus Prof. If any of those phrases make sense.
What?
The DC scales off of your charisma, proficiency score plus 8. The normal calculation for doing like saving throw calculations. Or they cannot take any hostile actions against you. Creatures immune to charm effects are unaffected by this aura, and if you cause harm to a charmed creature, the effect is lost. Any creature that saves on the initial throw, exits the 10-foot radius, or otherwise ends the charm effect early is immune to this aura for another 24 hours. And that's stage 2. I have not incorporated the asbestos yet.
The asbestos tag?
Stage 4.
They didn't coat the blade in asbestos.
Yeah, well, you didn't really interact with it, so that's why I didn't add the tag. You kind of you witnessed it, but you didn't really, interact with it. So unfortunately,
it's melted now too. You can't throw it in there.
That is the only asbestos in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
Wait, is Andrew's 10-foot pole asbestos pole because he waved it in there?
Just lick it.
That's how he cleans all.
He
this
will.
stuff.
He will. He would if we asked him to.
Okay.
He's a pioneer. So.
And
Okay,
then
so
3 hours
7 or
later-
less into Underdark equals friends.
Until
plus sunlight sensitivity. So the same thing that a Durga would have.
Yeah.
Legacy Durga. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's effectively the same effect. Yeah.
Plus seeing through magical darkness.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that's at midnight, and then 3 hours later, the warp drive is chiggity charged. I know we already asked if there's any last-minute things, but you could have come up with something over the break. Before we depart the continent, any last calls before we close up the bar? I'll take the silence as a maybe.
You're about to hit a major story.
So
I'm in my office making some good berries to put in a jar on my desk if anyone needs them.
It's a fucking lollipop jar.
Nice. Could you ping me those notes so I can actually add them in?
I can ping you this fish.
I see the jar of good berries, knowing what they are, and I grab a few. I grab a hand.
Hold on, where's Dan on this thing? Hold on. I gotta send you
the updated thing.
I could do
if it's too large, send it over email.
No, I'm gonna send it on Steam. It's gonna be this rat. Okay, that's not the thing though. But
rat.
Oh hell yeah, rat in a blanket to be specific. Give him a little rat back.
I didn't ask you.
Accept the fucking rat.
Upload file. Don't go to my homework folder, nor the epic meme folder. Hold on.
Which is important.
Where did I save it,
No,
actually?
this epic dank memes.
Nick's epic meme stash.
Yeah.
Morphic Blade here. Oh, I have to close it first before I can send it. Oh, wait. Save. Close. Morphic Blade. Send. If you give me a 10 out of 100 on that, I will file a complaint. And don't check for grammar.
Grandma.
Alright, so we're gonna be teleporting. Master Summerwatch gives you all just a brief warning that he's firing up the warp drive. Technically, it's not his first time doing this because he did it the first time to get it out of the bunker. So don't worry, it's not his maiden voyage, but he does tell all of you to make sure that you are not doing anything stupid, like hanging off the edge of the ship for whatever reason.
I'm gonna tie myself to the mast.
He also says if you have a bag of holding, keep your hands out of it until we're done.
She's Callus's hand, like, in the space.
You see what you say?
You
just-
I can only have my penis in there.
You might as well. You might as well give him Kalos put a chair in front of Kalos and said, "Do not sit on this," and
He'll
just
sit on it.
stood him in front of it.
He'll check it for traps.
Keep your body out of any extra dimensional spaces. And if you, for whatever reason, decide that you're going to do that, don't expect to come out whole. There's your captain speaking. No in-flight movie. And navigation will be on Laszlo today. And forevermore. So, if we're all ready to warp drive, I'm gonna roll dice. Why? Because
Don't worry about it.
yeah,
We can fate die this, by the way.
it's not that because it's a D100.
Fate die.
Just saying, Zip did tie himself to the mast.
I thought you were in your office.
Gonna suffocate out there. Like,
I want to see it still. I mean, the windows are great, you know.
So, like,
do
manifesting a window. Like.
So actually, it's a good thing that Zip's out there, so I can describe what it looks like when you guys warp drive. So
Wait, no one else is out there?
I don't know. Could be just you.
Fuck it.
Hopefully, I can hold my breath.
So you are well, Zip braced up against the mast and holding it for dear life. You see the stars above you. They're beautiful and in an arrangement that is very familiar to you, if not changed from a couple of degrees because of the several thousand miles of difference between you and your home planet. I mean, continent.
What? New more.
Well, we're going to a different dimension, so that's why it's slipped. Not dimension. Actually, no, you're not even.
Planetary.
Plane of existence.
Same plane.
You're
of
taking a
existence.
paper, you're folding the paper, poking a hole into it.
Whoa! Thanks, Sam Neill of Event Horizon movie.
So you see the stars, and they immediately, like when you have sparklers and you wave them back and forth, and it leaves a little light trail behind it. The stars begin to leave little light trails, as if they're being stretched to a paper thin width. The moons, plural, begin to almost look like they're doing like an Ouroboros thing where they start to swirl around each other. And all the immediate stuff around the ship, because you're in the mountains, you got some trees, some rocks, those ones begin to waver as if you were like really drunk, and become shimmering and somewhat lucid. In any case, then you feel a sudden acceleration of probably like just underneath. How many G's is it when you go to space?
Oh, like, Jesus.
A lot.
Isn't it like 9 G's or something? Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's like 9. No.
How much is it
it's either
before
9
you
or-
start passing out?
Oh, Zip passed.
Well, what I want you to do is just witness it. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you or anything.
No, don't worry. It's cool if I pass out. It sounds like it's going to be too much room anyway.
Just going to roll this dice on the thing. I want to get it's a 2.
He probably would have handled it better if he went to outer space instead of a different dimension, because now he has to try to think about that.
Well, in either case, all of it fades away into nothing but inky blackness with a slightly purple hue, because I like purple for astral plane. there are a couple of things that the nav boy needs to do to make sure that we get there in one piece. And I don't mean... What did I say? I said nav boy. So
Yeah.
he's on nav. I'm assuming he knows who he is. Where am I? Now he's in your closet. Oh. So... I rolled my thingy. Now you need to... what's that game?
We got on YouTube?
No, it's you familiar with Subway Surfers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so
Flappy Bird?
from your perspective, it kind of is like you're playing Flappy Bird, actually.
Okay.
You are going to be navigating through this astral tunnel around several instances of air quotes debris. Debris is, as previously, there are extra little pocket dimensions that either are being in use or not being in use. It's like a derelict, empty shed. There could be stuff in there, but you can't really access it normally.
Okay.
And they are effectively like little icebergs in the way, or if you're playing Subway Surfers, one of those little fucking railings.
Sure.
Or a train.
I get that, yeah.
Thank you. Alright. I actually never played Subway Surfers, so I'm just...
Pretty close, I think.
I'm guessing there's trains.
Yeah.
It's in a subway. Alright, so... What I need you to do is it's actually going to be intelligence-related check, but not directly intelligence straight up.
Sure.
It's going to be a contested roll, not versus a DC, but against anything that would be in the space. So if there's a pocket dimension that is incredibly big, then the DC is higher. If it's a tiny little pocket from some guy's bag of holding, that's easy to navigate around. And I rolled a 2 on a D100. So that means it's a relatively small pocket out of 100.
Okay.
So what I want you to do is I'm going to roll a dice, and the score that I get is added to that, and it's going to be versus your intelligence. So we're shooting for a very low score of +0, so looking at a DC intelligence of 14 you got to beat.
Okay. I got a 18.
So, you give Summerwatch a series of navigational intelligent phrases that ultimately amount to, hey, don't run that over. There's a dead squirrel in the road.
There's a big squirrel. Watch out.
And all the while Zip is just feeling the force of gravity times 4.
Stop for a sec, go really fast, and stop, then go really fast.
You are
He's like flapping in the
spin
wind.
around a bit as well. No, I sort of say, should he be out there? He's out there, and we're doing this, but he is out there. He's fine, right?
You ever seen like a dog in a wind tunnel?
Oh, he's fine. He's gonna
And everyone else who is inside, you just see, like you feel it normally. You don't feel the force of the G's as much, and meanwhile Zip is outside just getting
Don't make a
hurled.
funny face. It'll stay like that.
User disconnected from your channel.
Oh my god, I killed him.
No.
You were like, I like that you were eagerly like, I'm on the mast.
In the
like,
wind.
yeah.
Yeah, your face is flapping in the wind, all your clothes are going fucking berserk, and everyone else is just staring at you like you're a fucking circus performer.
Dude, he's doing it.
Yeah, it's the best miming I've ever seen. And considering there's no air to make air pressure, I'm not sure how you're doing this. But anyways, you guys get to the other side safely, thanks to the navigational skills of Laszlo and Master Summerwatch's piloting.
I look out for like dread pirates. Like we're good. Like,
Zip's laying a little limp and
this is the sea, so like
foaming from the mouth.
Foaming from the mouth. It's like Frank emerging from the couch trying to get air. Like
Master Summerwatch contacts you guys through the network. We have arrived in Dominus. According to Varus's intuition, I found a relatively open spot, large enough for the ship to not knock down any trees, and it's away from most civilized locations. Thankfully, no one has decided to move in, so this area is pretty remote. now that you guys are here, the Piratolo Forest is very much like a regular forest if everything was tinted pink. And orangish. So, do I have an effect for that? Nope. That's making everything really gray. Enchanted? That's purple. Shit. I think it is red. That's isolated red. Warm? There we go. It's orange. I said pink, but I don't have pink. There we go. There is a thickness to the air that is unlike any kind of humidity you've ever felt in your life. It is thick like a soup. You could almost drink it with a straw. This is, of course, very familiar to Varys, although you've been away for quite some time. It's causing a flood of memory.
There's a map, Miss Adam?
No, I just turned it orange.
Oh yeah, I can see.
The reason why it's so thicky in here is because of the Fey activity, causing different forms of flora to spawn here that are not native to the plane of existence, let alone the region. When they go around here, they attempt to incorporate it into a more suitable location when it spawns its, well, spawn. So, mushrooms are the key factor. Some of them are as large as a man. Others walk like a man. Sometimes. You don't see anyone in the immediate vicinity. But the color palette, the humidity, temperature, and overall feel of the Piratolo Forest is incredibly alien, despite you still being on the same plane of existence. Having traveled for several thousands of miles away from your previous location, the temperature is also approximately 75 degrees Fahrenheit.
Disgust.
And is very muggy.
Mm-hmm.
Stepping out onto the platform away from the bridge, Master Summerwatch removes his helmet, places it onto the seat, and steps out to where Zip is on the deck. How do you feel?
You just look at him, his eyes are all blanked out.
You can currently see 3 different instances of Master Summerwatch standing side by side each other, talking at the same time.
Trying to hold back vomit.
I think you should sit for a while. We have quite a bit of time, considering our drive is now on cooldown for another 24 hours. I'm not entirely sure what to do around here. We should try to maintain a low profile and not tell the locals we're about, because we are, for all intents and purposes, not quite sitting ducks. I can still move the ship, but this area is very unknown to me. Thankfully, we have a resident.
Who's that? Oh,
it's you.
Right.
Oh, we...
Pull himself to his office and close the door.
All right. So actually, first off, for everyone, what's the approximate? Did you say the time difference here? What the
so
time
because
of day?
it's actually still in the same. If you cut it into little slits, it's actually in the same time zone as Sanctus. So it is a 5-6 hour leap.
Oh, so it's the morning, basically.
So it would be about 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the morning, feels like. The bean says 8:30.
Gotcha. Cool.
We're in the Piratolo Forest.
The Piratolo Forest welcomes you.
And it's
Is
pinkish, do you say?
Pinkish, yes. I don't have a pink hue, unfortunately, on Tailspire. I can turn it orange.
Other than the forest in general, what's the immediate area? What's that look like relative to
Let's get a perception check.
I'm just gonna roll that on the board so we can all see it.
Alternatively, if you're trying to get anything specific about nature, I can also accept that too.
Well, let's see what we see, and then
So
that goes somewhere.
send that shit in the Shadow Realm. What the fuck did you...
It's a 15 total.
So, first of all, is there anything in particular you're looking out for?
I mean, I guess going into this, I would know more or less the location we're going. I'm not looking for anything specific. I'm just kind of getting a sense of where we are and what what's within walking distance, basically? What is this?
Sure. So I'll fill you in on a couple of things. First of all, this is technically within your troops' former territory, if you can call it that, because generally speaking, you would have a pretty big scouting radius or patrol radius, and although it is close, air quotes, close to your campsite where you were attacked, it is still technically dozens of miles away. It's also not occupied at the current moment by any residents. You don't look over the edge of the ship and see someone's house splattered into the ground. A couple of things on the immediate, because this is one close to your outpost, signs of Fey activity. It's more or less the same way you would imagine it to be. In order to keep things not flooding over and having every Fey creature spill out into the material plane, there is a certain amount of pruning that you guys need to do, and this place is needing a good pruning. That comes in the form of controlled burns, killing anything that bleeds out if it's a living creature, or sometimes it's just like actually pruning, like the plants.
So needs pruning. Is this look like in the sense that someone hasn't been here in a while? It's just like, oh, it's just the patrol pattern, and they'll get to this. This is just the pattern, and someone will get to this as regularly.
The former, actually. Seems like the janitor. Don't say Janny. The janitor has not been doing his duties.
That's interesting. How many hours walk, you said, would it be to the exact campsite of where the platoon was?
If you were to walk on your 2 feet, now that you have, well, it's a little different for Wood Elf feet.
I get a whole 5 extra movement.
Yeah, man. But this patrol is approximately, in terms of hours as opposed to days, about 15 to 16 hours if you were to just beeline it straight.
Okay.
Obviously, usually when we travel in-game, it's usually about an 8-hour chunks. So if you want to say 2 days, which is approximately, normal speed is 24 miles per day in 8 hours, so about 50 miles. So it is quite a big radius. And this would be considered at the edge of your territory, and then it could overlap with other people's stuff, and it's not really a big deal. There's no territory wars between your guys, because that doesn't fucking make any sense. You're guarding the same place. But yeah.
Would that make it more suspicious that no one's come and kind of pruned?
Potentially. Your level of sus is on your... in that immediate case, so it needs pruning. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning. If Laszlo, you step out onto deck, you're immediately flashbanged because your new sunlight sensitivity.
I'll try it out. Yeah. What's the sensation?
Have you ever been maced in real life?
No.
Okay, good. You shouldn't. It's bad. Neither have I. I've heard it's bad.
Like that.
Imagine just go to the kitchen, grab some pepper, and throw it in your eyeball.
I see now why wizards have big hats. But I do have a big hat somewhere.
But as soon as you step out onto deck, and you don't even need to look at the sun for one thing, that would be a horrible idea for anyone. But
it's like Billy and Mandy when he stares at it for too long.
What if the squids control the sun? How will we know?
But just
fucked.
stepping out onto deck, even the light sunlight reflected off the deck of the ship, almost makes you instinctively hiss like a vampire.
Ah.
Maybe
you need some sunglasses there, Bucko.
Oh, you got any spare?
Dracula don't suck. Oh.
It's great.
Like, no, I don't.
I gotta explain for dummies who don't listen.
I can give you this mask I
Not
have.
everyone knows the Dracula turns to a vampire named Bat. Sorry.
Hey, foxy lady, you wanna see Dracula dance? With fucking no music.
What's their quote? Andrew Loveland he always goes with Dracula do the scrape and lick.
It's my favorite.
Is that Eddie Murphy when he's a vampire?
No, that like Lily and Mandy literally had a character that was Black Dracula.
Oh yeah,
Dracula, you would say.
yeah. I do remember now. It's been a while since I've seen that show.
Oh, you're afraid of Dracula. All right.
Agent Ross.
So, besides Laszlo being now sunlight sensitive, thank you. Varys, you notice a couple of things besides the immediate overgrowth. I guess it would coincide with the overgrowth, actually, now I think about it. You see, like, in your peripheral vision, a couple of things, like, dodging behind some line of sight breakers, be it like a tree or a fat mushroom cap. In terms of size, it is comparable to, like, a golden retriever. I guess that's the first thing that came to my mind. But not quadrupedal. If anything, it looked more like a hunched Gollum from Lord of the Rings.
Uh-oh. I hate Gollum.
I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure
he's all right. He's all right. I'm joking.
Yeah.
That end up in immediate, like, do I have an immediate theory as to what the shape would be?
So I'll ask for a nature or arcana check. I think they're the same for you. But they're not beasts. They would technically be some sort of fey denizen.
Yeah.
Varys, what is it?
Give me a sec. We get +2. I think this comes out to. Oh,
Nice.
21.
Nice, Jude.
Bingo. Oh wait, no, that's blackjack.
If you said bingo, they'll kill you at the.
I would like to go to a blackjack table. And when I say if I get 21, I say bingo.
They'll just shoot you the weirdest look ever. Like, what the hell?
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
I have the bingo. Yeah. Every teller has a magnum underneath the desk. Fully loaded.
What the fuck does bingo mean?
Hollow point.
Alright, so the creature you are looking for, or rather, I am looking for, because I just need the stat sheet for real, no particular reason, is humanoid primarily only in shape. They are technically not humanoid, but they just have, head, limbs, 4 of them, and generally stand upright, but in a very hunched position. Their features are no fur, no hair, so they're completely not naked, I would say, but in that regard. But anyways, semantics aside, no fur, no hair, and as soon as I click on this thing, it opens up properly. No, I will not open this up in the... What the fuck PDF did you try to open? Okay, ignore that. Me.
Speaking out loud.
For one thing, they are incredibly hostile. Natives to the Feywild. Generally speaking, they are, as you guys love to deal with, ambush predators. And come with a series of horrible ailments that even if you live to tell the tale of being attacked by it, you are more likely than not to have some sort of terrible, terrible after effect. Like
asbestos.
No, not asbestos. I'm gonna set the asbestos aside for now, guys. You don't have to worry about it for a bit.
Just side of table.
I think he's bullshitting us.
Dude, it's the
And we stepped
asbestos
off the deck, right? We're in the forest. We stepped off the deck. and that's what caused us.
I would say that anyone who wants to be on deck would be definitely Zip, Master Summerwatch.
He's in his room,
and
yeah.
the guy who got flashbanged.
Is there any shade?
On deck right now, you would need to well, the ship itself has shade on the inside. It wouldn't be.
I'm not a pussy. I'll be outside with Varys.
Just squinting really fucking hard.
Yeah. The sword changed. Varys. Sunlight hurts. Doesn't hurt, but yeah, I can't see as well.
Well, I'll
I'm
paint
with
a
you,
picture
dude.
for you. We got company.
Okay.
The layman's term would essentially be calling this thing a Fey ghoul.
Fey ghoul.
A fey ghoul, but for all intents and purposes, you can also call it I won't say gabagool. No, restrain yourself.
No,
Stop!
You
We
should
did
have
this
said
last
it.
time. What's the when Kalos got beamed up to the moon and he goes, "I got the secret for gabagool." Don't you want that?
But I will accept fey touched ghoul, fey ghoul, and I guess now that the cat's out of the bag, the gabagool. Yeah,
Gabagool.
I think that's easier for everyone.
I do.
Okay.
I turn to Laz. You ever run into any ghouls back in Tosh?
Any gabagools?
Well, there are ghouls. This is like old session like in research we've done. But we do know we never ran into them. There are ghouls.
I've read up on ghouls. Yeah. What
Well, ghouls are the typical ghoul that you might be thinking of is undead specifically. These ones are not undead, but the only
They've got
reason
an
why
ailment.
they're referred to is because they have a lot of overlap in terms of one, they carry horrible diseases.
Yeah.
2, they eat the flesh of the dead. 3, they're really lanky and skinny, like a ghoul, and they have long claws that they use to attack with. But other than that, they are technically considered living. They're not undead. Where the GABA part of the ghoul comes in, I'm still working that out.
Okay.
Gaba's your
Gobble
bones.
you up.
Like I say, yeah. Well, imagine that, but
Gabbling
like
ghoul.
a colorful. I put colorful in air quotes.
Does he have like a little tuft of like hair?
Fey
or
version.
No
something?
hair. No hair.
No hair. Is his eyes like ghouly?
Well, he's currently out of line of sight right now. He did.
Damn it! If only we had a doctor to determine what type of disease this thing may be carrying.
Well, it's kind
I'll
of
look
far
at
away.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. it
crawled
Could I
into my
make could I
office.
make an Arcana check to determine maybe if there's any
The gabba-
magicalness about the gabagool? Yeah.
This isn't just a ghoul, it's a gabagool.
Let's see. They're not really inherently magical.
Okay.
Like, if you went to some other country, they're not magical just because you don't know about their culture. And that sort of
Sure.
thing. It would be more... Not...
They're such a mystical people.
Is
Right.
there any sort of check that I'd be able to make?
nature. But because it's a foreign plane of existence, it's going to be pretty difficult.
I've got a +8.
And?
I'm just saying, like...
You could still get a low roll.
Sure, yeah.
And in fact, I know you will. I'm not sure why I said
Oh my god.
menacing.
That was
Slaps
menacing, yeah.
There's no
I
GABA
got a
out of this-
16 on a nature check.
There's no GABA out of this school.
Yeah, what's the
Alright.
GABA part?
So the list of diseases is not incomprehensible, but it is a lot, and reasonably speaking, there's not many things you could do to decide what it would be before it nicks you.
It's like these are some general risks.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and find my disease list that I so caringly and lovingly made.
Ass rock.
Have you ever looked at like a cesspool filled with
song
like
about the countries,
human
but
excrement?
with-
Yeah. AIDS.
Sorry, Pat, what you said? I mean,
Laz, like imagine a cesspit filled with human excrement.
Yeah.
You know how many possible diseases could be in that?
Like at
It's like
least
the
5, right?
same
At least
concept, but
5,
these
yeah.
things walk.
These guys,
Okay.
they're not. What's it called? What's the word? They're not like.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure, it's
yeah.
not in
you,
there.
you said instantly hostile, so they're not like conversable. They don't like.
They're smart.
There is no talking
If they're
to
an
them.
ambush predator, they're probably quite
They're-
smart, right?
well,
In the
they're
sense of
there's.
like a spider being an ambush predator.
Oh,
Loth
man,
would not like that.
Not literal,
statement.
like I said, spider-like, but
okay.
they
slander.
they have no spider
affiliation.
affiliation. Just putting that out there.
we're essentially dealing with wild animals, is what I'm taking. So like
Yeah.
talking to them is not going to help. Okay.
So let's see.
Talking's an option.
Just a couple of ones. So you got bubbling necrosis, you got the hunger, you got mind fungus, frenzy virus, spinal insomnia, xenomaggots, psychic crabs. You guys remember that one? And Climatos infestus,
Okay.
Also, there's Devil's Skin, Avian Delusions,
Dude, there's birds everywhere. This is not.
Stranger's Tongue, Mouse Ebola, Wizard Cramps, Memento Mimi. Oh, I remember.
Oh, we
that
made
one.
these, didn't we? We made all these
Yeah.
up for you funny names. Yeah.
Fisherman's Infertility and Winter Rash. All of these are beautiful. I mean, speaking as a nerdling kind of thing, beautiful.
Yeah.
No one came up with implosive diarrhea.
Implosive diarrhea.
Rips you from the inside.
I
adding
think
it to
that's
the
just your
list.
stomach, intestines bursting.
It takes them away.
But
It's
all
just
of these,
sepsis.
yeah, all of these things are potential risks and diseases that could come with a fight with this thing. So, even if you dispatch it, if it's so much as even breaks
Looks
the
at you.
skin, no, I mean,
Well.
it can look at you all at once, but it's not going to cause a disease
With
from
those
that.
big old eyes.
He's giving me the fuck me eyes. No.
Guys, kind of convincing.
But yeah,
Right.
the creature itself is not known to attack at any particular time of day. They prefer to attack foes who are solitary. And in general, they also prefer to scavenge because it puts them not so much in harm's way.
Maybe we just throw them some meat.
Pussies.
Well, it's just nowhere here. So, Varys, do we need to go out and about?
You don't have to.
Okay.
The fact that it's here.
It's your call. This is literally your neck of the woods. So,
Ooh, good one.
thank you. I could burrow underneath it and kill it.
It's in a
Or
it's
we could
behind a
just
tree right now.
Leave it.
He could burrow into the tree.
That's I only see the one, or
At the moment,
probably more.
you've only seen the one. That
Do they
being
travel in
said,
packs?
I'm glad you asked, Arisen. Varys, what was your total thing for your thing? What was it, like 16 or something?
You're 21,
actually,
right?
21.
Oh,
I
that was,
rolled.
that was perception. I think you got the 16 on.
Oh, perception. I rolled 15. Yeah.
Okay, so combining all those and your knowledge of this place, so there's a couple of red flags that you will be immediately aware of. One, if you see one alone, it's because you're not looking hard enough. Two, there are sometimes in Feywild tradition chaotic mutations, wherein one Gabagool will essentially become incredibly smart and act as their head honcho.
The chief Gabagool.
Yeah, the
And
chief.
that's what we're
They're
meeting
Tony
right now.
Soprano.
Good luck, guys.
Tony!
And
What the
they
fuck's going on,
will
Christopher?
essentially use their superior intellect to corral them into a gang of, of some sort of
Some kind of mafia.
some
A mafia
some
of
kind of
ghouls.
mafia of ghouls.
Tony Soprano's out there right now.
Oh,
Is that what you're
God.
telling me? Christopher, these ghouls.
Yeah. So they hunt in packs, and there's a chance, and it's not always guaranteed. It's just a warning that you might should be aware of. That there's a good chance that there could be a king Gabagool.
The goblin that ghouls them all.
I'm the one who knocks. I'm the goblin. Okay. So
Say
yeah.
my name. Gabagool. You goddamn right.
How targetable is one ghoul?
I'm gonna
One
orbital
ghoul
strike the ghoul.
is, reasonably speaking, one creature by itself, especially versus a number of you guys, would be no match, and it would be easily dispatched.
I mean, literally in its current position, if I wanted to shoot an arrow at it, how targetable?
Or we could just
is it?
shoot the ship at it.
Did you take sharpshooter?
I did.
You could,
Could you sharpshooter the cannon? Or you need to be proficient in it?
you need to be
Varys is
proficient
not
in that,
fucking around no more.
and the only person who can actually fire them properly with proficiency is
As Callus.
Hippo Blood.
His old monkey man.
So right now the creature is braced with you can see probably a quarter of this back of his head peeking out from behind a tree. So if you wanted to, you could dome him. In terms of fragility, they are, while incredibly lanky, surprisingly durable. Like you could hit them with a truck in real life and they'd probably live to walk it off.
Okay.
even though they're not real.
The
All right.
trucks or the
Yeah.
I don't like this thing watching us. If there's a chance it's not alone, I'm gonna take a shot. I say this into to Laz.
Okay.
I'm taking a shot. Everyone else should get ready. Keep at a distance. Try to stay out of arm's length if there are more of them. Okay.
But I'm just gonna go back on the ship. Right.
So on deck, it's Summerwatch, Zip, and...
No, Zip crawled to his office.
Okay, so on deck, it's
Can
Summerwatch.
I come in the office?
It's no way
Try
you can
not-
fit in
no.
that.
Oh, okay. I'll be a little spider. I'll go in there. Yeah.
I'll also hang out with Zip in his office.
I'll go little spider, and I'll go in the
This
corner.
office is big. It's a closet for brooms.
I'm hanging outside.
I've
Outside
got.
the closet, there's a water tank.
Not a consultant.
More cool
I
talk, yeah.
see everyone like piling in back. I said distance, not hiding like little children.
Master Summerwatch is like, he takes his sleeve wand out, and you can see, like, whenever he retrieves any of his things from his sleeves, like, it rolls down a little bit, and you can see all of his tattoos on his forearm, and if you were an arcane caster, I'd say you can read them, but you're a nature caster, so it's a bit foreign.
What did he
He's like
say?
Jack,
What's he
too.
saying? What's it say? Like, kill and kill.
Alright, I guess I'll go attack formation.
Yeah, I get what Varys is putting down. I'll be out there, and I'll look at his arms. What's Summerwatch's arms say?
If you're reading this, you're too close. So you're gonna take a shot?
I am gonna take a shot.
Alright, so Sharpshooter lets you ignore 3/4 cover, so it's gonna be just raw. No AC bonus to the creature. You still have to land a hit in the first place, but considering this thing is just a ghoul, there's a good
That's
chance
safe.
that you hit it.
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a gabagool.
Roll. Let's see what the physical dice does.
To
Let's
see
go
if
around.
he gobbles the glue.
Gabagool in a cage.
Oh, okay. Does it have an AC of 30?
No! No!
Yeah, you said they were durable. So
yeah, but like
Yeah.
health-wise.
Let me find a D10.
It's easy to hit someone with a truck. It's not... I haven't done it, officer. Alright, so go ahead and roll damage.
All right, and just double check my bonuses. That is plus that, plus that, plus that. Okay, cool. 13 on the first arrow.
Are you gonna pump any special things into it, or just that?
He's not within 30 feet, probably. No, not
Too far.
yet. I just
Yeah.
hit the. I'm just gonna hit the shot and see what happens.
So the creature was clinging backwards to a tree, with half of it, like about a quarter of its head peeking out, so you could see its horribly ripped up ears that like cling close to its face. Almost look it's like cauliflower ear, but also it's melded into the side of your head. If you want more body horror. You clip it right over there, causing it to shriek in horror. To the rest of you who are hearing this, it has a very uncanny scream that sounds like a baby crying, and also the shriek of, like, if you ever stepped on a cat's tail.
That looks like he's calling his friends.
My ass.
The creature, while it does not die immediately, does fall out of the tree. I'm going to just go ahead and roll fall damage real quick.
Ah, my ass! And then he falls.
Gonna take another 8 points of bludgeoning damage. As he falls out of the tree, you hear a resounding thwack as it hits the ground. While relatively cushioned because there is some foliage that is making a nice pile, it's not quite an Assassin's Creed hay pile to completely reduce the damage. So let me just do some math on my whiteboard real quick. So you did 13 damage, and another 8 bludgeoning. 13 plus 8. 21. Alright. So the creature hits the ground with a thwack. Its prone form sprawled out for all of you to see. As previously described, it is pale, lanky, and has elongated fingernails that almost look more like claws than they do fingernails. Its head is kind of humanoid if all the features were incredibly recessed and compressed against the face. He's got, like, the nose is pressed up like when you put it up against glass. It's very flat in the face. The eyes are the only part that are abnormally shaped. They're very sunken into the face, creating this perpetual shade over the eyes that is menacing to say the least. It has no hair nor fur, so you can see against its pale skin all the veins underneath its skin, which deliver blood to, well, you know what veins do, and arteries. Its teeth are all sharp and needle-like, no vegetarian meal here, and they are now stained with blood and have a perpetual weird, like, gassiness coming out from them, like he's a vape nation kind of thing. He wears no clothes. Its toes are incredibly long and come with a series of only 3 digits per foot. Long toes of the sort. As soon as it hits the ground, it gives off that aforementioned shriek and begins to scramble onto its feet. It walks kind of more like a gorilla than it does a normal quadrupedal thing, where it's still somewhat upright but hunched forward, using its elongated arms to make contact with the ground, and while its legs are approximately longer proportioned than a regular human, it goes into like a squatting pose and bounds as opposed to runs on all fours. It
Away
begins
from
to
us?
correct.
With us. All right. At that point, I can. Is it within 90 feet of us, or?
The distance you would have shot it, I would have put it at about 150 feet away from the ship.
Okay. I can take that shot though now. So.
It's weaving between the trees, so at some points there are complete line of sight breakers. You can't ignore full cover with sharpshooters. So you're gonna have to
I'll take the
hold
risk.
your breath, wait for the tiny sliver, account for bullet drop and travel time, and take the shooty.
Okay. All right. Nope, I missed.
Should we broadside him?
I rolled a nat 1, so I missed.
Unfortunate.
Zombozo.
It lands into a nearby tree that almost looks like it's doing like a get down Mr. President thing with one of its branches, but lodging it into the tree, the creature bounds away, and eventually the line of sight breaking trees and the overall distance makes a follow-up shot impossible. You can hear the sound of other woodland critters fleeing away from it. The typical ones, like actually native birds and woodland critters running away from it, and occasionally, about 20 seconds after you lose line of sight on it, something that sounds like a tree falling, and then the creature shrieking once again. And then this forest is silent for a good long time.
Is that the kind of trap that, like, does that sound like a watcher trap, or does that just...
There are a lot of things that can sound like a falling tree. The first thing is a falling tree. Second, and the most likely one, actually there's 2 good runners-up. One is a trap in the form of a pendulum that falls and typically uses a log to hit someone with. The second was an ent.
Oh.
Which, it would sound like a tree hitting something because it's Tree Man.
Gotcha.
Get tripped.
On my fist.
Did Summerwatch camouflage the ship yet, or is it still a ship?
He has not camouflaged it yet, and is currently on the ground on a relatively flat surface. He does have his wand out, and he was kind of waiting for your cue as to how I'll go about this. He speaks into the network because after the loud thumping sound, he kind of wants to keep it quiet. Varys, as the expert around here, I'd like to disguise the ship.
That is an excellent idea that I am 110% on board with.
Is there anything in particular I should change it into?
I'd look at the immediate surroundings. There's no rock formation, so trees, something
primarily
foliage.
Trees, yes.
That seems like I basically say that. Try to blend it in with surroundings, trees, foliage, stuff and the like. I'm almost considering some of us camp off the deck while we recharge, in case. My biggest concern was that thing bringing back a pack of it, more of it, just like it. But now Did my arrow graze it, or did it actually embed in?
The arrow itself, because it was such an awkward angle, because you just kind of nicked it, it would have like scraped alongside its head, gouging out a huge amount, but it would have passed through. So if you want to get your arrow, it's probably somewhere in there covered in blood.
I'm gonna grab it with like grabbing it away from any of the.
I would just leave the
blood.
arrow.
Well,
it's
just
probably
in case.
got diseases on it now, and
well, I don't want to leave. We're hiding, so if this thing took a hit, I don't want.
Right.
So when you retrieve your arrow from the initial hit,
if you want, I'm not attached to this arrow. If you want to like have Kalos or someone just light it on fire, you can light it on fire if you want.
But no, I'm just saying I don't want you to get like ass rot or whatever these diseases
Hold on,
it has.
I gotta add that to the list. Hold on. Disease number 17, ass rot.
That's how my uncle died.
I'll rephrase it from ass to something else.
From the ship when Summerwatch disguises it, do we still see? Are we seeing the inside of an illusion, or can we see out off into the distance off the deck?
Let me just check this wording for major image.
Illegal degradation.
God, there's 3 fucking paragraphs.
It's quite big. It's a big one.
No, Henry's not even here.
If a creature discerns what the illusion is, the creature can see through the image, and its other sensory qualities become faint to the creature. So you guys need to beat Summerwatch's DC if you want to see through it.
What's his DC?
Pretty high. He has. You said 22 int. He's got
22 int. He also has 6 proficiency, and he has a couple of magical items that boost his spell save DC.
What is it?
What do we gotta beat, old man?
Let me just do some quick math. 22, 6, 22, 6, 6, so 8, 6, 6, 12, 20. Okay. Is it intelligence saving throw or a skill? I think it might be a. It's technically a intelligence parentheses investigation check.
I can investigate.
So make an investigation, and if we so what is his DC?
That's the best bet.
That's me right now, I think.
I'm gonna cast guidance on
you.
you.
What's the DC?
Okay, so with all of his bonuses, his spell save DC is 24.
Fucking sick.
If I roll a nat 20, I can make that.
Let's do it. Old man ponder.
Or if not, we just see like a bunch of trees.
Yeah, he's gonna disguise it as...
You're giving me a guidance?
Yeah. I'll give you a guide. I'll help you. Or so we can see the ship.
25. I got 22, and then I got a 3 on the D4. I can do it. I can do advantage to roll again, right? If you give me help, see if I can get higher. I didn't get as high on the other one. So 25. I'm probably 14. Just make it out like that's 1 over. So I'm like, it looks so real, and then I like spot like maybe like a bird fly through it.
I like to think it's whenever you look at an AI generated image and then you look at the background characters, and they're like,
oh yeah, or like my eyes actually adjust to the light for a little bit.
Or like oh man, that guy has 6 fingers.
Maybe they have them around here. I double guess for a time.
But yeah, you can see through the illusion. The ship itself looks like it's if Summerwatch did like a paint job on it, but it was like
I like for the
pink and orange.
yeah.
And anyone else who is trying to do this, you're trying to beat a 24 int or try intelligence investigation check. So.
Oh, investigation.
Mm-hmm. And if not, then you're just gonna be like seeing the illusion for straight up a gaggle of
might
trees.
as well try. I need to roll a 20.
Nice. Close.
I got a 6.
No, geez, where's the
I don't
boat?
feel like taking out my dice.
I can't hit a 24 with investigation, so.
I can theoretically hit a 24. 14. Ugh.
This is a very convincing backdrop of more trees on top of trees.
It looks more real than everything else. Huh?
Wow, these trees are better trees than the trees. Why are they in 4K definition? So, Master Stormwatch is going to disguise the boat as just a grove of trees, I guess you can call it.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone wants to step off, you can just step off. If you want to stay on the ship, what have you, but you still have 23 hours and 50 minutes before the next jump. And considering what just went down, there might be some trouble in the future, but who knows?
Should keep watch, I think.
Well, I can do my sentry's rest as well later on.
Okay. Alright.
But yeah, you shot the arrow, and that was kind of, yeah.
As you
executive
retrieve
decision,
the arrow, the creature did leave a trail of dripping blood in its wake. The arrow itself is stained with a horrible, horrible stench. Its blood also isn't any particularly fancy color. It's red with a slight hueish of orange and yellow. Kind of like that pus you get mixed in with blood. It's not a pretty sight nor smell. And the trail of blood that it left begins to like eat away at vegetation in the most immediate contact with it. Obviously it trails off far into the distance, so in theory, you could track this thing quite easily, unless it like ran out of blood or something.
I put that to the group, basically say we could track it, but I don't know. I don't think that's our goal.
Yeah, we just need to hang out here. So
what's the benefit of it?
That's kind of why I said that's kind of goes against our goals.
Okay.
So there is the case that in the case it didn't, that sound we heard didn't kill it. There is a case that it could come back with more if it's feeling confident. So
all right.
I don't know how we want to organize this watch. We want some people off the ships. We want just have everyone else just within earshot, just right up top on the deck, and a couple of us maybe set up camp right here at the foot of the ramp. So we
I could do my sentry's rest on that.
What's that do again?
Like a defensive thing.
Yeah, because we're gonna be here for 24 hours. We should probably set up precautions if need be.
Right.
So.
Maybe you want to set up your thorns. If we were thinking of it like when we were in.
I can only hold that for like 10 minutes, I think. So.
Oh, okay.
Like
If we're surrounded at a later date.
If we have enough of a warning they're coming, then yeah, I can.
Have you got a cordon of arrows you could set up as well?
No, I don't usually leave that prepared.
My sentry's rest is just a thing I can do. So.
Let me just see cordon of arrows. I don't know how long it lasts. I don't have it equipped anyway, but I'm just curious how long it lasts. It's a level 2, I think.
I do have Loth as well, little Loth.
Okay.
I mean, do you know when they're most active? So
they don't have a particular time of day. They kind of.
Do they know if they have any ranged abilities? Kind of like throw a disease.
They spit loogie that far, they got corrosive breath, spit stuff.
Actually, do they?
Generally speaking, no. However, if they do have a boss gabagool, there's no telling how intelligent he could be if they want to weaponize their bodily fluids into, say, like a hot
Or they're
pocket.
like they've specced in to
Yeah,
hot
like-
pocket.
Yeah, hot pocket of disease. They all just like spit in a bag
Oh,
and just throw it at people. Horrifying. But under normal circumstances, when there's no, I'm gonna call him the Gaba King.
soprano.
Yeah, if there's no Gaba King, then under normal circumstances, no. It's just they got claws and teeth.
Okay.
Maybe if one like wises up and decides to throw a rock or something, but
I summarize it. It depends how organized they are. Naturally, no, but again, he was running into something. So I want to.
We don't want to hone all our attention just onto these ghouls. There's other stuff, right?
Oh, if anything, my vote is just organize in the.
No, well, I got a 30-foot range sentry's rest I can set up, so I'll do that when you want to rest.
I say everyone who. Anything, some of us on the ship, some of us, if we want to keep watch outside the ship, that is. Like I said, summer watch's illusion is good. So if we want a line of sight on what's going on around us, then
Sure. Yeah. Well, it's your rodeo, so I'll set up what I need to set up, and I'll do that.
precautions taken. Anyone who's on the boat, it's kind of funny because when you're on the boat while the illusion's active, if you're on deck, you see the illusion. I would say if you're inside the ship, it looks normal, so that it's just like on the exterior hull, it's illusion, so that you can still navigate the interior without just running into things and thinking you're walking into a tree, when it's actually just like Zip's closet again. In either case, if you guys are going to be bunking down here for the evening, well, actually it's still fucking, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning, so you still have a full 23 hours and 45 minutes at this point. It's not going to be just a simple time skip, as much as you might want it to be. About 31 hour and 30 minutes later, specifically Varys, there is a very telltale sign of the Watchers of Spiros audiobook edition. It is a bird sound not native to the Piratolo forest, used between members to contact each other, sort of like Marco Polo.
So then my question becomes, is it sound like it's off in the distance, like someone signaling each other, or does it sound like it's directed towards us?
Due to the acoustics of the forest, it's hard to really tell either or, but you do have enough training to know that it is generally just used for a, hey, anyone in the area? Signal back if so. I just need to know if there's people around here kind of thing. It's not like a specific, hey, this is squadron.
We're watching. If you don't signal, we about to shoot you.
Oh yeah, it's a rust jump check. But yeah, it's just testing the waters. You just do it every once in a while, just to see, so you don't get the, what was that one guy who was shot by a president because they were hunting together? What was that thing?
I mean, Dick Cheney did the shooting.
Oh yeah, well, anyways, yeah, just to make sure that one, you don't accidentally ping an arrow off an ally, and just to make sure that, all right, well, if you're here, that's probably a good sign that this patrol is pretty clear, so I can kind of divert route, unless you want to meet up, at which point there are 2 responses to the initial call. One of them is a all clear in the neighborhood, and another one is we should meet. So you would know both responses. It's just 2 different types of bird calls all three calls, the initial call and the two responses are all non-native bird sounds that you would have been practiced in. So,
Okay.
which intention, if you would like to respond, you don't need to respond if you don't want to. You can maintain the illusion. It's
I
a damn good
do
illusion.
throw into the network. There are watchers in the area. I don't know if they know we're here, but they are within earshot.
Back in the thing, I'm like, what does that mean, dude? Bad?
No, it could be good. I just
Probably
like
you should probably keep low, right? If you're not one of them anymore officially or whatever, they might complicate things.
yeah. The call sign is more between members. So I don't directed at us. It's probably just a patrol, probably signaling each other. I listened for like a couple of minutes, see if there's any kind of reply that comes after the initial one. See if someone else answers on our behalf, or not on our behalf, but on.
Mm-hmm. So, usual protocol for those sorts of things is toss one out every like 15 to 20 minutes. The patrol speeds vary in terms of, are they like just casually pacing through the area, or sometimes it's breakneck. In this case, the frequency of the sounds, the overall distance between you and it, this is a very casual patrol, and the sound is not responded to by another party. And assumedly, if you let this go on for long enough, they'll pass far away enough from you guys that you'll stop hearing the sound.
Okay.
So if you want to lay low, that's one option. If you want to respond, you can. You don't have to.
Yeah.
And considering the context of what happened with the cards,
there might be more questions than answered by signaling. Okay. Yeah, no, I kind of thought the same. All right. I turned them. All right. Even if they find us, we're not. I do a glance. No one's glowing, weird ass fey colors. It's right now, so it's like we shouldn't be. We're not under their jurisdiction. So as long as we're not like. As long as we're not hostile, we should be fine. So let's just keep what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, just keep, like I said, keep a watch. Like stay alert just in case things change. But I don't feel the need to draw attention to us at this exact moment in time.
Good point. I agree.
okay. So, not responding. Eventually, the sound tapers off far off into the distance. With how loud someone could be responding to these, the overall range of the distance is somewhere in the 3 to 5 miles, if the acoustics allow the sound to bounce off and aren't immediately eaten by the trees. In any case, once that has died down, there's a long lull of time wherein the only things you can hear are just basic woodland critter noises, birds chirping, native ones that is, occasionally the ruffling of some trees, but it just turns out it's like some fey-touched squirrel just going about its business, eating things normally, be it acorns or small bugs. Let me just click on one thing for no particular reason. I just need to find out something that is not relevant to this at all.
Yeah, sure about this.
Approximately several hours later. According to time, it's about 9 o'clock p.m. So several hours later.
So we're still like 12 hours out from. Okay.
So 9 o'clock p.m., putting you at, what is it, 6 hours before the jump. You can hear what sounds like someone hitting something with a stick. The sound echoes throughout the forest, and it is discernibly rhythmed, as if they're beating out a song, and it's not just random thwacking of a stick. It gets relatively close by, in fact, almost to the point where the sound reverberating almost becomes all-encompassing in every direction, as it bounces off the trees, causing the nighttime woodland critters to scatter. Let's see.
That read is familiar to me.
Make a history check
Right,
with advantage.
With advantage?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty dramatic. I feel like if you knew this, you'd know it again immediately.
It's like a Vietnam.
It's been a couple of
Thousand.
years. He could forget how to stick
Alright,
signal.
Pressed it. What comes back?
That's only so. This will only come out to a +3 because I only rolled a
I'm
1 on the
guessing
D6.
the outside group is everyone who's still here, and Henry and Kalos and Deadless are holding up the boat.
Holding up the boat. Ooh, like Atlas, yeah.
Oh my god, we can put a boat on the boat.
I only rolled an 11, so...
Okay. Pretty fuzzy. Now, while you do have a large, almost little booklet of signals between people, specifically, it's most of the time it is relegated to noises you can make with your mouth or hands. So, stick thwacking is not something that you can recall being ever taught. And why the fuck is D. Gray bouncing between 3 different fucking games?
Dude, he's streaking.
He went on Helldivers and immediately changed to Warframe. There was a queue.
Oh no.
But yeah, so rhythmic sticking is not in your guidebook.
Alright. That's not Watchers, at least nothing that I was ever taught. So
Could it be the Druids?
I mean, for all I know, it's something about it.
My Druid sense.
Is Druid sense a thing?
No,
they do
I'm
have. There's that language that they have that's Druid exclusive, I think. But
yeah, I'm not talking.
That's not stick thwacking. That's like a fucking deer antler shoved into a bush. But yeah, this is some weird foreign communication of some kind. Anyone who wants to be on deck, by the way, you can be. Just you can obviously
aren't
jump
we
up
underneath? Like, who's down at the bottom of the ramp? Is that what you said? We wanted to set up this where we were thinking where we were doing.
Well, if we wanted to, like, if we wanted line of sight, we needed to be off the ship to see the surrounding forest. So
okay. So me and you were down there. I've got the Sentry's Rest active. So.
It's 9 p.m., right? So it's
9 p.m. Dark time settling. The sun has set by now. So it is darkness, Black History Month.
I turn to Laz. I say we should probably try to take cover. I'll mentally scream at you if something finds my hiding spot.
I'm gonna burrow down.
I'm going to attempt to hide.
Ooh, does that mean activating stealth?
Activating stealth.
Does burrowing a little thing make it easier to hide?
You can use it as a line of sight breaker.
I will do that. Do I get a bonus?
You are allowed to stealth.
Okay.
Actually,
it
might not even come up.
On the deck ramp, not outside of it.
If you're on the deck and you're a small guy, there's a lot of line of sight breakers you could use.
Step behind a barrel.
Sure. This conspicuously placed barrel.
Red barrel.
Whoa, no.
No.
Bam.
Not great rolls today.
I got 18 for me.
Fate died.
That is a 17 on the stealth.
Oh yeah, you've been fate died.
You've been fate died.
Who?
You.
You. Greg let it loose.
Oh, he did?
Like a Beyblade.
Let it fate. That's terrible.
This will replace the 1.
Much better.
Yes, that's a 27 total.
There you
Jiminy
go.
Christmas. Zip, were you gonna hide too?
Oh yeah, first is
Honk honk.
Nat 20.
Nice. Grand total.
Get faster.
Right behind the freaking. Wait, what?
What's the grand total?
Oh, let's see. Just Nat 20. I have a 0 on deck.
Sure. You all get low and kind of slow your breaths so that it doesn't make too much noise. Any of you mouth breathers need to stop doing that. The sound of the thwacking gets louder, and eventually it's accompanied by whistling. It is oddly joyous in nature. Especially at this time of night, it's incredibly ominous to hear a happy whistle at 9 o'clock in the woods. Nothing really good can come of that.
I have a theory, but I'm gonna. That's not it. The roll was low, so we're gonna.
I was thinking about it already.
Something passes into... it technically would have been an opening at one point in the canopy of the woods, but now that it's replaced with a big illusion of more trees, it's realistically just more trees. But stepping out into a, air quotes, clearing here, some sort of the border between where your illusion starts and the actual tree line, there's like a little gap that's just big enough that I could consider a clearing. Someone who is very dapper walks into the clearing, strutting around with a walking cane, occasionally hitting a tree or stump or something on the side rhythmically, and whistling, and one hand in his pocket. His eyes are closed, and he's just walking like he's strolling down Broadway, if Broadway was a thing in this universe. And as previously described, he is very well attired. Like, vest with like a little pocket watch chain coming out of it that's tucked into underneath his vest. Very well-tailored pants that go down directly underneath his ankle. Pair of dress shoes that are polished to a near shine in the moonlight. And a series of jewelry pieces on his earlobe that denote jewelry. I was going to say great wealth, but they're not particularly, like, ostentatious.
Have I met this person before?
No.
Okay. I was going to say it might be in that painter guy. What was he whistling? Is there any familiarity to that? Like, is that a tune from a certain spot? Yeah.
From this distance, plus the overall moonlight thing, it's not until he steps into, like, your dark vision radius that his attire and other features become immediately visible.
Okay.
From what you can see, his ears are pointed but relatively stubby. They're not particularly like crazy long, but they're pointed at the ends but not elven length. It's like some weird halfway between human ears and elven ears, but still stubbier than half-elves.
Okay.
His facial hair is well trimmed into little pencil-thin points that are beginning at the part underneath your nose. Was it philtrum? Whatever.
Yep. Yeah.
And then are very well tweezed and waxed. And then he has a little goatee, also just as pointy, on his chin. The whistling is... I don't know, it's like Mary Had a Little Lamb or something.
Sure, okay.
Not anything particularly culturally pertinent. He's just whistling. Occasionally rapping on with his cane. Sides of trees just to make little thwacking sound. It doesn't look like he needs the cane for actual locomotion. He just has it because it looks good with his outfit, maybe. I don't know. Occasionally, he stops by maybe like a tree. He gives it a pat, like he's talking to like an old friend, or like checking like the bark, like he's like a home inspector. He goes to like a random tree, gives like a little pat down the side, and then like gives it like a thwack with his cane, and then goes on his merry way. Takes another couple steps, does it for another tree, and then he stands between them. Then he stops. He even stops whistling. He puts his one hand on his hip, the other one takes his cane and rests it up against the tree, and he gives a big stretch, like he's about to do like a fucking cartwheel or something. And then he picks up his cane, and then begins to like wave it in a figure 8. At which point, little glowy speckles begin to emanate from the crook of his cane. Potentially magical, or he just has glitter. The figure 8s become faster and faster until he's doing like windmills with his fucking wrist. Causing very, very many sparkles to coagulate in one location between the trees. The branches of the trees begin to form a little archway using the 2 trees themselves as the main posts, and then the smaller smaller branches begin to arc on top of each other, making what looks like a door frame made of tree, presumably at his behest as he waves his hand back and forth and the cane. As soon as the, air quotes, door frame is complete in terms of shape, he stops moving his wrist, the cane rests down at his side, and he takes from his pocket a little, almost like a fistful of very sparkly dust. Again, it could be glitter, could be something else. And he begins to like just throw them in handfuls at the archway. Almost like it's receiving a generous donation, the archway begins to glow a gold light. At which point, you can see that there are now floral bouquets beginning to form around the archway, as if being a bountiful forest of flowers and mushrooms are suddenly being asked to make their way towards the archway. Generally speaking, to Varys, you've never seen anyone do this before. 1, in this attire, 2, in this fashion, and 3, while you've seen portals open up, typically speaking, 1, they're random occurrences in somewhat remote locations. Now, this is definitely remote, but they're never this fanciful, decorative, or come with this much ceremony. They kind of just open like a fucking, I don't know, like a hole in your pants when you squat down too fast. Never happened to me.
I use Detect Portal. Does this ring to me as an extraplanar portal?
Ring-a-ding-ding. This guy is playing with portals.
Actually, let me... I don't... Yeah, it doesn't matter. I send a quick little signal into the TeamSpeak. That's an extraplanar portal right there. That guy is poking it.
Okay. Just reading my notes a second.
As
Just keep an eye on him then.
He stops throwing glitter bombs at the doorframe, and eventually it seems to almost solidify. The amount of flora that becomes so bountiful that it's almost bursting at the seams stops at a certain point of growth and forms these nice little curling vines around the doorway. The gold light begins to dull and then regain its hue and kind of just almost like it's breathing. It goes in and out, in and out. Then a series of wicker vines begin to pour out from the bottom of the frame and create a literal door in front of it. The dapper gentleman takes his cane and gives it 3 raps on the front as if he is knocking for a cordial visit. It is at that point that something on the other side responds by knocking back 3 times as well. He clears his throat and then pops a little, what presumably looks like a breath mint, and clears his throat again. A visitor! That's all he says.
In general or to us?
Just to the door. Or presumably the being on the other side of the door. The door creaks open with a wood-on-wood creaking sound of unoiled hinges. There's a sudden gust of wind as the air quotes door opens, and a pine-fresh breeze of air passes by everything in a large cone in front of it, as if you just cracked open a box of air fresheners. It smells sweet and very natural, but there is something unnatural laden inside of it. Like how... It's grape flavoring. That's how I describe
like purple?
it. Tastes like purple, yeah. Because I don't know what the fuck they're smoking when they made grape flavoring. It doesn't taste anything like grape. Anyways, grape rant aside, the smell
Hates grapes.
the smell almost puts you on edge, as if is there something like crazy that's gonna burst out through this? Is it like the Grape Man, like the Kool-Aid Man, but grape flavored?
It's a good name.
But as the door creaks open, it is probably the opposite, or I'm not gonna presume what you were thinking it was gonna be, but as the door opens, how tall is that? About 1 3/4 foot tiny little munchkin of a person answers the door. They are pudgy, small, and round, and are dressed like a medieval peasant. They open the door, and obviously need to look up at the well-dappled stranger with the cane. Do any of you fine folk speak Sylvan?
This fine folk does.
Yes, I as will understand it.
Oh, yes, you do. Tongue of sun and
Song and
moon.
moon.
Moon and star.
Would you say... Actually, Zen, where would you be right now?
Actually, no, I was hanging out with, well, I guess if it's technically, like, we're going out, maybe I'll hang out on the deck since it's like, on the ship, I'm still outside.
I don't think I ever got a stealth check from you, unless you want to be not stealthing.
I'll do the stealth check.
Hitting pots and pans. Ding, 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 ding.
And it's nighttime. It's the middle of the day, isn't it?
No, it's 9
It's 9 p.m.
Oh, okay. I get advantage.
You were really deep in the source of being in that closet.
It was 9 plus 14.
I love being seen. Alright, so as those guys, you'd
26.
be... So I'd say that if Zen is on the deck, and then I think Varys, you said you were like further down, ground level-ish. Hold on, why's my fucking thing not focusing? Focus! My camera. Thank you.
Focusing.
You would hear an exchange between the tiny little munchkin person and the dapper man, both of which are speaking in Sylvan, and that's the words of the tree people, for those of you unaware. Alright, let me get the funny filter, hold on. The little munchkin I'm going to use the cute filter for, get ready.
That's how they're speaking the devil speak.
Fire coming out of his mouth.
The dapper man doesn't have a hat, but he curtsies like he does have one. Tipping an invisible hat towards the munchkin, he bows deeply and then rights himself into an upright position, at which point he gives a "Greetings" to the small creature. Still holding onto the door with one arm, the creature folds his arms in front of him and kind of gives the dapper man a very concerning look, kind of like, I wasn't expecting you, sort of thing, but it's not entirely unwelcome. A surprise visit, if you will. Okay, let's see if you can understand what... Okay.
Testing. Test. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, very good.
A fine evening to you. To what do I owe the pleasure?
The dapper man, having finished his curtsy, places the cane up against the doorframe of the wicker door. Just doing a few errands. Our friends on the other side are getting impatient. I need to wrap things up, speed along the process, and I do require a bit of aid from the neighborhood. And then he points with a very accusatory finger, not at the little munchkin guy, but like behind him. Now, from this angle, you can't see into the doorway, but presumably there's more munchkins on the other side or something. Or he's pointing at something beyond the munchkin.
John Munchkin.
It's a baker's dozen is munchkins.
And I just need a cup of sugar from the neighbors, if I might be so bold. He reaches into his vest pocket, and instead of pulling out what you presume to be a pocket watch on a chain, it is an entire keg that magically appears from extra-dimensional space. He places the keg, which is approximately 80% of the height of the munchkin who he's presenting it to, and kind of gives like a little shoves the keg towards him. Almost like he's just been asked to do something incredibly laborious, which, for his physiology, it is. The munchkin takes the empty keg, and with a little scoff, turns on his heel, taking it into the door. Door shuts behind, and the dapper man leans with his back up against one of the tree frames, and kind of just drums his fingers across the top of his cane, waiting for his cup of sugar, in quotes. He begins to hum to himself a jolly tune, but everyone around here, it feels like there's a sinister sensation to it. Almost like when you read into like Germanic folk tales or any kind of German songs where they're like really dark and like children are dying.
Like Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah, they're like, it's like there's a sinister tone to them, despite sounding very joyous. There's like this underlying tone of menace. Those of you who are not immune to charm effects need to listen up. So just
suck my balls.
If you are not immune to charm effects, then you need to please, as a result of hearing this, make a charisma saving throw.
Okay.
Well, I have advantage.
I do as well.
As do I.
Yeah, goblins, yeah.
So just let me know your numbers, please and thank you.
I don't need to make one, right?
Even with my -4, 16.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? You can just shout your number out.
15.
Mm-hmm.
17.
Oh, wait, you said save?
Charisma saving throw. So if you forgot to add anything, do that now.
It's still 15.
Okay. Okay, well, bad news. We're getting up in level, so the DC for these things is getting up too, so all of you did fail.
Okay, but since it's technically not combat, couldn't I just stillness of mind it away? I can end charm. As an action, I can end charm.
So it's a brief and immediate effect, so you can end it after it happens.
Yeah,
the only thing that's going to happen as a result of you failing this is you get the overwhelming urge to just go verbalize extremely loud.
So everyone goes
as if someone just startled you, like a jump scare. So if you failed, which all of you did, you're just gonna go
Leslie like fucking creans his neck to look at Varus, like fucking really. Like, I don't know what's gone on really. I
You're still be confused because we're on like the hologram.
Yeah, so your voice would just emanate out as just 3 different guys just going and the stranger, the dapper man, continues to hum his song, but now you can see he's stopped drumming his fingers on his cane, and he's now gripping it like he's about to beat the shit with it.
This munchkin's gonna fucking die. Like,
no, we're gonna die.
Save the
munchkin.
munchkin.
We all coughed. He knows we're here.
Oof! I said the word.
The dapper man gets up from the tree that he was leaning on, takes a glance over to see if the munchkin has returned to the door. He has not yet. Probably requires a lot of munchkins to fill up this keg and to transport it once it's full. If you were to try to move a bag of sand that's 80% of your fucking size.
Yeah.
So,
just roll it, dude.
Well,
If it rolls back on him.
Good point, yeah, I guess.
the dapper man takes a leisurely stroll forward in the general sound of where he heard the scream. Or if you can call it a stream, or just the verbalization.
Ooh.
He begins to tap on his cane almost like he's using it like a dowsing rod, or one of those blind people.
You blind?
Almost
I'm
like
clearly
he's
living here.
Almost like he's like testing the ground for like traps or something.
Dude.
One of us.
He's one of the good ones.
Mentioned Laszlo. What is he doing? And I messaged Kalos. Not Kalos. Bears. I'm like, should we kill him?
No, this could be
A lovely evening, isn't it? Be a shame to spend it alone, wouldn't it?
Where is he directing?
He's just saying this out loud.
Oh my god, he can hear us. I mentioned that.
You said it's a charm effect, but are we?
It's
like,
immediately
charmed
over. It hits you once, makes you scream, and it's over immediately.
All right,
it's
feeling
exactly
mostly
that.
okay. I kind of specifically to Laz, I say, just be ready to cover me. I'm gonna take a gamble because he knows we're here.
Okay.
I step out of the tree line. Yeah.
Oh, good evening, sir.
I can agree.
He
Good evening.
dips
Is he
his invisible hat.
Still speaking in Sylvan?
He is.
Okay. Good evening. Taking a walk tonight?
Indeed. It's a beautiful night for this, and the moon is still halfway between. So, the lighting is perfect. The air is nice and warm. And the trees are responsive. I have not seen your kind around here.
I'm
I
just passing through.
presume that you are not out for the same reasons as a gentleman such as myself.
I'd say there's a very high likelihood that you are correct.
Very agreeable, young man. May I have your name?
I messaged him, but don't give him your
Yeah,
name.
message him too. Don't give him your fucking name. He's a
Give him
fed.
your
My
name.
name is not important.
He's a fed! Fuck's sake, Greg, it's great. It's the FBI. The gang stalkers, or whatever they call them.
Names are power. Don't do
Jiminy
it.
Cricket
I know.
is my
I
name.
know. That's why I'm like, I do.
Bullfrog.
He's clearly evil. He's twiddling a cane.
No,
I
don't say
reply. I reply, Deros.
Oh.
Deros, a fine evening to you. My name is the Cricket.
Oh my god! I was joking, but
So, that's what brings you. Nice to meet you. Then, what brings you? Assuming you're willing to share, what brings you out here, other than
I'm
the
a very
nice walk?
straightforward gentleman, and your question will be received with a straightforward answer. My friends are waiting for me on the other side of the doors. Doors meaning plural. I'm just trying to get them to where they're supposed to be. And that will be here.
Interesting. What kind of friends?
Oh, I have so many different types of friends. Now, to name them all, we would be here until sunrise. And I don't think you have that kind of time. Or mayhaps you do. But I don't. I need to open these doors.
Interesting.
Big ones, tiny ones, fast ones and slow ones. Everything in between, every color of the rainbow, and even ones that are incomprehensible to the human eye. Imagine a color that you can't imagine. Now do that 10 times.
Sounds like an interesting sight.
It is beautiful, if not incomprehensible. In either case, once all of my friends are here, we will have a grand old time. partying, drinking, cruising, all sorts of ings.
Race
You are
car
welcome
ing.
to join us, as long as you are not any particular brutish type. Do you care for dancing, drinking, and singing? Then you'll be amongst good company. If you prefer quiet time and following the law, we might have not many things to speak of.
Well, the law is kind of the law and I aren't always in agreement. Though I will have
soul.
So I will say dancing and the like. I'm not all that much fun with those things either. So maybe not.
With enough drink in you, anyone can be the good dancer. But if you have 2 left feet, we can always change that with a little sprinkling of magic.
Kind of magic.
Magic.
Ah.
What are you, stupid?
He takes out his pocket, just a little pinch between his index finger and thumb, just a little bit of pixie powder bullshit, and he kind of just sprinkles it in the ground in front of him, and it just layers on there, and eventually it turns into a little table with finger foods on it. He takes up a piece, takes a little dainty nibble out of presumably like a corner of a slice of cheese and puts it back on, and he like gestures in its general direction. And you want some cheese?
Oh shit, my pants. If I can't say that.
The princess isn't here.
Oh yeah, the
princess.
lactose person is not here. Yeah.
Being near people that are lactose intolerant makes them shit themselves.
How many
pieces of cheese?
Flaming red flags are going off in my head right now.
Flaming. Yes. How many? At least one.
Cheese.
I know I didn't recognize the beat, but does this seem familiar to me in any way whatsoever?
Cheese? What flavor cheese?
Sometimes not receiving a gift is an insult, but sometimes getting a gift is a trick, so good luck with that.
So, let me see. This one is going to be a history check, but you won't have advantage on it this time because it's pretty outlandish compared to what is in your rule book or your little scout guidebook. Nothing around here about a dapper man offering cheese.
Called the cricket. That's pretty
Called
cool
the cricket. And also, don't challenge him to a fiddle duel.
Cricket.
What's that, Henry? +5? I heard him say it.
Oh, that's funny, guys. He messaged me on Steam and said he's not feeling well. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he had a tummy ache or something.
One
or
of the
maybe
kids
the kids are fucking like...
got the illness. Yeah, the kid ill. That's pretty common.
The kid ill.
Well, you know, kids have just naturally got a load of stuff going on, and they just pass.
So I only rolled a 10, so
nothing in terms of the cricket, and you already know that the mischievous little ne'er-do-wells that come out of Fey pockets are not to be trusted regardless. But this thing gives you actually. Let's combine this with an insight check. How about that?
Whoa!
Okay.
If I'm fairly near to him, would I also be able to make my own, or is it in Sylvan, so I can't understand?
It's in Sylvan, so unless
does he give off any physical demeanors that's like betraying his act? Like you said, he was like
he's
gripping the thing
dapper.
differently. Like you said, he was gripping the cane in a different way. Like, is there any sort of physical behavior changes? That
we're gonna go over that when Varys rolls this insight check.
Okay.
Insight totaled out to 24.
Nice, dude.
So, for one thing, comparing his cane grip to what it was before, now that you've come out and introduced yourself in such a cordial manner, he's not white-knuckling his fucking cane like he's gonna...
How do I kill him?
Nor is his hand, like, going to, like, a secret stash besides his pixie dust powder.
Pocket sand.
Yeah,
Done.
Yeah, they have them there. Like...
He's not, like, doing anything particularly. His shoulders are lax. His body posture doesn't mean that he's going to start just fucking whip out a gun or anything. Sorry, crossbow without the cross. Without the bow.
And the hole.
Yeah. He seems relaxed, to a fault. Like, sir, you should be on guard. You're in the middle of the woods at fucking 9:30 at night. And you're in a bad neighborhood, sort of thing. You should be more alarmed. But his almost relaxed posture is off-putting. And so is the cheese.
Okay.
Ominous cheese.
Especially once you realize that one of the cheese slices decides to get up and move.
I ate just a little while ago, so I'm not hungry. I am wondering though, where's this party taking place in case I want to invite some friends?
A fine festive lad. Where? Here. When? All the time.
Oh.
Why? Because. What other question words am I missing? Who? Everybody.
Boost.
How?
Just makes anyone up, like.
How?
Like, really.
Through those doors. And many more. Who, what?
Whenst? Who, what?
Who, what,
Excuse
when,
me,
where,
like-
why, how? Why? I answered that. Who answered that?
Whenst?
When? Let's stop it. That's not.
Adam.
The only one is what, and it would be the party.
Good.
You almost feel like he like underlined the word party though in his voice.
Party.
Emboldened.
And in funny font too. The
Times New
party.
Roman.
Oh, I don't know why I said like Capri Sun fault, but I meant the Comic Sans. So like.
Now every single guest has been vetted by me, so there's no outliers who would be a party pooper. Now, if you're going to attend, I would presume that a keen young man like yourself, discerning party favors in mind, would know who's the cream of the crop to invite to such a shindig. No squares, that kind of thing. The cricket doesn't like lame people. Lamos, I like to call them.
Medicine last
Well,
long,
you know-
not the party.
Wet blankets at a party that you're planning? That sounds like
A bad time.
bad time. Sounds like they'd ruin the party.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of people around here, real square types. Not a fan of letting people do their thing. They watch something. Spirals, I think they call them. Spiral watchers. You know them?
Sprinkles.
Spiral? No, never.
Hmm.
Not that particular label.
Well,
Maybe we've heard something else. Maybe.
might I hear your end? Maybe I heard wrong. It could be some other sort of watchers. You from around here? Daros?
Yeah, I've been off continent for a while, but I was born on not super far from here.
You smell like it.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, I'm just still doing some party prep. One of my friends on the other side of the door is about to give me a big keg. If you'd like to, we're doing some taste testing to see how the party goers will probably like it. You're welcome to try. I'll be around the area. Open up some doors for my friends. It'll be a jolly good time.
What are the plans for
Rollicking.
these? What are the plans for these party poopers though that you keep?
I don't have much contingency for party poopers, as I'd assume they wouldn't be there in the first place. But precautions are necessary for such a shindig, aren't they? Especially when the squares roll around. Squares don't roll particularly well because of the
No.
shape.
There's flat sides.
Correct. Now then, if one were to say be such a wet blanket, one who poops on parties, I would surmise they would find their way out post-haste. The means of which will be up to the partygoers, won't they? could be cruel, could not be, could be funny for all parties involved. The ha-ha kind of funny, not the hee-hee kind. So if you're looking to get on this very refined guest list, I'll just have to know you're not a party pooper. Mr. Daros.
Okay.
Of the continent. Of which we are standing in. I smelled some other smells, if you don't mind me saying. Do you wear any perfume?
Perfume? No.
Interesting. So if that smell is you...
The spider smell?
Are you smelling other
I got the
people?
upper half of me, I guess, yeah.
You seem like a sociable guy. You have friends, right?
A couple friends nearby, yeah. You were,
Nearby.
I think.
Ooh. Are they... And then his voice gets really deep for some reason, and I turn on a filter. Give me a sec.
Spaghetti.
Would you say that your friends are...
Party poopers?
I think it depends on how much fun they're having.
Lots of fun.
Will there be fishing?
Everyone has fun. Mandatory fun. You see a very wide grin that, while it doesn't meet his eyes, it does go from cheek to cheek, and his lips go wiry thin, like they're being pulled by, you know, doing like the fucking Joker trial kind of thing. The Joaquin Phoenix
I'm the
one.
Joker, baby.
No, I'm the cricket.
I'm the cricket.
I'm the cricket, baby.
Oh, that's good. Do he smell? Does he? Do I get the sense he smells me?
He just smells a smelly smell.
How do you smell, eh?
Tell you what, I'm still doing some party prep. Your friends nearby, wherever they might be, if they are... he just looks around.
Okay.
Master Someone Watches Illusion is still incredibly good.
Okay.
Creepy extra-dimensional creatures aside, they still need to pass the check.
So is this an ongoing party, or is there an RSVP date for the main event?
The when for the party is soon. The duration is yes.
The message to both of them be like, I think we should probably not mess with this guy or kill him. I think those are the two extremes, but it's all sounds evil.
Does he have any discernible, unique pieces of jewelry or parts of attire that would maybe suggest he could be part of the summer court in any way?
Dude, his whole drip... Dude,
he's stripped.
So, let's see. None of you are from the summer court, so this is
I
gonna
have
be a
read
tough
about
one.
it.
Right.
None of us anymore from the
But the thing is, usually in those textbooks that you read, they don't go into fashion.
Sure. Okay.
They're just about
I didn't read Feywild's Weekly.
It's generally speaking will be about geography, key locations, and politics.
How about this then? Would I be able to garner a description of some of his features, so if I were in the Feywild to look out for things like this while I'm there, to maybe make that connection at a later date?
Yeah, sure. Just take a little not verbal. Fucking what the fuck's a verbal photograph?
What do you look like?
Take a mental photograph, and if you see a bunch of dapper gentlemen or ladies,
is there a certain pattern? Is it like a pinstripe? Is he wearing a tux? Like, what's the sort of...
So the actual, because you are looking at him in grayscale, any colors would be black and white because, you know, dark vision, so keep that in mind when looking at this. So everything is relatively
So more
black
like
and white.
patterns and...
Leaves.
Okay.
Have you ever done like one of those things where you put the leaf in between a book and then just like press it.
Mm-hmm.
He's got very fine leaf patterns on his suit. They're subtle, and they're all, generally speaking, look like maple leaves. So the wide-brimmed ones with the Canadian flag. He's wearing the Canadian flag.
Okay.
He's Canadian. Get him.
He's got earrings. You say? Were they like large?
They are studs.
Studs. Lots of them, or only a few?
One per lobe, and a couple tinier ones going up the ridge.
With gems in them.
Yes.
Okay. Does he have like a cravat with like an insignia or anything? Is there any?
Nothing of the sort. Just
Okay.
very well tailored for like a formal ball.
Okay.
Or just a night out on the town with the boys. I don't
Does
know.
the cane have anything unique like, on the head of the cane?
I'm glad you asked. Can you make a perception check though? This one
I
ain't free.
can. All right, dude.
And Greg used the fate die, so whatever you get.
I
it's
got
raw.
a 20.
So his cane is probably one of the most miraculous things that you can discern. In fact, I'm also going to need a follow-up check to see if you can see beyond sight. It's investigation.
Okay. Sure.
He's got his own illusions.
I'm gonna use my d6.
Good use. Or bad use, who knows?
25.
His cane is an illusion. Not only is it not actually made of wood, it is in fact a creature that is curled around a smaller stick, kind of like the caduceus staff of
Yeah, gotcha.
Asclepius, excuse me. Asclepius, god of Asclepius. It has a series of curling snake-like creatures, in the sense they're long and tubular.
Oh, creatures, not just one.
Yes, two of them wrapping around each other up the length of the cane around to the hook. And the actual material that the creatures are wrapped around appears to be a very cruel bit of furniture. It is a solid bone. Of what creature? You can't really tell. It kind of looks like a rib.
A cruel furnished bone, maybe a ribcage.
And has two snake-like creatures wrapping around it. Both of them meet at the crook of the hook of the cane, and it almost looks like they're like jabbering with each other and having a conversation. Like you can see their mouths moving up and down. Like one moves and the other one stops talking, the other one starts talking and the other one's listening. It almost looks like they're talking to each other.
Okay. Do they look identical, or are there like differences between them?
Mostly the same in certain aspects. Unfortunately, since you're seeing in black and white, I can't do anything beyond that.
Like one may be male, one may be female.
This one's got a 10-inch cut.
Yeah, just
Well,
okay.
But if there was a difference, it's currently indiscernible because black and white.
Would I be able to make an Arcana check if it's like a magical creature, maybe?
You could try.
I'll give it a go. 22, 13 plus 9.
Did you know that snakes are real and they live mostly in the material plane? These little creatures are not your everyday run-of-the-mill snakes. Something about them tells you an incredibly nefarious purpose behind them. While your studies don't give you the name of them, their purpose is rather sinister. These two little creatures are trapped souls that have been forced into the shape of these little snaky boys, and essentially are used to not only cast magic, but they can also be used to essentially, if you were to say be bitten by these snakes as a means of this guy not liking you and just giving you a little bonky with his cane, if you were to be bitten by these creatures, you would essentially age backwards.
Dogless needs to get bit so we can have children.
Until eventually you are reduced to nothing.
Become baby.
But this is essentially just some more Fey magic bullshittery.
So theoretically, if he was bonking those trees and they're living, maybe he's like making the trees so they're still like in their good health.
You can presume many things from this.
Okay.
The utilities of reverse aging.
I don't get any names for what they so just nefarious snakes, sinister trap souls forced into the shape of these two snakes. Can cast magic if bitten, reduces your age. Oh, right.
And there's precious little you can do in terms of anti-venom to reverse the effect, and is not considered a poison for poison immunity resistances and whatnot. So
is it just like once it bits, it just starts happening and doesn't stop, or is it?
Well, you age in terms of you don't. It's not accelerated rate. It's just now instead of aging forward, you age backwards.
Oh shit! Okay.
So it's not immediate. You don't just turn into baby.
Swaps to growing young.
And there are other things because you are aging backwards. Your like brain capacity will be reduced. You become effectively stupider.
Your prefrontal lobe undeveloped.
Yeah. Eventually, like your limbs will become almost atrophied as you lose your gross motor skills.
Oh god.
Until eventually you are baby.
Benjamin Button disease.
And then you turn into zygote, and then you turn into sperm cell, and then
there's a sperm on the floor.
Really big sperm.
Great.
Horrifying. Get that through your testicles.
Rick and Morty beat you to it.
Oh, did they? I haven't watched past season 2.
There was a sperm episode. I forget what the premise behind it was, but there was a sperm. No,
not everything's Pickle Rick, Dan. Goddammit.
Damn it, dude.
That's the best bit. They should just milk it forever.
They should.
But anyways, so his illusion. There is an illusion on his staff that makes the creatures look like that, and you suspect that the rib bone is also something fucky with it, but you can't get the specifics without yanking it out of his hand and identifying it.
Okay. I'll just write rib bone is also kind of odd.
Even though Varys didn't get this, you do get something on the cricket.
Okay. Ooh. Now hearing the word the cricket, maybe it's like...
Yeah, it's kind of weird that like some of these facts are not overlapping, but some of them are, which are highly specific, do just because the roles. But them's the roles, and unfortunately Varys didn't get it. So, the cricket, thankfully, you were asking about this, and I couldn't tell you directly as a result of his clothes, but the cricket is a very, very, very popular... on the material plane, he's like a boogeyman. In the Feywild, he's like Michael Jackson.
Who's careful? You know what? There's no one young here.
Well, he's got the staff.
Oh no, God.
I mean to say that he's very popular as a figure, well known to the populace.
Okay.
In popular culture. He is not of the Winter Court. He is a Summer Court resident. So that kind of tells you that by proxy, but not by his clothes. So maybe he just wants to. Maybe he's the only person who looks like this. He just like dresses funny.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
He's eccentric.
Who knows? Maybe people in the fucking Feywild just dress in leaves and fig leaves on their dick,
or just dress completely normal. Like...
Yeah, and like he's just like really dapper. In either case, the cricket, very well known person in the Feywild, not known for any particular thing. I said Michael Jackson, but he's not the king of pop. Okay. He is a musician, artist, and lover of fine arts, and not young boys. I'm just gonna put that out there right now before we start with the Michael Jackson jokes. He's not a... I haven't met any pedophiles yet. I shouldn't say that either.
Okay, right, yeah.
So
we'll leave that at that statement.
He is also one of the most popular, essentially a equivalent of a court jester to Titania,
Okay.
Queen of the Summer Court.
Yeah. Titania Falduin, right?
So he is
Who we know is
essentially a
someone
very
else.
famous. Let's just say entertainer. How he entertains varies between clientele, and in this case, I guess he's throwing a party.
Is that Istun? Was her name? Ursia Falduin.
Yeah.
And her real name was Istun. It's a squid name.
Squid name. Patricia Feldman.
Squid Game.
Stop, dude. I just saw this one thing on my fucking feed. It was like, "Hey, are you Asian?" And it's like, "Yeah." How'd you? And then the person responds with fire emoji, Squid Game. But yeah, so he is essentially the most popular entertainer in all of the summer court.
Okay.
If you want to book him for private gigs, I don't know if he's available.
Cheap.
But whatever he's doing now, he's apparently getting ready to host a party. Now, take in mind, that was your personal knowledge. You can share it with the rest of you guys if you want.
I will, just to not suddenly, like, Varys starts going, like, oh, now I know who you are. Like, I'll wait. But I'll just say, like, this guy's very popular in the summer court. Just keep speaking to this guy normally. Don't raise anything that you know him. Good facade.
So he is what he is. How you respond is up to you. You want to like ask him for his autograph? I don't know. So he's going around opening up these portals, presumably, and he wants to host the party here in the material plane. Is basically what you're getting. Why? Fuck it. Why not? Chaos. But in either case, it can't spell. Considering your previous line of work, none of these things would be spelling a good instance for the place that's hosting this party. So, how you want to deal with this is up to you guys, but there are many conflicts of interest, to say the least.
Ferris does. He does have thoughts. Many thoughts at this moment in time.
In either case, Daros, I'm hoping I'll see you there. Sometime in the future. And it'll be a rollicking good time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must knock on the door. They owe me some sugar. He goes over to the door, knocks on it, and then the little munchkin comes out. You can see that he has the keg, but you can see for the first time you're seeing the cricket, a frown crawls across his face. He picks up the keg, and presumably it's not filled to the brim like he would probably hope it would be. He throws it behind him and grabs the little munchkin by the throat and hoists him up and presses him up against the tree. His smile turns menacing, like the Joker, baby.
You said it.
I'm the jokester. I'm gonna make.
I'm the cricket.
He takes his cane, and if you've already, because you've already seen 3 illusions, so you can see it for what it is. The snakes are on the crook, but then on the other end, where it just like where you make it touch the ground, it's just a big, bony spike of the rib, presumably. He twirls it around his hand, and then he kind of just gingerly, like almost he's doing like, oh, here comes the plane.
Yeah. But
with the pointy end of the stick. He begins doing that towards the little munchkin, who in Sylvan begins to plead for his life with the cute filter on. Hold on.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's a deep filter. Hold on.
I'm now deep voiced.
No.
The Punisher of Munchkin dies.
He stops just like at the corner of the munchkin's cheek and like just pokes it in enough that it breaks the skin and causes a little trickle of blood to pool at the end of his mouth. He shoots Varys, whom he refers to as Daros, a little look. Sorry you have to see this, but it's all part of the process.
You can't have a party without, mixing a few drinks.
Few broken eggs. Yes. And then, faster than you can realistically finish your sentence or get a word in edgewise afterwards, he quickly thrusts the end of the cane further in to a depth that doesn't permeate the other side, but you assume that this guy's brains are a shish kebab now.
Scale of 1.34 foot figure, yeah.
Barely any movement, honestly. It's like a little flick of the wrist. The little munchkin goes limp, and blood begins to pour out from the holes you presume would be appropriate. From the mouth, the eyes, and the exit wound, not the entrance wound. He then flicks the blood off the edge of his cane and throws the munchkin back through the doorway and kicks it closed.
Fried chicken.
Fried chicken.
It's not
Is that-
He clicks the door closed, at which point the door suddenly goes from the wicker door, it gets like sucked into the ground, and the portal begins to like dissipate like cotton candy, leaving only behind the original trees and a little bit of fairy dust on the ground. He then takes the end of his cane and begins almost like unceremoniously sweeping the fairy dust so that it's a bit more scattered. Sorry about seeing that. They were supposed to be a very welcome guest, but there is an entry fee, and if you can't pay it, well, that.
Gotcha.
You seem like you'll be good for it. It's not a hefty fee for someone of your stature. Those little ones need to work a bit harder.
What should I be gathering up then? Anything in specific, or just...
Something that makes for a good party favor.
Okay. That seems reasonable.
Those little guys were on the bottom of the rung. They need to pay a bit more to get in. Entry fee is higher for someone so short. Zip in the back. In either case, I must be off. Enjoy your evening, he tips his non-existent hat, and twirls his cane around his finger, the two little snake-like figures jabbering at each other once more, and then you almost, like, feel them, because
I give, like, a very casual wave, and wait for him to be out of
he takes his jolly
sight
sweet
and out
time.
of...
He, like, he's twirling the cane, smacking a tree, testing it, even bends down one time to like tie
I think
a
even
shoelace.
before that, I take a step backwards to lean against the nearest actual tree that I know to be an actual tree.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't say this out loud, but you do. Some one or two people at least in the TeamSpeak are going to hear Varys just screaming shit, 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 shit.
Clear comms, clear comms. This is another thing. So just to add on top of it. The cricket is very well known for if he's never had a silent audience. Even if he drops an awful Gronk level joke, the audience
that's a good metric.
The audience will laugh whether they like it or not.
Is that like out of fear? Maybe?
And you've witnessed a little bit of his prowess with your little yelp.
The cricket has never had a non-laugh.
He doesn't need a laugh track because he will get a laugh out of you.
He will enforce it, yeah. I didn't laugh though. He didn't like that, but he doesn't know I'm there, so.
Would it work on Kalos?
Yeah, he's like really susceptible to
no risk.
anything
Krios, because he had no brain.
And
doesn't feel. He doesn't.
Krios can't speak. Krios literally physically.
Yeah. Doesn't have didn't give him a dong, didn't give him pain. So yeah.
No voice box.
So cruel.
He can't even feel joy or laughter. Jeez, Henry,
exactly.
what kind of monster art is Kalos?
What kind of place is this?
In either case, once the cricket makes his merry way through the Piratolo forest, the sound of his whistling and the thumping of the trees eventually dies out, probably like 45 minutes later. So we're hitting about like 10 o'clock p.m., so another 5 hours before showtime, but you presume that this isn't the end of the cricket.
Okay, yeah, I'll when it's appropriate, I think Laszlo will regale the whole group somewhat about the cricket.
Ship now.
You got
Alright.
5 hours to kill. Is there anything that you find folks would like to do after you've been informed of the cricket's
I
presence?
mean, it doesn't seem that bad. Like, just,
Seems like a fun guy.
I mean, he might be
I'm
like
worried
the
about who
herald
he
of.
has ties to.
Well, yeah, duh.
What was
I
that
thought
shit
that
about the short people?
you might have to pay extra, little guy. I don't know.
How much is
Heightism.
extra? 2 of them?
Well, you're like 2 munchkins high, so that's like maybe not to pay as much.
Does that make me more valuable currency? Or is
I
it
don't
short
know.
people as points and money? What's going on?
I don't know. I'm not sure. This is like if this is like a terrorist equivalent to you, right?
Yes.
Varys,
More or less.
like, yeah.
This
guy's-
is bad. This doesn't sound good.
Well, we gotta go to the other side and see what they're cooking up.
Okay.
Maybe it might be like what Dovey was doing, but on like a bigger scale.
It could be.
Well, at least we're literally probably in the right, literal, I say it again, neck of the woods. If he's blocking around here,
We need to.
we get warning. What is this goddamn tree place?
How far? Pit boss.
Hey.
How far from us is Watcher HQ? Like the big people in charge? Would I even know where that is?
You would know, but you would have had previously no reason to go there. I would say you've actually never been there in person, but judging by how, one, rangers don't get lost in the woods, it would be very easy for you to get there by recalling, this tree and then this other tree, and you can just ask animals, hey, which way to HQ. But however means you get there, I would presume at your current location relative to your old camp where you got attacked. So that one was about 50 miles southeast. If you wanted to get to Ranger HQ, where you would find that particular druid circle, that is the tippity top of the hierarchy, that would be northwest of your current location, approximately 75 to 80 miles away. And there are no trodden paths there, for obvious reasons. So you're gonna have to navigate for your party the whole way.
Yeah. I turn to Summer Watch. How fast would it take to get the ship at least, like, say, 75 to 80% of the way there? If we found another clearing, that would be comfortable to hide it.
Well, if you could point us the way there, I can more or less just shoot a beeline in that direction. If you need to go fast, we can.
So we do have to like pause out of talk a little out of character for this, because like this sounds like a thing I would need to be present for, and the current schedule, just to be a little meta,
Next week,
is
yeah.
I'm not here next week. So that is also something to consider when we want to make this decision, if we want to make this detour.
With the speed of this particular, and if it was about 70 to 80 miles, let me do some quick maths. Maximum overdrive, 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. So within the recharge cycle, so we'd be sitting here doing nothing anyway.
But do you really want to? I mean, yeah, I agree with the 70% there, because you don't want to bring this ship like to there. I guess.
We're in a bind.
It's not that bad. It's fine.
It's not as casual a scenario as you're trying to make it out to be.
Well, I know it's linked to the wider situation, but at least it's sort of quite literally tipped its hat to us. So. You think of it this way: if we go to the other side and thwart whatever's going on in there, then they can't have a party out here. 'Cause then they can't.
We're assuming a lot.
Yeah. Okay. If you need to go over to that bit, let's do it. Do you know any of their names? So I could, if we could speak to them. I could maybe send them a message.
Never been there myself, and that is.
You don't know any of the leaders of your group?
That was above my pay grade.
Okay. So we would be
I wouldn't know
their group of people that's not known to them, finding their secret place, obviously for good reason, because of the scope of the situation. If you want to approach it a certain way, let's do it. We can get there pretty quick. It's just what.
We might not have a choice.
So your knowledge of who or what is there does not account for any specific names. It's like asking a McDonald's employee who his manager's manager is.
Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, they'd probably say that. But yeah, honestly, if you did ask someone at a McDonald's employee, they wouldn't know who they wouldn't know the CEO of McDonald's. I don't even know that, and I've eaten McDonald's at least once. But specifically, you would know of just a few names. So in terms of hierarchy, at the very tip top, if it's like a Christmas tree, the star on top of the Christmas tree is a very small group of a druid circle comprising of 6 gentlemen. They are known as what's the 6 again? Hexa?
Yep.
Pent is 5, hex.
It's hex, yeah.
Okay. But either way, it's also known as the Crown of Thorns, or the 6 Wise Men.
Okay.
You don't know any individual names of them because it really just hasn't come up. And then, so if that's the star, is the 6 Wise Men / Crown of Thorns. Beneath that is essentially the highest ranking watcher of Spiros, who still technically owes, not allegiance, but like reports to them. It's like how the CEO needs to go to the fucking shareholders.
Oh,
kind of
the
thing.
earnings cool.
Yeah. So yeah, if he's the CEO, and then above them, those are the shareholders / Tencent.
Whoa. That's real.
Ooh, Dan's feeling it.
I don't get it.
Dan's company has, what percentage of Tencent is in your pie?
I don't know the specifics.
Also, that was terrible phrasing on my end. Any case, there is the CEO, who is a top-ranking guy. His name is Girik, the Trailblazer. That's not his. It's not his last name. That's a title. Trailblazer.
Rick, I'm spelling that Girrick.
Girrick. Yep, 2 R's. Girik.
If you could give him your eye thing, and then you could call him Garrick. Is that the guy from Mass Effect?
It's Garrus.
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 There's probably a little bit of both with him and then Geralt, you know?
Garrick of Trailblazer, yeah.
He be at the Druid Circle, or does he have his own platoon camp?
He has the equivalent of an office in close proximity. And by office, I just mean like it's a shack that he lives in nearby. Still gotta keep it humble and...
near to their grove.
Yeah. The grove itself is, as the name describes, surrounded by a briar patch that you can only enter if, 1, they know you're coming and want to let you in, or I don't know, if you can force your way in there somehow.
It sounds like going directly to the circle is not where I want to go. I want to go to this guy.
Probably not. Girik would probably be the most immediate accessible person that doesn't involve you gambling on teleporting inside of a grove of thorns and risk being inside of a grove of thorns and I hit you with like 100 d6s of slashing damage.
With that corridor times 10.
Yeah.
And asbestos.
Yeah, it's
Oh
also
no, we're in
poison.
Busch Gardens.
They're an asbestos druid.
Anyways.
Don't worry, guys. I'll handle it when we get to the druids. You know.
Yeah, I'm a
Zip got
druid.
this.
Fuck you guys. Where's your dinosaurs?
All you guys mushrooms.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So yeah, that would be the highest person that you can reasonably gain in contact to. That is not from the Crown of Thorns. And then, obviously, he probably is a good liaison to get in contact with them in an indirect fashion. And then, if you want to just leave the message and not really have to deal with it or the immediate faculties,
I'm gonna have to have the
at least lay the
conversation and explain it to him. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know how involved we would get. Ideally, we'd be at least leaving a message, but I do feel like we should leave a message.
Okay. I don't see a problem with that.
Neither I.
Alrighty then. So.
What are they kind of goblins? There just seems like a little, like kind of short people discrimination around here. I'm just saying.
I mean, if they're mean to you, then they'll probably be mean to me. So let's just stick together, buddy.
Oh yeah.
I know I don't look like a goblin.
I'm
but,
small.
You know,
he's big.
I'm huge.
Together,
so yeah, I'll fuck.
we're average
Probably,
to medium.
Yeah. Or even bigger. Maybe I'll like pretend to be like a spider, and then you'd be like on a mountain. I don't need to pretend, but you know what I mean.
Quick, what sound does
Underdark stuff
make?
isn't. I mean, Underdark stuff isn't our area of expertise, but like it's. I can't guarantee you won't raise a few eyebrows.
Well, you know, they can raise them. It's a society that I don't care for, even if it's looking at thorns.
Society.
That's what they do, right? Thorn lickers. Well, that's a good insult.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe not.
Oh,
you stir beans?
Their ancestry but cactus because they're full of pricks.
Whoa. Well, don't say that when you get in there.
Yeah, it's like an ant.
You
like...
prick! It's like, oh god.
Yeah, what a bunch
been made.
Alright, so do you want to go towards the Crown of Thorns?
Probably yes, right? Because if you're not here next week, Alec, we should probably at least get the message in and then end. So
you guys
then at least they know.
You guys can get a head start on finding Scott.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do that.
If we shift the ship,
I'll heed any advice and direction from Varys as we navigate there. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here! Look, this funny tree.
Oddly enough, it doesn't even require the navigator's console to use. It's more like just using a compass. Varys can kind of just point in the general direction and
northwest.
Then just, just keep going that way until you hit the McDonald's, and then it's 2 doors down.
Ronald McDonald's.
So it's actually just going to be a mundane flight over, and doesn't require the nav console, so we can actually just kick back and fly over. Because of the speed that we're going on, if you were to say be on deck and then jump at the right time, you
die.
I've apparently in physics and like Mythbusters and things, because you're still technically traveling in the same direction, you keep the forward momentum. So if you just jump up and down on a moving vehicle like that, you will actually just land in the same spot.
That's relative.
As funny as it is to
you jump and it goes,
and then just fucking fly backwards, it actually doesn't work like that. Same reason why we don't feel the spin of the Earth.
That'd be horrible.
In any case, we're gonna go ahead and take the trip. You're going to arrive there about half to midnight.
Oh no, it's not ominous. Hello.
And when you get there, it is pretty difficult to find, if not for the gigantic tree that they use as their
suckers
of interest. So it's camouflaged pretty well from the top, actually, but since you have like a aerial view, it's kind of in the middle. So let me just go ahead and... Why is it so fucking dark? Hold on, where's the
Night, dude.
exposure? High. Oh, there it is. Let's put it like here. Summon players. We got this nifty little town over here. If you want to just watch it on the stream, don't worry, that's fine too.
Yeah.
But we got this nice little village built into the side of a big fuck-off tree.
Very cool.
In the center there is presumably the crown of thorns. And then on the base level, you got a little tiny little village. Little village.
For Munchkin people.
No, they're just regular people.
Okay.
I don't even consider Munchkins people. I mean,
Whoa!
Sorry,
Spicy.
In either case, if you don't want to just drop in the middle of their town, that's perfectly fine. I'd probably prefer you didn't, because then you just have a spaceship in the middle of their fucking town. So you can go off the way, and then Varys can just walk you guys over.
Sure,
the village itself, of course, at this time of night, most people are asleep, but they do have some nighttime patrols going on around, and most of the people here have night vision, so there's a torchless patrol. So
I know the signal is the bird call for like patrols and stuff, but is there a more like I'm approaching the gate, and is there like a non?
We're gonna go to the shack, right?
Oh yeah, we have to get by patrols. This is the leader. I'm assuming someone will intercept us.
Oddly enough, patrol calls more or less overlap with I'm on approach calls. It is, in context, used the same way on the initial call, but the responses can be different for the person who's sending it out if you're like on guard. So the on guard person would respond with a message, a different whistle, a third one compared to the previous two, of there could be a come on in, everything's fine, or there's another one that could be, it's a little hairy in here, wait a second. And I don't mean hairy as in like everyone's covered in fur.
And now are we
surrounded by furries?
Is this an actual? So what's the setup? Is it an actual guard post where someone is like actually standing and stationed that I can see, or are they like
natural barriers, trees? And
are they camouflage? Are they the stealthy?
Well, very well. Reasonably speaking, because you've never been here before, you're not entirely sure where they would be. You know what they look like, but where they would be, you're not sure. They're not just like simple tree houses built into the thing. They're super well camouflaged in such a way that if you're on ground level, they're almost invisible, but if you like come up to the same elevation, yeah, you can kind of see it. Very good use of shading and color theory, I guess. Nature stuff. But if you choose to, you can send out an outgoing message of on approach, just checking the Marco Polo-esque thing, so you'd be saying Marco.
All right, I will whistle Marco as we get to the range that I feel like they hear me.
As you send out your Marco, you get back Polo that reads as everything's good, come on in.
I'll be little spiders on Varys, I guess. Sorry in advance.
As you get nearby a tree, you can see there's a little ladder that's pretty well hidden that is used to climb up the tree if you don't want to just fucking go bark to flesh and just climb it up raw. You just use the ladder like a normal person. At the top, you can see that there's someone squatting down at the ridge of their little treehouse and just looking down, like just to see who's up. You can see him, an elven man of equivalent of male late 30s. Sorry, equivalent of human male late 30s in elven years, which translates
your
to
age, dude.
He kind of squints as if he's trying to see you, like who the fuck is that? And why is he covered in spiders? And you can see him climb down the tree, and in Elvish he says, "Oh, hold on a second, hold on a sec." And he climbs down. He is armed to the teeth, but nothing is currently in his hands. His hands are empty. He's kind of just has them like out. He's got bow slung over, short sword on the side, quiver, etc. Everything that you need to be on patrol or as a guard. Even a little spyglass on his hip. who are you? And how do you know that call?
I was a part of Gamma Platoon before the incident all those years ago.
Gamma Platoon? All those years ago. Wait a minute. I don't recognize your face. What's your name?
That is my actual name is Varus. That is not a name that will be written anywhere. It's a very long story, and I know that is not a name that anyone will probably, very few people will recognize off the top of the head.
Who was your leader?
Roland.
Huh. I don't remember a person named Varus in that patrol.
It's like I said, it's a very long story, and which I will give you the 100%.
Can you give me a short version of it?
I was off continent, and very powerful magic spell. Maybe may have.
Oh, like it transformed you.
Not so much me as the world around me. It was a weird spell. How much do you know about Vicar mythology?
Not much. That's
the other side of the world.
Away.
I didn't know much either. They have a trickster god who I accidentally came into contact with one of their artifacts.
Oh.
Yeah, and
so it's suspicious. I'm gonna put
it
that
is
out
suspicious.
There.
I wouldn't
you
believe
know the
me
call.
either.
You know your leader's name, and I'm familiar with the incident long ago. So I was under the impression that they were slaughtered by beasts, or rather,
Most
one
of them
big
were.
beast.
Most of us were.
And you survived long enough to go.
There were
to
some
another
bodies.
continent.
There were some bodies missing, and I wanted to account for all our dead. So I left. Now remind me, Adam. What I don't have did I request to leave before my records were erased? Was this I just kind of they're all dead and I'm gonna take off? And
more of the latter, I would say. There's a formal request of leave is not exactly like a thing. You kind of just well, see you guys.
Yeah.
Because it's technically speaking, it's unpaid. So.
Yeah. Take your coins and get out.
But
I don't know if you look. I know we're a cautious bunch.
Should I de-spider?
I have a message for. I do have. I kind of came back here on unrelated business to us. I did kind of come into some info that's kind of concerning. I don't know if it's something we're aware of, but I do want to share it before I keep moving through. So.
Oh, you're not sticking around?
Not for the immediate. There's something else that came up while I was over there, and it kind of.
Well, we're pretty short-handed, so I was
It is Fae related. It is Fae related, though.
That's just more fuel for the fire.
Yeah. But as far as stuff that is concerned, very short version you can tell to whoever is ready. You can share is the cricket is getting ready to throw a big party.
You see him do the mental equations in his head, the cricket is making plans for a party, and then he mounts it to himself. The cricket is.
Yeah.
Do you have time?
I have plenty of time for just get this sorted before I move on. I'll be here. Bare minimum, I have a few hours, but I can extend that if you need a little more.
We need to speak to someone with more credentials than me. Just follow me, please.
I gotta say to Varus and Network, I need to address this quick. I'm just gonna de-spider a set, so it's not.
Did everyone else come?
Yeah.
See why not?
I motion to my friends and I say I've got a colorful group of friends with me. They are not members of the old platoon. They are just people I've met and have helped me along the way. Some of them are a little strange.
Are they trustworthy?
Yes.
I can see 2 of them. Good. All right.
I hold out one of the spiders in my hand. The other one. The other one is here. He's a little. He takes up a little more space, so he compresses himself when he's when we're traveling. Yeah,
I can be adorable myself.
I think he would agree with you.
Hey man, hello, hi. Thank you first of all. I'm Laszlo. Nice to meet you.
They're speaking in
mind the
Elvish, by
appearance.
the way, so...
Yeah, I'm
just take-
speaking Elvish as well.
Oh, right. You are.
You're technically still an elf.
Yeah. From
I
the
just
waist
know
up.
he's
Fuck,
calling
guys.
me adorable.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, don't mind the appearance. That's an even longer story.
I will.
He said he's going to be opening up doors or something.
I'll be pressing no more into your questions of this Spider-Man creature you have with you.
I have a name. I'm Laszlo.
I see. Pleasure to meet you. Now then, we must make haste. He fast walks to a nearby hut. It is probably the biggest of the bunch. Almost went to the fucking Donkey Kong song.
I'm the biggest of the bunch.
But he knocks on the door with haste, and immediately before anyone answers the door, he just opens it like he owns the place. It's more of just like, what was that thing from Fair Odd Parents? Like, I'm respecting your privacy by knocking, but exercising my authority as your parent by coming in anyways.
Oh no!
I have that almost on pat. Opens up and you can see there's an individual, much like yourselves, elf-like, currently in a trance state. Sat in front of a very dull campfire, or a hearth, I should say. A person in a trance state. Your guide runs over and gives him a little shake on the shoulder, which breaks them out. Noticeably cranky, as anyone would be if they were broken out of their sleep by someone hastily shaking their shoulder. Presumably, this is the head honcho. Whether or not this is Girik, he's yet to introduce himself. The guard whispers into his ear, then points to Varys and the rest of you. Unfortunately, Laszlo, you can have to just poke just like your upper half into the doorframe.
Hello.
And the individual who was in the trance state stands up. He is pretty tall and has a good, strong build. If he's going to be the head CEO of the Watchers of Spiros, it's probably this dude. Very large, buff elf. I don't know, think of like Halcyon or something.
Okay, yeah.
He strides on over, and he has a noticeable, like, a dip in his step. Almost like he's got like an injured hip, almost. It doesn't prevent him from looking very strong and stoic, but it's just something about his walk that's asymmetrical.
Like a pimp.
Sure.
Yeah.
He stands normal height for an elf, like tall, not too crazy tall. His head doesn't scrape the ceiling or anything. He approaches and places one hand on a nearby bit of furniture, and he kind of just like gestures for you to sit down, if you would please.
I do.
He takes a seat directly opposite you, and he takes out a small kettle from the nearby hearth and pours it into a cup, which is presumably filled with tea leaves. Care for?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
I should get more cups. Well, judging by the time, it is urgent. My name is Girik. I am the head of the Watchers of Spiros. To what do I owe this late night visit?
Unfortunately, a warning. Bad news that I happened on by accident.
I don't recognize you. Are you one of ours?
I was in another lifetime.
He raises an eyebrow at that statement.
What a sus way to say that.
I was part of Gamma Platoon before they disappeared. And back then, well, my name is Varys, but any memory or record of me is going to be under the name Daros.
I see. I'm familiar with Daros. He is retired.
Mm-hmm.
And
that is what the world...
So you're retired, yes?
Not exactly. I was off-continent, and like I told the guy who woke you, the Watcher who woke you, I came to contact with an artifact while off-continent, and basically it's a trickster god magic, so I've been kind of displaced from...
Is it at all Fae-related?
Not directly, though it's The being who created the artifact is not of direct Fey ancestry. He's from
I
another
see.
plane. Yeah.
Extraplanar is our place of business, so even if it's not directly from the Feywild, it is something we should be concerned about. Is there any way of reversing this rule that you know of?
A friend in my travels hinted there is a way, but not within our means at the moment.
Is there any further information that I might be able to help with?
How much were you told when you woke up? Basically,
someone important is here to give me a very dire message, is the gist.
The shortest version is the cricket is getting ready to throw a big party.
At the name Cricket being mentioned, his eyebrows shoot up, and he almost uprights his posture as if he's being, like, posture checked. Speaking of his posture check, Dan, I can see you, posture check.
I'm up.
Be honest, me too.
Yeah, okay, so he rights his posture and kind of, like, clears his throat.
I'm doing it as well.
I see. And anything else besides, did you witness something
I
in particular?
spoke to him.
You spoke to him.
We were camping. We're passing through on. We're actually on. I'll be straightforward with you. We're on our way to the Feywild because something dire came.
Hold on. He takes out a little bundle of incense from a nearby bundle. Just breaks off a couple pieces. He lights it from the hearth and begins to, like, wave it around your head like he's blessing you. And then he presents one stick and he kind of just, like, puts it in between your fingers, and he kind of gestures you to hold it there. And then he takes out a wad of what looks like fur that is wrapped around a very nice rock. And then he kind of just, like, begins to rub it on the side of your face like he's hitting you with, like, deodorant. Okay, you do not seem to have any lingering after effects on you. Interactions with the cricket have been known to have adverse age-related after effects. Did he shake your hand or touch you or anything? Cast a spell?
No, he tried to get me to eat some cheese, but I kind of...
You didn't?
I declined.
Good. Don't. And for the rest of your friends, don't take cheese from strangers.
I saw his cane was an illusion. I'm sure you probably already know that, right?
Yes, that's correct. It is an illusion to hide this gift of his. I hazard to use the word. It was gifted to him, but its effects are not exactly beneficial. In either case, if he's intending to throw a party, that can only mean a large breach in the Feywild, leading out into our neck of the woods. Now, obviously, as a watcher of Spiros, in this life or previous, you know that that's obviously a bad thing. We must keep those things at bay before the chaos rips our material plane asunder. Those sorts of things, however, cannot be dealt with in the same way that we usually do. If comparable to an illness, what we essentially do on a regular day basis is just blowing your nose. It's not getting to the actual cause of the illness, it's merely treating the symptoms. This is something that needs to be taken care of at the head, which originates in the Feywild. So, maybe it is fate that you are coming here with those kind of news and telling me that you're going to the Feywild in the first place. That way you'll be able to strike at the heart of this. I do exercise caution in telling you these sorts of things, lest you go barreling forward and attempt to match the cricket in pitched combat. Doing so, well...
Probably not smart.
Understatement.
I didn't get a good feeling about him when he was...
He has many bad feelings that emanate from him, but he has legions of fans, as you would call that, I suppose. These fans of his are technically, always around, even if not seen. If you met with him one-on-one, that was a lie. He had all of his fans around him at any given time, even if you didn't see them. Almost imperceivable, but they are there. Sometimes hiding in his shadow, sometimes just behind a tree that you are not looking at the moment. In either case, taking a fight with him is saying, I'd like to challenge your entire army. I'd advise against it. In fact, you basically need to play his game as an entertainer. You'll need to challenge him to a sort of game of wits. Of course, the outcome of which you must dictate and end to the party.
Yeah.
And don't lose. He will ask a high price. So just make sure that you are starting the game with already 2 aces up your sleeve, so to speak. Cheat. There are no rules in these sorts of games typically, and even if you have an underhanded tactic, generally speaking,
You'll
if
have
it's
one too.
Yes.
Shoot his cock off, kill him.
Yes, so you need to be fighting cheater with cheater. There is no honor in these duels. Just the outcome, the loser and the winner.
You make a
So,
broadside him.
Yeah, oh, come over here.
in either case, I would get funny
Grabs
with the
crotch.
rules, change the wording of things to be highly in the winner's favor. For example, I flip this coin, heads I win, tails you lose, that sort of thing. Don't make it too obvious because he won't agree to it in the first place. Get clever with it. And unfortunately, if it ever does come to blows, I wish your soul, well, it won't rest. He will pluck it from your corpse and add it to his fan club.
Yeah.
Is he a necromancer of sorts? The way you phrased that was quite particular.
I wouldn't say it's the typical type of necromancer you might be thinking of with the skeletons and the zombies.
More the souls.
He'll transmogrify your soul into a whimsical woodland critter.
Okay.
Those are what his fans typically take the form of. If you see a rabbit walking upright with a top hat and a cane, that was probably once a man. Or woman.
Will it fall to just one of us play the game, or is he? Is he a
The
more the
means of the
merrier?
game are going to be up to you. Make them in your favor by any nefarious means possible, but don't phrase it in such a way that it's painfully obvious. He is a very, very astute listener. And if you can help it, I know it sounds counterproductive, but get greedy with it. Ask for an incredibly high boon besides ending the party. The more that you can add onto your side, the more he'll try to add onto his side, and you can get something out of it in return besides ending a would-be invasion. It is a small blessing in disguise. The cricket is, I would say, indulgent.
You must do Varys's laundry for eternity. That could add that one in, maybe. That could.
Write that down. You know what?
Tons of petty stuff, and to really rub it in.
Just keep it, again, your wording is going to be your sword in this fight. And whatever you do, I'd recommend that you first do not shake on it. Do not eat anything he presents to you, nor drink. And if worst case scenario, he tries to get you to do something before you duel him, kindly ask that you postpone it until afterwards. Even sitting with him at a table and him reading a book is more nefarious than you think it is. If there's a waiting room before the game, wait outside of it. Any little small detail that you think would be innocent under normal circumstances is actually a trick, as is traditional for creatures of the Feywild.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, I think I've spoken my spiel on how to deal with this. Now, besides some advice, I have a few things I suppose I can lend you out, or keep, what have you, before you go. You've never been into the Feywild, have you? In your years as a Watcher, have you?
Strictly on this side of things.
I see. Well, once you get there, assuming you get there in one piece, God's blessings above your travel, I surmise that you'll be stricken with something equivalent to a culture shock. It is not something as a result of actually witnessing the cultural changes, but things are different over there. Time is different, space is different, and even the distance between your face and your hand is different. If that makes any sense. You know how they say if your hand is bigger than your face, you have cancer? No.
Whoa.
Well, you never got him with that one? But either case, sometimes you can't even trust your eyes. I do not have enough to give to all of your companions, but I will give it to you for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
This pair of spectacles can be worn, and they help tune out certain types of Fey illusions. It'll help with not only setting up your duel, but getting there in the first place. Now take in mind, some magics are stronger than what is in this pair of spectacles, so there's a good chance that it is still maintaining an illusion and trying to trick you. But for the more mundane things, lesser creatures that try to trick you, they'll be easy to see through, in the most literal sense. It'll be still up to you to gauge how they're lying or not, but this will help with the illusion part. It gives you a pair of spectacles made from natural materials. The frame is made from wicker, and the lens is actually a sort of glassy stone that is not completely clear like normal glasses are. Everything has like a milky white tint to it when you wear them, but if you were to say, look at, actually, are any of you wearing a fucking magical disguise? Yeah, well, no magical disguises in this room at the moment, but if you were to look at one that's low enough level, then you would see right through it without having to make a check. No attunement required, so you can pass it between the boys if you need be, but only one person can really see it through it at a time, and it's kind of awkward to pass glasses back and forth. In either case, we will begin preparations for defense on our side. Hopefully you can squanch this before it gets too bad. And I don't know how much of a time frame the cricket has before the party starts, but considering how chaotic it is, it's probably sooner than we hope.
Yeah.
Now then, is there anything else I can help you with? It's a lot to dump on, but it's a very serious matter.
Does he... So I've been kind of filled in on kind of some of the basics around him. So is there a specific way to search for him, or a direction to...
Yeah, does he have like a residence?
So, specifically a permanent place of residence, not really. He has a room in... So, the Feywild has split into two parts. The Summer Court and the Winter Court. He is a very popular figure in the Summer Court and has a room in the Palace of the Queen.
Titania?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. Acting as a jester for many forms of entertainment. Entertaining guests with comedy shows, sometimes some crueler than others, involving bodily harm.
Miles fake machine.
But in either case, while he does have a room there, there is nothing akin to a permanent place of residence. There's no place you can just knock on the door and ask, is the cricket home? He is, for all intents and purposes, not normal. Now that's an understatement, but for comparing it to other residents of the Feywild, he's a step above. He's the whole staircase, rather.
Mm-hmm.
And he has almost this weird ability to be where he wants to be when he wants to be. It is a sort of teleportation magic that is a cut above certain types. Almost as if he's there everywhere, but not at the same time. Hard to explain, but in either case, he can be somewhere 1 second and another before you can blink. It seems to be only within the Feywild. He cannot do it while here on the material plane, so if you were to try to track him now, you could probably find him. And he couldn't just simply vanish away, lest he step into a Fey portal, at which point you'll be on his home turf, which you're going to be, unfortunately.
DM, did he at any point enter the Sentry's Rest radius? Or did he not get that close?
Well, the creature known as the Cricket, he was approximately 150 feet away.
Okay. Gotcha.
So Varys had to come out of hiding and approach him. And even then, you didn't get face to face. There was a big gap between you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite so that you're yelling at each other, because one, it's kind of stage whisper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the acoustics around here are good enough to keep your voices from needing to shout.
Okay.
But in either case, he's got some magical bullshit powers when he's on his plane of existence.
Okay.
And he's a little bit weaker on the material plane, but he's probably not going to be here for much longer. Until the day of the party, that is. But presumably we'd like to catch him before the party starts.
Yeah, he said he was doing errands for someone else, so...
I could not possibly hazard to whom he owes allegiance to run errands for, and what errands means in the context of the Cricket. Nothing good can come of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no guarantee that it's Titania, or...
Not necessarily. He has many higher-up clientele. He is simply just her favorite jester. Sorry, he is her favorite jester, not the other way
Varys,
around.
may I interject and ask a question to Garrett here? Garrick,
Go ahead.
Sorry. Do you, if I say a name, the ladies, do they ring a bell as...
Vague term, sir.
Mm-hmm. It's a group of ladies, or a lady, in the Feywild. I think they may be some kind of hags. Is there a prominent group of hags in the Summer Court that hold particular sway, whether in nefarious ways or positive ways in the Summer Court, that you have ever heard of?
Hags are typically evil, by all means.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So anything good come of them is a twice sharpened blade.
Mm-hmm.
The ladies, they might not go by that name in other parts. That particular title is unknown to me.
Mm-hmm.
Hags are very prominent in the Feywild, and any one conclave of them that sticks out beyond others is a very troublesome thing indeed. The worst ones, though, are the ones you don't hear about.
Shit.
They keep low and fester in their cauldrons until they are at peak performance, at which point then you will hear their names.
Okay.
Generally speaking, there is not much you can really do. If they don't want to be found, they won't be found. They have very strong magics that keep them away from prying eyes, and even if you do find them, it'll always be, as traditional Feywild entities go, always something in their favor.
Okay.
Maybe you're down on your luck, wounded, and they come to you with assistance, always giving you one end of a stick while ready to batter you over the head with another. Sometimes literally.
Okay. Let me try a different tack with this. Have you heard of a nefarious figure called Daviculus? He's sort of a briared, thorn-wearing crown and has a very peculiar staff and seems to operate with sturges and other flying creature. They recently had a bit of a stint over in Rutosh, and they attacked Solholm, and there's a Jarl's hunting ground where there's been a very, very prominent rise of Fey pocket activity. I was wondering if that maybe has reached your shores or along the grapevine, Feywild related.
Nothing of the sort. We get very precious little of outside information that is not pertaining to our forest here. Now, of course, a Fey pocket breach would technically be within our wheelhouse. However, considering the distance, it would be
Winter Court related as well, but they're currently in the Summer Court, so I don't know if there's any. I'm assuming you know a lot about the politics of this, and if that's not correct, then I won't.
Not as much as I would hope. I do not travel there on leisurely basis to just get a lay of the land. And getting back is also troublesome, unless you have a keen way of getting to and from without the door closing behind you. Now, while those are something that we can do, there's a bit of ruminating from the Druid Circle above. There are large-scale operations that must be run through them first, and many a time they will not allow us to put as many resources as we would like. We are currently short-manned. Short on men. My apologies.
Not
looks directly at Zip and doesn't blink like short man.
Short on manpower. Excuse me.
It's a man.
But in either case, is there anything else I could potentially illuminate you on?
If we go over to the Feywild, what's sort of this equivalent location on the other side? What would we see?
That's actually a very, very well documented thing we have. Not on paper, but through the grapevine. So, on the opposite end of the Feywild, the Paratolo Forest is still a forest. There are certain locations closer to the eastern shores where the trees fall away and it changes to be open field. Those particular locations are actually some of the most dangerous places on the parallel side. Despite it being open field, it is nothing more than a sham. Illusions. Sometimes even those spectacles that I've given your friend there are not going to be potent enough. Pitfalls, creatures hiding in the tall grass, and sometimes you just fall off a cliff that you thought was a open field. So,
tall grass fields.
I would recommend not going eastwards. Mostly because, one, nothing that you will want is in that direction in the first place. And once you get to the ocean, well, the creatures in there would make any sailor shiver.
Challenge lasts long.
So, I advise against going eastwards.
Okay.
The trouble there lies in discerning what direction is east, as typical compass don't work in the Feywild. Just keep that in mind.
Is there a Fey compass? Or does that defeat the point?
It is something that we do not have access to, and there's no singular item that always tells the right direction in terms of magnetics and north and south in the Feywild. They can change on a whim, like the direction of the wind. So it would hold you no good, unless it was able to attune and maintain the direction you'd like.
Do you have any books about any of the flora and fauna that we will be encountering, possibly?
Our books are a bit old and dusty, so yes, but be cautious turning the pages. They might crumble at your grip.
We blow on it and just break it and just all goes away.
Thumbs through with
millions of years of knowledge gone. I do. Most of which is going to be not quite hostile, but more nefarious. Won't cause you harm directly. They won't stick you with a knife, but they'll point you in the direction of a pair of knives, if that makes sense. And then push you in. Sorry.
Falling on some knives. This seems like a convenient excuse for something.
A series of plants, of which are resembling material plane edible
we're gonna finish
fruits
up soon, I think.
that, for all intents and purposes, poisoning you would be the least harsh thing they could do. For example, if you were to eat one of these things that looks like an apple, it could poison you. It could turn your lower half rotated 90 degrees. Could cause you to breathe out from another orifice of yours and then replaced with the other orifice's original intent. I'm sure you get what I mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't eat anything, period. If you have rations on you, maintain those. I would also recommend the good berry spell is not used. It changes its functionality in the Feywild.
That's my thing.
I understand, but
He's like panicking.
doing so in the Feywild will actually make you hungrier.
Good, bad berry.
So if you're going to do so, make them now, and not while you're in the Feywild.
Alright, thanks for the heads up.
They'll maintain their use if made here. If made in the Feywild, they will make you hungrier, and if anything, diarrhea.
Does this extend to other spells which create food, water?
Yeah, like gruel, maybe.
Yeah.
To be honest, I haven't had extensive testing of casting spells in there repeatedly. I'd like to maintain as many footholds in the material plane as possible. That being said, yes to most that create from nothing.
Okay.
But if you bring it in,
I assume
and it's normally
you wouldn't recommend to consume honey made by bees from plants in the Feywild.
I would say the rule stands of don't eat anything from the Feywild.
Just hear me like talk to my beard. It's like, you hear that?
But yes,
Don't
if
do
you
it.
have anything that is normal here, only eat those. That way you'll be safe.
Would we be able to procure some rations here before we head in?
I suppose you can dig around my pantry, but some of them have a relatively short shelf life.
Okay.
You want some crackers?
I will not deny some crackers.
In either
These
case,
birds do not eat crackers.
I would wish you good luck. I wish to see your fruits and efforts not show any interest over... No partying over here is the short of it. If you can stop it, I presume the elders up top will provide a reward for you. I will speak to them in the morning and tell them, well, I'll be telling them anyways, but if your group is going to be the one vanguarding this, I see no purpose in not rewarding you for doing so.
Okay. I'm gonna just message Zip over in my little message thing. Do you think if we help these guys out and that we could pick the reward to maybe be like, you help out my conclave kind of situation? That could be useful, right?
Yeah. Hopefully I'll do it.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, I bet.
Maybe
Maybe I can sweeten the deal with cooler animals.
Adam.
Yo.
Would you say we're wrapping up soon?
Yeah, in like...
Okay.
Yes, like less than 5 minutes.
I'm gonna head out now because we do have errands to run.
Okay, see you later.
See you well, I'll be back on tonight.
Alright.
User disconnected from your channel.
I think this is a decent place to...
Is there any last minute Varys things before you're not here next week?
Good call.
I look at the spectacles in my hand, and I'm just like, man, my bag is kind of full. Here, Laz, you hold on to these for until I can make some space.
Is there anything else you have in that bag there that might be good for me to have or other group members?
Give me your inventory.
The bow, maybe? I wouldn't mind that bow for a little bit. That'd be...
I mean, if you think you'll be able to make use of it.
Yeah. Probably.
Just armor.
There, can you give me
items.
all of your money too?
I don't need money, but I'll take
Give me
it.
those shoes.
No, maybe. I don't need to take the bow. It's fine.
Well, I'm looking at it. I mean, if you want it, but like.
I'll take it. You never know. I might need to shoot things from far away.
I'm just gonna make as much good berries as I can right now.
I just steal from Zip steals shoes.
And I guess we'll have to figure out food before we jump ship.
We got crackers from this guy.
It's like 4 crackers.
Oh, that'd be. Are they Elvis crackers? They last like.
No, it's not
bread?
I forgot how they.
You got Limbus bread. How long do these good berries last? Does it?
A day. But they out here, so maybe
1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, well maybe we cleanse the wildlife here and get some more.
I'm gonna go kill the things in your forest now.
Yeah. No.
I'll become dead.
You guys, I mean, I guess worst case scenario, grab a vial of dirt and then just pop over back to Solholm and do some shopping go to Mr. Cauliflowers. But
could do, yeah.
That'd be a little resource consuming, but it's a last resort if hunting doesn't work out before we go.
Well, I think things here will be like Fey fucked. Whatever the word is.
There's a good chance that you get pink meat.
Well, I could always go to Annapolis and get some from there.
You could go to fucking the capital here. That'd be a great idea.
I need some rations to thwart your plans. I mean, get that spider guy, get him.
Alright, is that a good thing to wrap up on before we end?
I guess we can wrap up here and then do our usual. Oh, in this in-world 2 minutes between now and then.
We have all these ideas.
I have another question I have to ask you, sir.
Good.
Okay, so spectacles and bow are loaned to Laszlo from Varys. What do these spectacles do? They just don't let Feywild tricks be as potent, sort of dampens them.
Illusion spells or things of the sort that are level 3 or below, you automatically, typically they'll be like, oh, it has like an investigation check to see through it. If it's level 3 or below, you automatically pass those.
Oh, okay.
But if it's higher level than that, like being cast by a strong caster, you'll look with your special eyes.
Yeah. Well, that was scrumptious.
Scrumdiddlyumptious, you might say. You totally say that.
Yes.
Alright, so we're gonna be down 1 Alec plus Andrew, I believe, next week.
Andrew, the whole idea is that I'd be there, and Andrew, unless he's got something else going on, he should be present. I've not confirmed that with him, but the whole idea is that I'm there because he's not. So
right.
We'll play it by ear.
You ever see Alec and Andrew in the same room at the same time? I don't think so.
I haven't actually.
I have actually.
Well, all right.
But that doesn't mean he wasn't moving really fast.